In this world, there are countless playthings, yet a solemn voice begins to recite a sacred prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. As the words echo, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. The prayer continues, asking for forgiveness for trespasses, just as they forgive those who trespass against them. The plea for guidance persists, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. As a golden sword hilt gleams in the darkness, the prayer reaches its powerful conclusion. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. A final, drawn-out, amen, seals the sacred words. Then, a close-up reveals a dark, knight-like helmet with a golden visor, its wearer seemingly uttering a final, desperate thought, the Lord. As blood pools on the dark ground, an unseen voice sneers, that toy is being frustrated. Let's continue after killing that bastard. The cruel voice continues, I sent you to your father, so praise him as you go to meet there, fucker. Raven's footsteps echo through the desolate space, each tack, a stark punctuation in the silence. He continues his measured pace, the sound of his boots the only indication of movement in the oppressive quiet. Then, turning sharply, he acknowledges the urgency of his situation, muttering that he doesn't have much time. A thought flashes through his mind, a poignant reminder of his wedding anniversary with his wife, a commitment he needs to return to. But an unseen presence mocks his sentiment, echoing his very thoughts, asking if it's truly his wedding anniversary, as he resolves to end this quickly. Nearby, the grim aftermath of a brutal confrontation lies scattered, blades and knives abandoned amidst pools of dark blood. From the shadows, a figure with glowing red eyes emerges, its voice dripping with disdain, lamenting the situation as a shame. It continues its chilling monologue, asserting that this is not a place for funerals, before its gaze sweeps the area, questioning if anyone else remains. Lying defeated, a figure with light purple hair remains motionless, a silent testament to the shadowy entity's power. A young woman with light purple hair stares wide-eyed, a sudden realization dawning upon her. An unseen voice mocks her, asking, Oh, looks like a cute toy came here this time. The voice then ponders the location, wondering if this is the highest floor or the highest tower. The young woman, regaining her composure, defiantly declares, Yeah, I'm the boss of this tower. A relieved smile spreads across her face as she adds, I see, what a relief, because I got lost a lot. Her relief quickly turns to fury, a vibrant blue aura flaring around her hand as she screams, It was so fucking hard, you son of a bitch. She continues her enraged assault, Die, you goat head. But the unseen entity effortlessly deflects her attack, a calm voice remarking, Wow, that hurt. The young woman's defiance shatters instantly, replaced by desperate pleas for mercy. A dark, powerful hand grips her purple hair, lifting her effortlessly as she cries out, Wah, I'm sorry, please spare me. Now limp and defeated, the young woman hangs suspended, her earlier defiance completely gone. The shadowy entity's voice echoes with a chilling finality, declaring its fury and the end of all resistance, as a blinding flash of energy erupts. Moving with impossible speed, the horned silhouette streaks across the void. Its attack manifests as razor-sharp slashes, tearing through the very fabric of space. The sweeping force of its power leaves brilliant trails in its wake. Suddenly, a young man, sword in hand, finds himself overwhelmed, his defense shattered by the unseen assault. Glowing red energy binds him completely, as the entity's voice continues to mock, reminding him that all these toys are nothing more than playthings. The shadowy entity unleashes a powerful, tearing force, the sound of rending air echoing through the void. As the darkness deepens, it hints at the vastness of its power. From within the encroaching shadows, its crimson eyes glow with malevolent intensity, a fearsome visage emerging. Then, a chilling declaration echoes through the void. Die by my hand. The entity reveals its true identity, proclaiming, My name is Baphomet. I am the ruler of this tower, the assessor that discerns the grade of the tower. Indeed, the very presence of such a being is deeply felt, its influence permeating the structure of the tower itself. Within a grand, ominous hall adorned with a crimson star and impaled skulls, Baphomet stands, a silent testament to his dominion. He sits upon a skull-laden throne, surrounded by his dark retinue, the undisputed lord of this grim domain. From a towering height, Baphomet gazes down upon the defeated swordsman, who lies broken and small beneath his overwhelming power. Standing over the fallen swordsman, Baphomet reflects on the thrill he finds in the moments when new challengers, like mere toys, visit his domain. And how they are the greatest source of entertainment, even if this one broke down so quickly. With a heavy thud, he turns his attention to a massive, ornate door. Another thud echoes as his monstrous hand presses against its surface, which glows with a faint, red energy. He stands before it, a towering figure of dark power. Yet, despite his immense strength, the characteristic of this door is that it will never open to him. Unable to open the mysterious door, he laments that he is confined, unable to venture into the world where his toys reside. Instead, he must wait aimlessly until a new challenger opens the door, forced to ponder how he will endure the endless stretches of boredom. The thought of such boredom gnaws at him. His crimson eyes glow with fury as he curses, finding this entire situation utterly infuriating and pointless. With a frustrated grunt, he slams his hand against the unyielding surface. Slumping against the barrier, he lets out another exasperated sigh, declaring his confinement utterly tedious. His hand still pressed against the wall, a faint tremor of power emanating from it. He questions the reason for his solitary entrapment. He wonders aloud why he alone is trapped here, unable to depart. His frustration lingers, a silent testament to his unwanted confinement. The echoes of a recent struggle still reverberate through the confined space, as a low, guttural growl escapes the powerful entity. Amidst the debris, a discarded smartphone lies shattered, its screen cracked, a silent testament to the entity's destructive power. Baphomet's crimson eyes narrow, a thought forming as he recognizes the device. Isn't this an item from the toy I just killed? A sinister grin spreads across his face, as a new, dark idea sparks within him. His laughter echoes, a chilling, triumphant sound that fills the desolate chamber, promising untold mischief. Meanwhile, in a different part of the tower, a determined hunter finally reaches his destination, exclaiming, "Finally, the top floor." His gaze sharpens, challenging the empty air. "Are you the boss of this tower?" With unwavering resolve, he declares his ultimate ambition. "I will kill you and become the greatest hunter." A bruised and battered man, his face streaked with blood, desperately pleads for his life. Towering over him, the shadowy figure of Baphomet watches with glowing crimson eyes as the man kneels in utter submission. His pleas are met with brutal force as he is violently hurled against a distant wall, a scream tearing from his throat. Slumped and disoriented, the defeated toy notices a small, glowing white object near his hand. Baphomet, his chained wrist visible, picks up the curious item, examining it closely. His crimson eyes glow with intrigue as he wonders aloud about its purpose. Suddenly, the defeated toy's eyes glow a sinister red, an unsettling smile spreading across his face as he begins to explain the object's function. Baphomet looks on, surprised by the sudden, articulate response as the man details, "This is called a camera, and it can be used to store precious moments." His eyes return to their normal hue as he continues to hold the device, seemingly unaffected by his previous state. He could even listen to music or indulge in the new drug permitted by the government. All while Baphomet pondered what kind of world his toys would inhabit. This thought, he mused, had led him to a new realization. Observing the hunter's adept handling of the camera, Baphomet noted that he was performing well even without direct assistance. His initial curiosity had evolved into something far deeper. As a dark aura began to swirl around his hand, Baphomet questioned why the hunter didn't simply leave. Then, with a sudden, brutal strike, he sent the hunter sprawling, blood splattering as he remarked, "Oh, isn't this interesting?" This new level of engagement had become something he truly enjoyed within the confines of this tower. Reflecting on his actions, Baphomet decided he should collect all the items his toys had dropped. Baphomet, now surrounded by the spoils of his games, picks up a list of names, each marked with a star rating, wondering what kind of masterpieces he has collected. Dismissing one item as mere trash, he tosses it aside, a fleeting thought of regret for even bothering to carry it. His attention then shifts to a small camera, a device he's never encountered before, sparking his curiosity about its function and how it might be used. With the camera in hand, he discovers its true purpose, allowing him to peer into the lives of his toys and understand their experiences, sometimes even with 3 items. He learns of their struggles, their feelings of being manipulated, and their desperate attempts to survive, finding it all quite amusing. The camera reveals their inner turmoil, their belief that they are the worst, the most pathetic, and that their lives are filled with a numbing despair, a constant state of being numb, unable to stop, and regretting everything. For Baphomet, the moments his toys visited him were always the greatest thrill, but there was a problem. As he delved deeper into their world, his desire to see a real world, not just the illusion before his eyes, grew exponentially. He knew that in the world of his toys, there was a superstition that a being called God granted them wishes. As the light of the illusory world shines brightly, a clawed hand reaches out, contemplating the nature of existence. He wonders if this God his toys speak of would grant his wish as well. A faint melody drifts from a discarded smartphone, lying forgotten on the grimy floor. A dismissive click echoes as he scoffs, uttering a sarcastic, "Yeah, right." Baphomet, seated on his throne, gazes down at the device, his voice laced with contempt. "I'm getting sick of you for acting so pathetic. You're just like me." Suddenly, a low, resonant hum fills the air, causing him to rise from his seat, his attention drawn away from the triviality of the phone. The tower itself begins to howl, a clear sign that someone is approaching its highest floor. A soft, golden light spills from a slightly ajar ornate door, confirming the imminent arrival. Returning to his throne, Baphomet settles back, his crimson eyes glowing with anticipation, ready to face whoever dares to challenge his domain. He doesn't even expect anything anymore, certain that whatever comes will be broken quickly. Now, he decides, it's time to finish this quickly. Then, the intruder can leave after providing him with the spark of war he craves. Ornate, dark doors slowly part, revealing a glowing light from within. From the opening, Baphomet steps out, his white hair stark against the falling ash. His crimson eyes glow with an intense, predatory anticipation. Within the vast, dark chamber, a colossal, reptilian eye, glowing red, watches intently. The monstrous eye pulses with a slow, heavy beat. Its slit pupil narrows, reflecting the approaching confrontation. As the intruder falls, Baphomet's thoughts echo, wondering if the brief encounter was truly worth the effort, a mere spoils of war that barely registered. The opponent, already reeling from a devastating blow, crashes downward, their body contorting with a sickening crunch. Baphomet, having delivered the decisive strike, watches with cold indifference as the figure tumbles, the force of his attack echoing through the chamber. His crimson eyes, glowing faintly, betray no emotion, only a detached assessment of the fallen foe. The intruder lies broken on the ground, surrounded by shattered debris, as Baphomet's hand reaches down, a dismissive thought labeling them this toy. With a casual, almost bored motion, he lifts the limp body by the head, his eyes flaring with a deeper, more intense crimson glow. A vibrant blue aura erupts around him, crackling with raw power, as he prepares to unleash a final, devastating blow. The air itself seems to gulp in anticipation, before a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from his form, blasting forward with overwhelming force. For him, the arrival of these toys always brought the greatest thrill, and he unleashes the full force of his blue energy, a devastating blast tearing through the air. He holds the attack, savoring the moment, thinking of this particular opponent as something he'd wished for so dearly. The highest grade of entertainment. The concentrated power slams into its target, sending the defeated figure plummeting through the debris-filled void. Only the vast, empty sky remains in its wake, as Baphomet, now radiating a sinister red glow, gazes down at the destruction. His form shifts, manifesting dark, ethereal chains that coil around him. While far below, the shattered remnants of his toy lie broken on the ground. Baphomet's foot descends with a sharp, decisive sound. As he continues his relentless assault, striking his opponent with brutal force, sending them reeling through the air. A surge of power courses through him, igniting a forgotten thrill, a primal excitement he hadn't felt in ages. This raw, exhilarating sensation, he realizes, is what he had been missing. For so long, he had sought this very feeling, and now, in this moment of absolute dominance, he finds it. With renewed vigor, he unleashes another devastating blow, his fist glowing crimson as it connects. A sinister red sigil materializes in his hand, pulsating with dark energy. The air crackles as the energy erupts, twisting into razor-sharp chains that lash out with a chilling, almost gleeful sound. The crimson chains ensnare his broken toy, piercing through its form, binding it completely. He prepares for the next phase of his assault, a battle he had long desired. With renewed vigor, Baphomet unleashes his ethereal red chains, binding and impaling his helpless opponent. He delivers a devastating blow, the impact rippling through the air. As the toy recoils, Baphomet finds the brutality exhilarating, a thought echoing in his mind. It's fun. He presses the attack, his crimson eyes glowing with dark satisfaction. Another forceful strike lands, the toy's face contorting in pain. The force sends the victim flying, a final, fading thought of its foo, escaping him as he tumbles through the air. The ground shatters from a powerful impact. But before the dust can settle, the toy's hands are already gripping twin blades. A brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he lunges forward with blinding speed. His attack connects, striking the monstrous form of Baphomet with devastating force, eliciting a pained shriek from the entity. As his own eyes glow with an intense blue light, the toy wonders, but why? A crimson eye, belonging to Baphomet, narrows in surprise. As a thought echoes through his mind, why am I feeling envious of this toy? With the battle momentarily decided, the toy stands amidst the dissipating blue energy, a single red feather drifting down from above. He presses his advantage, a crimson blur of motion, letting out a cry of exertion. Baphomet lets out a pained cry as the strikes connect, hexagonal patterns rippling across his monstrous form. The monstrous entity recoils, unable to fully defend itself, another cry escaping him. Still caught in the relentless assault, he continues to cry out in pain. A sharp, crimson slash cuts through the air. The force of the blow reverberates, striking the very ground with a heavy impact. Another powerful strike connects with blinding speed, creating a bright flash. More crimson energy streaks across the dark space. As the assault continues, Baphomet is engulfed in a surge of magical power, a complex sigil forming around him. Don't joke with me, the empowered toy declares, his blade arcing through the air with a crimson glow. As he continues his relentless assault, Baphomet reels from the impact, a deep, thrumming sound echoing through the space. But the toy is far from finished, his form now crackling with a vibrant blue energy, a searing sound accompanying its surge. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating strike that sends waves of azure power through his monstrous opponent. The force of the blow twists Baphomet's arm, sending him further off balance. With a swift, whistling motion, the toy gathers even more blue energy, preparing for another assault. He unleashes a concentrated blast, a torrent of blue power engulfing Baphomet, who screams in agony as the energy tears through him. The relentless surge of power continues, leaving trails of brilliant azure in its wake. His relentless assault continued, a torrent of vibrant blue energy that Baphomet could barely comprehend, thinking that I, as the impact slammed into him, would lose to a mere TOY. He raged internally, the blows still raining down. Each strike sent debris flying, a testament to the sheer force. But then, a surge of crimson power erupted from him, manifesting as intricate magic circles that pulsed with dark energy. Baphomet, now fully consumed by his monstrous form, roared, his body radiating a malevolent red aura. From his very being, sharp, crimson blades materialized, lashing out with deadly precision. Amidst a maelstrom of crimson energy and jagged debris, the transformed Baphomet stands, a monstrous silhouette against the chaos. His voice echoing with absolute authority as he declares, "I am the lord of this tower." But even as the monstrous form asserts its dominance, the hunter moves with swift precision, a blur of blue energy against the encroaching red. The Baphomet's terrifying visage, with its glowing red eyes and sharp features, fully emerges from the swirling chaos. Every detail of its monstrous transformation is laid bare, a chilling testament to its power. The entity continues its declaration, its voice resonating over the distant cityscape. "I am the towers." But the hunter, unwavering, meets the challenge with his own resolve, blue energy flaring around him as he retorts, "Even if that's the case, you're trapped in here." His power surges, the vibrant blue aura intensifying, filling the entire space with its brilliant glow. The blue energy, unleashed by the defiant toy, surged upward with incredible force, intensifying with every passing moment. As Baphomet could only stare in stunned disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. His crimson eyes widened further, the reality of the situation beginning to sink in. The blue energy then slammed into the ground with a resounding impact, spreading outwards like a tidal wave. It consumed everything, a swirling vortex of azure power. Baphomet, caught in the heart of the storm, struggled against the overwhelming force, his own red aura flickering under the assault. The blue energy pulsed and roared, trapping him completely within its depths. How could this be? This mere toy. The overwhelming blue energy continued to surge, consuming everything in its path. As Baphomet, caught within its relentless current, could only question, "Is this mere toy truly trying to defeat me here?" His face contorted in disbelief, the crimson glow of his eyes momentarily overwhelmed by the blue. He muttered, "To think this toy." The thought unfinished, the sheer audacity of the situation left him speechless. "That I." As if in response, the blue energy coalesced into a massive, glowing orb, radiating an immense, crushing power, fully enveloping his demonic form within its relentless surge, the sheer force threatening to tear him apart. His body violently reacted, red energy and blood-like effects erupting from him with a sharp crack, as his demonic face, eyes glowing blue, could only repeat the question in utter bewilderment. "This is a toy?" The blue energy, which had been overwhelming Baphomet, now surges with an almost sentient intensity. As a thought echoes through the space, he is a human, one that is free and strong. I want to become like that too. The hunter's eyes glow with an ethereal blue, his gaze sharp and focused, the same desire burning within him. That too. His thoughts race, a desperate yearning to break free from his current existence. I want to escape from this place to become that free and strong. I want to become a human. Suddenly, a system message flashes, a main quest appearing before him. Main quest: kill the hunter, Raven. Reward: the desire that you wish for. For Baphomet, the moments when his toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill. And with a sharp, sudden burst, a monstrous, multi-tailed entity, glowing with an ominous red light, manifests before him. But Baphomet remains unfazed, his own formidable blue energy flaring to meet the challenge. A vibrant, ethereal flame consuming the space around him, its intense glow pushing back against the encroaching darkness and asserting his dominance over the unfolding spectacle. The blue energy swirls, a silent declaration of power. The very structure of the Tower of Abyss begins to buckle and tear, as a system message confirms its clearance and imminent collapse. With the task complete, Baphomet turns his back on the disintegrating edifice. But from the swirling darkness, a monstrous, shadowy form emerges, its eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, its heavy footfalls echoing on an unseen crimson floor. As the transformed creature strides forward, a clawed hand tearing through the air, its grip tightening, a guttural cry escaping its throat. The colossal Tower of Abyss begins its final descent, its immense structure collapsing into a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settles, a low hum echoes through the devastated landscape. Amidst the ruins of the city, a lone figure surveys the aftermath. His hand clutching a newly acquired core stone, he reflects on the many hunters who perished attempting to clear the tower. From a distance, a voice calls out, "Over there, a man who looks to be a survivor." The figure stands atop the rubble, his gaze fixed on the distant city lights. "Excuse me, are you okay?" The voice asks as he turns his head slightly, a silent question in his crimson eyes. A voice echoes in the void, questioning its own existence, recalling the certainty of death, yet feeling a strange resurgence. Baphomet watches, a silent exclamation escaping him, his gaze sharp and focused. Before him, the defeated toy stands, now wreathed in an intense, vibrant blue aura, the energy flaring with increasing power. The blue flames swirl, coalescing into a more defined, shadowy form, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light. As the toy's own eye glows a predatory yellow. He coughs, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Looking up, he sees the towering, shadowy form of Baphomet, wreathed in crackling blue flames. The monster's arm, dripping with dark ichor, looms over him. A primal roar tears from his throat as he unleashes a surge of blue energy, realizing with a jolt that he had killed that bastard, yet he was still alive, transformed like this. Now, the human form of Baphomet stands before him, asking if he is a newly awakened hunter and requesting his name for a background check. He reaches for his chest, a faint smile touching his lips as he considers the question of his name, a name that was the reward for completing the main quest to kill the monster Overlord Baphomet, a quest now completed. The name echoes, a stark declaration. As Baphomet stands revealed, his human form now clear, a smirk playing on his lips while his crimson eyes glow with an unsettling light, a faint purple aura still clinging to him. He has returned, indeed, as a human. In a world plagued by monstrous incursions, humanity relies on specialized individuals known as hunters. Those who bravely confront the creatures emerging from mysterious gates and towering structures. At the heart of these phenomena stands a powerful entity, Baphomet, his form radiating with an ominous purple energy. For the emergence of these shadowy, red-eyed monsters is a direct consequence of a tower's mismanagement. A critical failure that once rendered the hunter's position precarious, culminating in the devastating event known as Gate Shock, where monsters violently breach the gates and unleash chaos upon the world. The world plunged into chaos, its cities crumbling under the onslaught of monstrous entities and dark, swirling energy, a devastating event known as Gate Shock that claimed a third of the global population, prompting humanity to train hunters to clear the mysterious towers. At the heart of this devastation stood Baphomet, the demonic ruler of the Tower of Abyss, whose hands had claimed the lives of countless hunters, yet he was also the one captivated by humanity, choosing to become human himself. However, the people, unaware of his true nature, mistook him for a hero who had cleared the abyss, as two individuals in a car urgently called out, "Please look over here, Hunter Nim." For Baphomet, the moments when these toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill, as his true, monstrous form looms in the shadows. The people wanted to see the heroic powers he possessed, but the hunter had already lost his way. Lying defeated amidst the rubble, he was unfortunately stripped of his powers, degraded from the ruler of the tower to the con artist of the century. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, "Hyung Nim, eat this," then asks, "Hyung Nim, aren't you bored? Do you want to hear something interesting?" The calls persist, repeating, "Hyung Nim, Hyung Nim." But Baphomet, seated on his dark throne, merely looks on with an air of profound boredom. As a blue aura flares around him, Baphomet is addressed with deference by an unseen individual. He was once known as the idol of the underworld, a figure who had risen to become the backstreet leader. This was his domain, the very heart of the dungeon quarry. Within the vast, cavernous quarry, numerous figures toiled, their movements echoing faintly. A new voice, full of youthful enthusiasm, then announced that they were a newcomer, eager to join the ranks. Baphomet, a slight smile playing on his lips, observed the newcomer, remarking on their abundant energy. The newcomer, a shorter figure, humbly thanked an associate who stood beside them. The associate, in turn, reassured the nervous newcomer, asking if they had any prior experience with this kind of work, to which they admitted they had not. As the new recruit walks alongside an older associate, he observes the vast, imposing structure before them, thinking that while it appears massive, it's not just simple labor that requires strength. The associate confirms his thoughts, remarking that it's a mine that made a fortune just a few months ago. Soon, they stand before Baphomet, who explains that it was all the hunters, including himself, who opened up this quarry by defeating the monsters within, and that they are in charge of areas C and D, with the new recruit assigned to Area D. He clarifies that the recruit won't be working in C, since Area D is where the rare gems are found. Suddenly, a voice shouts for everyone to move out of the way, announcing Hyung Nim's arrival. The new recruit looks on, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, wondering if he was just called Hyung Nim. He questions if it's truly acceptable to share such information, while his associate warns him never to align himself with those particular individuals. For they are nothing more than nasty delinquents who have infiltrated the mining grounds. These are the kind of evil individuals who will relentlessly bully anyone they dislike. Baphomet, with a stern gaze, points out a specific individual. His warning is clear: do not even approach that man. His crimson eyes hold a dangerous glint as he delivers the instruction, leaving the recruit to lament that there is no other option. Meanwhile, the operations head holds a high regard for him, as he is exceptionally skilled at his work. The operations head himself confirms, with a satisfied smile, that the work this month has also been excellent. As the operations head's praise echoed, a different scene unfolded, with a subordinate handing over an envelope, prompting the hunter to remark on the old-fashioned method of payment. He then approached Baphomet, offering another envelope and asking if he enjoyed the retro feel of the payment, to which Baphomet simply acknowledged the transfer. Baphomet, with a sharp gaze, confirmed the money was sent that way once again, his expression unreadable. Back with his group, the hunter simply told them to work hard, a command they acknowledged without question. Later, the hunter tried to ingratiate himself further, stammering that he would buy Baphomet something yummy, recalling a previous instance where he seemed to enjoy it. Baphomet, however, remained unimpressed, questioning the hunter's audacity to tell him what to do. Undeterred, the hunter shifted tactics, asking about the bathhouse, admitting his curiosity to Baphomet. His true question, however, was about the money. Where did Baphomet send all the earnings from his work? Meanwhile, a new figure, with a bright smile, raised a hand in greeting. The defeated toy stands before Baphomet, his back to the viewer, as the ominous presence looms over him. Suddenly, a brutal impact sends him reeling, a sharp blow landing squarely on his face. Baphomet looks down, his voice laced with contempt, calling him a clueless idiot, certain that the truth would be revealed when the time was right. Crumpled on the ground, the defeated toy can only offer desperate apologies, his pleas echoing in the tense silence. He trembles, begging for forgiveness, hoping for a single reprieve from Baphomet's wrath. His face contorted in fear and desperation, he awaits his fate. But Baphomet's patience has run out, and with a sudden, brutal grip, he lifts the defeated toy by the neck, cutting off his breath. As the defeated toy struggles for air, Baphomet's voice is a low growl, demanding to know why he would dare question where the money was being sent. Choking, the defeated toy finally confesses, revealing that all the money is being sent to a quack doctor. He recalls hitting rock bottom, a broken man after being tortured as a mere toy. After sustaining injuries, he had gone to a hospital, to a quack doctor, but without money to pay, a voice had asked. So you don't have the money to pay? The doctor had found this truly troubling, before making an offer. Pay with your body. Dr. Lee's words had sealed his fate. And when he finally came to his senses, he was already toiling away at the quarry, sending every penny back to that quack doctor. His body was broken, but his debt was being paid. For Baphomet, hearing this was better. He had been growing annoyed with the difficulty of going out himself. After his face was plastered everywhere because of the nationwide show, annoying things began to happen at the quarry as well. He would hear taunts like, "Hey, con artist, you turn out to be a..." And a group of men would sneer, "Famous guy? Let me know how to be famous like you, huh?" There were a few who had recognized him, and he simply ignored them. Over and over, he ignored their provocations. But as their taunts continued, a menacing shadow fell over his face, and the men recoiled in fear. At some point, he realized he couldn't keep ignoring them. Being called a con artist is something that makes you feel really bad, doesn't it? One of his tormentors found out just how bad, as he reeled back, blood splattering from his mouth. And with a decisive kick, he beat them up. He recalls how he would beat up anyone who dared to challenge him, even attracting the attention of others who sought to test his strength. He defeated anyone who crossed his path. And soon, others began to gather around him, calling him Hyungnim. They looked up to him, seeking his leadership, which forced him into the role of a delinquent group leader, a path he never truly desired. But this wasn't the life he wanted, nor was it the world he truly belonged to. This was not the enjoyable life he had envisioned for himself. As the defeated toy's internal struggle reached its peak, a sinister red energy began to emanate, signaling a profound and unsettling change. With a guttural roar, he transformed into a monstrous, horned entity, his eyes glowing a malevolent red. A nearby figure could only shriek in terror, pleading for salvation from the sudden, horrifying apparition. The monster continued its terrifying roar, its form poised to strike. Then, with a swift, sweeping motion, it lunged forward, a blur of destructive intent. But before the attack could land, a shadowy figure, wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, intercepted with impossible speed. The blue energy slashed through the air, a precise, devastating counterattack. It was Baphomet, his gloved hand wielding a sword, delivering a decisive, blue-glowing strike. Standing over the monstrous form, a low growl escapes the defeated creature as the man's blade glows with an ethereal blue light. As the monstrous form recedes, the defeated toy, now human again, kneels on the blood-stained ground, asking if the other hunter is all right, then warns him that the area isn't cleared yet, before offering a hesitant thank you. He remains on his hands and knees, watching the man walk away. His voice echoing back, a stark reminder of a past warning. "That's why I told you that you can't go that way." The defeated toy's eyes widen in a silent, distressed realization as the words sink in, like that. He ponders the nature of power, not the kind used to harm humans, and questions the reason for his own weakness, a monstrous shadow flickering over his hand as his eyes glow red. The reason I lost my powers, because I turned into a human? He struggles with the profound irony. Why would I have tried to become a human? The thought crystallizes, comparing himself to the man who just saved him. Like that guy? A strong and evil human. Even so, the shadowy figure of Baphomet lingers in his mind, a presence that feels far cooler than anything he's encountered. He recalls a past conversation, a casual dismissal of the very concept of hunters, as if their existence held no real significance. A flicker of confusion crosses his face as he considers the implications. Would those powerful figures have been ordinary people, just like him, if they hadn't awakened their abilities? He remembers a time when he felt superior, confident that he could easily overcome any challenge, believing himself to be a cut above the rest. It's not that their initial assessment was entirely wrong, but witnessing truly strong and impressive hunters changes one's perspective entirely. He muses on the hierarchy, noting that many hunters on the upper floors aren't even high-ranked, yet they thrive. Despite their success, he finds himself unburdened by envy for those living on the top floor. He concludes that they're essentially getting something for nothing, a stroke of luck that grants them an easy path. After all the money earned from clearing dungeons, the tourist visa system seems almost too convenient. Indeed, only those who fail to grasp the true value of money would claim such benefits are free. A voice calls out, asking if he's thinking of something pleasant. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on Baphomet's lips, a rare sight. His subordinates, a small group of men in work uniforms, watch him intently. He questions if he was indeed smiling, then trails off, as if caught off guard. He simply states that he was just. One of the men finishes his thought, suggesting it's because they are amusing. Baphomet touches his cheek, a small sound of surprise escaping him. Two of the subordinates look up at him with expectant grins. They then excitedly reveal their bet, asking who he thought was the funniest, having successfully made their Hyungnim smile. He thinks, first takes all, as a familiar sensation begins to stir within him. Right? This is a feeling I've felt before, he muses, the thought echoing in the vastness of his mind. It was that feeling when I used to play with my toys in the tower, a memory from a distant, powerful past. It was pure enjoyment. However, now, he can feel that same enjoyment even if he doesn't fight, because he has become human now. A wide, genuine smile spreads across his face. A voice asks, but, Hyungnam, do you really not have a name? His gaze sharpens, as if recalling a distant memory. In a time long past, he admitted to a bright-haired youth that he once had a name, but could no longer use it, a fact the young man found surprisingly cool. Then, with a generous smile, the youth offered his own, explaining how his parents had poured their heart and soul into it, though it had never truly seen the light of day. He even suggested that his parents would be pleased if someone as handsome and cool as him were to carry that name. Reaching out, he asked for the name, a silent promise that he would keep it. Now, surrounded by a fierce, burning energy, he begins to speak it aloud. My name's Cha. The power surges around him, a testament to the weight and significance of the identity he now claims. As the new name began to form, a tremendous surge of power erupted, exploding outward with a deafening roar. The initial blast faded into glowing embers, only to be replaced by a high-pitched, piercing whine that began to fill the void. The sound intensified, causing him to question what exactly was happening. The piercing noise continued its relentless assault, forcing him to wonder, what is this noise? It was indeed a strange, high-pitched noise, growing louder and more unbearable with each passing moment. Desperate, he tried to command it to stop, his voice strained as he pleaded, Stop. The overwhelming sound crashed down upon him, his eyes glowing crimson as his face contorted in agony. As the piercing noise from his own power subsided, he found himself sitting amidst the glowing remnants of his energy, a strange sensation coursing through his hands as he stared at them. He let out a pained groan, his gaze dropping to his palm, where a faint glow emanated, making him wonder if he had been injured by his own abilities. Then, with a sudden, terrifying realization, he looked up, a single word of disbelief escaping him. The power erupted from him, a chaotic, fiery explosion that sent him reeling in agony, and violently through the hunter nearby, who cried out in terror as he was engulfed. Standing amidst the inferno, he watched as the hunter, now a screaming silhouette of flames, begged for salvation that would never come. The raw, destructive energy still pulsed from his hand, a sickening squishing sound accompanying its lingering glow. His face, illuminated by the dying embers of his power, betrayed a deep, unsettling confusion and distress. He stood over the charred remains of the hunter, the fiery aura still clinging to him, a silent testament to the terrifying, uncontrolled might he now wielded. The intense heat of the uncontrolled power still radiated around him, his heart pounding in his chest as he stared, wide-eyed, at the devastation. He couldn't help but think, again the toys got destroyed. All that remained of the hunter was a shattered, horned helmet, its fragments glowing with residual energy. Standing amidst the smoldering ruins, Baphomet looked down at the broken pieces. A chilling smirk spread across his face, his eyes burning with a crimson glow, as if asking himself, starting to get fun, right? But the thrill quickly gave way to a tremor that racked his body, forcing him to his knees. His eyes still blazed with an unnatural light, but his expression twisted into a snarl, a desperate question tearing from his throat. Who are you? Who are you, you bastard? A voice echoes, demanding to know which bastard dares to intrude. As an ethereal, glowing figure with flowing white hair manifests amidst crackling energy, repeating the furious question. The manifestation intensifies, shifting from ethereal energy to a raging inferno, the voice now a desperate, enraged roar. The flames burn with destructive intensity. Baphomet then muses, as expected of a C-rank hunter. He continues, a hint of weariness in his tone. When two come at me at the same time, it's a little hard on me too. Despite the challenge, he acknowledges, I gained quite a bit by going into the dungeon. He lets out a low, satisfied chuckle, his hand glowing with an eerie light as he surveys the scene before him. A smirk plays on his lips, a faint blue aura shimmering around him. The sight of the fallen. A young woman nearby watches him. He had initially dismissed it as a baseless rumor. But now, the thought of that newcomer. The blue energy around him pulses. He ponders if they could have truly survived, recalling the injured people and the true purpose of the dungeon. A dark-haired woman, her expression tense, insists that the chances are low, and this is not the time for such actions. They should focus on the battle at hand. As a man tries to push past her, she firmly rejects his attempt, declaring she will go in herself instead. He argues that their opponent is a B-rank hunter, against whom they stand no chance. Yet, she remains resolute, unable to abandon the civilians and flee alone. The man then suggests a tactical retreat, proposing they go outside to request help from veteran hunters. Before they can decide, a guttural growl echoes as a dark, spear-like weapon lunges forward, its sharp tip cutting through the air with deadly precision. A sudden cry of pain erupts as the weapon finds its mark, brutally impaling its target with a sickening thud. A woman in dark attire moves with urgency, her form silhouetted against a blinding white light. Meanwhile, a white-haired man, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, offers a dismissive smirk, remarking on the futility of excessive chatter. Before she can react, a glowing blue spear erupts through the woman's chest, her scream of defiance cut short by the brutal impact. The white-haired man watches, his face now shrouded in shadow. A cold smirk playing on his lips as he muses that hunters should never allow themselves to become too emotional. Blood splatters, a grim punctuation to his words, as he predicts their swift demise. The woman's body collapses, her weapon falling uselessly from her grasp, the glowing spear still piercing her as she descends. But then, a sudden, sharp cry escapes the white-haired man, his eyes widening in shock as he raises a hand in defense against an unseen force. From the darkness, an unseen voice commands for the hidden assailant to reveal themselves. Still reeling from the sudden assault, the white-haired man stands enveloped in a crackling blue aura, his form radiating raw power. The intense energy pulses around him, as another figure recoils in the background. Meanwhile, a new presence approaches, their footsteps echoing in the desolate space. A red-haired man, with a cruel smirk, dismisses the situation, finding it all rather boring. He then gestures to another, dark-haired man, ordering him to catch him. The red-haired man explains his actions, revealing he cut the woman's throat because she wouldn't stop talking, and asks if the others can be spared. The dark-haired man listens, his expression a mix of shock and confusion, as the red-haired man muses that eyes are the most expensive, but the girl is still alive after all. The red-haired man continues, suggesting they might be able to sell her for a decent price this time. A chilling thought that makes the dark-haired man's eye widen in horror as he realizes she is a young C-rank hunter. Stunned by the implications, the dark-haired man can only stammer out a bewildered question. Another figure, clad in a light blue jumpsuit, kneels silently in the shadows, their back to the viewer. As the red-haired man continues his chilling explanation, he reminds his companion that only half of what he'd been told was true, the rest a fabrication. He elaborates, stating that while they had indeed disguised themselves as robbing hunters, their true intentions ran far deeper. The unnamed woman, kneeling on the cold ground, her eyes wide with terror, can only stare ahead in horrified silence. A cruel smirk plays across Baphomet's lips, a silent testament to his utter lack of remorse. Her face contorted in pure dread, the woman's wide, dark eyes reflect the horror of her situation. A desperate, guttural scream tears from her throat, a plea for salvation echoing in the oppressive silence. Baphomet stands over the terrified woman, his gaze cold and calculating, while the white-haired man, char-defeated toy, watches him with a complex expression. In a moment of grim composure, Baphomet's hand, adorned with a ring, extends to light a cigarette held by the dark-haired man, a silent gesture in the aftermath of his cruel revelations. A sharp cry echoes through the dark chamber as Baphomet, holding a dark, ornate blade, muses on the value of his captive's equipment. He dismisses its worth, suggesting it's better to simply use it, while a desperate hand reaches out, pleading for salvation. The blade glints menacingly as the plea intensifies, a voice begging for mercy, even as Baphomet explains that such weapons only serve to weaken their wielders. The dark-haired man watches, his face etched with distress, as the red-haired woman beside him weeps openly, her terror palpable. Baphomet's voice cuts through the air, mocking their hope, asking if they truly believe someone will save them, before coldly stating that such a thing has never happened. He continues his chilling pronouncements, insisting that any such stroke of luck would exhaust a lifetime's worth of fortune. Suddenly, a dark, swirling energy erupts, a vibrant blue-purple aura flaring with ominous power. Unseen by the captives, the white-haired man watches the unfolding horror from behind, his back to the viewer, a silent observer to the cruelty. A heavy, wet thud echoes, signaling a grim consequence. A guttural cry escapes him, the force of the impact shaking his very being. And he doubles over, gasping for air as the pain intensifies. Meanwhile, Baphomet stands triumphantly over the fallen C-rank hunter, her body limp on the cold floor, a dark blade resting nearby. But then, a voice echoes, questioning the sudden shift, wondering who dares interfere. Baphomet's face contorts in rage, demanding to know which bastard has defied him. With a surge of power, the dark-haired man reaches out, his hand glowing with an ethereal blue light, as the C-rank hunter's body is enveloped in a strange, fiery aura, completing a hidden quest and granting him the power he desires. The enraged Baphomet curses the bastard bug, who willfully destroyed his toys. His gaze, now burning with an electric blue intensity, reflects the raw power surging within him. Baphomet strides forward with a heavy, deliberate pace. As the defeated toy on the ground looks up, his face etched with pain and despair. Dust kicks up around Baphomet's boots with each step, a silent testament to his unwavering approach. Then, a system message flashes, indicating that when an item requiring a certain level is used, its performance decreases to 0%, triggering a deadly system error. Baphomet's passive ability, Master of Weapons, has been activated, as he holds a glowing object in his hand. A system notification flashes, announcing that the skill, Weapon Theft, has automatically activated, triggered by the passive ability, Master of Weapons. Suddenly, a jagged streak of brilliant blue energy tears through the darkness, its raw power momentarily illuminating the oppressive space. As the light fades, Baphomet stands over the defeated figure, a newly acquired weapon clutched in his hand, glowing particles swirling around him. A sharp, tearing sound echoes through the air. As the defeated figure convulses, his eyes glowing an ominous red amidst a faint blue aura. With a swift motion, the weapon is hurled away, a dark blur against the stark background. Silence descends once more. Baphomet takes a slow drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke with a satisfied smirk. He looks down at his surroundings, a sneer twisting his lips as he declares, "You ruined my toys, you worm-like bastard." A faint red glow emanates from his hand, emphasizing his dark intent. Still looking down, a flicker of curiosity crosses his face as he repeats, "Toys." He stands with his back to the viewer, a large, ornate weapon now in his grasp, as three figures below him look up in fear, their fate uncertain. Turning his head slightly, his eyes narrow as he ponders, "Survivors." A wide, unsettling smile begins to spread across his face as he starts to speak. "You said." His eyes now glow with an intense electric blue light, his smile widening into a chilling, predatory grin. A voice challenges him, asking if he isn't too old to be playing with toys now. A chilling smile spreads across his face, revealing sharp, predatory teeth. Suddenly, a figure is violently hurled through the air, plummeting downwards. More follow, a cascade of bodies falling into the darkness below. The light-haired man looks up in shock, bellowing for the others to get into position. Another figure expresses disbelief, realizing the bully was a hunter. With a crimson glow in his eyes, Baphomet declares he will test their battle strength. A surge of power emanates from his arm, as he questions if such might is truly uncommon. Then, with glowing, clawed hands, he strikes. The hunter scrambles, trying to put distance between himself and the overwhelming power. But the boss moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as he violently dispatches the other figures. His gaze cold and calculating as he surveys the chaos he's wrought. The sheer brutality of it all causes the hunter to flinch, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Before a sudden, brutal impact sends him reeling. A sharp blade following the blow, tearing through his flesh. His legs give out beneath him. As the boss stands over his broken form, the knife still clutched in his hand, leaving a crimson trail. For Baphomet, the moments when his toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill, and he delivers a swift, brutal strike to the already injured figure before him. The impact sends blood spraying, as the victim reels from the force. Baphomet watches, his crimson eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction, a predator observing its prey. The defeated figure lies broken on the ground, as the aggressor stands tall, casting a long shadow. A cruel smile spreads across Baphomet's face, as the injured man can only think, "Whoa, the guy." Then, the boss declares, "You've passed." A heavy thud echoes through the space, and Baphomet plunges a knife into the fallen man, as the dark-haired observer watches from a distance. He smiles again, a chilling declaration escaping his lips, "You're pretty valuable." Reeling from the impact, the toy struggles to comprehend the sheer force behind the attack, questioning what rank could possibly wield such power. Before he can recover, another powerful, blue-tinged strike slams into him, sending him flying. The toy cries out in a desperate realization, understanding that his opponent is far beyond a mere C rank. A cruel grin spreads across Baphomet's face, his crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He stands tall over his defeated opponent, a silent testament to his overwhelming power. From a hidden vantage point, The dark-haired man watches the brutal display, his expression unreadable. A question hangs in the air. Why would a hunter of such caliber disguise himself as a mere bully? Baphomet then addresses the fallen figure, a hint of mock apology in his tone as he acknowledges his unexpected presence. The toy, bruised but defiant, looks up, his gaze unwavering. Despite his defiance, Baphomet's chilling voice echoes, questioning how any knowledge could have saved his opponent. He then declares that his opponent is screwed anyway, as a swift, glowing attack erupts from his hand. The attack surges forward, a blur of dark energy and crimson intent. A brilliant white tears through the air, closing the distance with terrifying speed, until it connects with a violent impact, sending defeated toy reeling back in shock. The force of the blow distorts his face, a grimace of pain and disbelief. His body is violently thrown, twisting midair from the sheer power of the strike. He continues to spin helplessly, a mere plaything caught in the antagonist's overwhelming power. Violently struck, the hunter is sent hurtling upward, his body engulfed in a blinding flash of white and blue energy. His legs flailing helplessly as he continues his uncontrolled descent. From a distance, Baphomet watches, his crimson eyes glowing with cold amusement, declaring that the moments when toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill. He scoffs at the notion of being handled, asserting that no one can truly control him. His weapon, he explains, is a counter to those who rely solely on their physique, a tool designed for the bastards who lack true power. Still spinning through the air, the hunter's body arcs downward, a trail of blood marking his descent. He crashes hard onto the unforgiving ground, the impact sending dust and debris flying as he lands in a crumpled heap. It's even more effective, he muses, against those who lack any real experience as a hunter. He concludes that the hunter is a precious resource, too valuable to simply cast aside and finish off. His crimson eye gleams with predatory intensity, as Baphomet unleashes a flurry of swift, powerful strikes. Each impact tearing at the hunter's defenses, leaving a fresh wound across his brow. A cruel smile spreads across Baphomet's face, as his relentless assault continues, activating his passive ability, Outburst. The force of his blows causes serious bleeding, further amplifying his power, increasing his abilities by 15%. Watching the brutal display, the dark-haired man gasps in disbelief, while another, a muscular figure with dark skin, curses, realizing they are being blocked from intervening after witnessing such a spectacle. Baphomet delivers another brutal blow, sending his opponent crashing through the debris. The injured hunter groans, struggling to rise. But Baphomet is relentless, following up with a powerful kick that sends him flying once more. From a distance, the dark-haired man watches in disbelief, realizing the sheer power of this adversary. Baphomet simply smirks, enjoying the spectacle. The observer gasps, as Baphomet draws a weapon, striking down with merciless precision. His eyes widen, fixed on the brutal scene unfolding before him. Baphomet's fist connects with defeated Toy's face, a brutal impact that sends his head snapping back, yet he remains standing, a resilience that makes Baphomet wonder if this bastard isn't even hesitating. A smirk plays on his lips as Baphomet taunts him, asking if he truly believes his physique is superior, dismissing the notion as utter nonsense. Defeated Toy unleashes a desperate wide-area attack, a swirling vortex of dark energy, but Baphomet remains unfazed, confident that the longer this drags on, the more his opponent will exhaust himself, ensuring his own victory, just as he expected from a mere B-rank hunter who doesn't know what to do. With a swift, decisive counter, Baphomet strikes, his dark aura flaring, sending defeated Toy hurtling through the air. The impact leaves a trail of distorted energy, a testament to the overwhelming force unleashed. Still reeling from the impact, he struggles to make sense of the overwhelming power, a single, malevolent red eye piercing the darkness. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his face contorted in terror as the chilling reality of his opponent's nature begins to dawn on him. He questions his own perception, the shadowy silhouette of Baphomet looming, his eyes burning with an unnatural crimson glow. As the demonic form of Baphomet fully manifests, wreathed in a sinister red aura and wielding a dark blade, the hunter's mind races, desperately trying to categorize this impossible foe, realizing it's like nothing human. His vision blurs, the world reduced to a terrifying reflection in a monstrous hand as a glowing red symbol manifests, radiating raw power. Crimson light ignites in Baphomet's eyes, the same ominous symbol flaring on his chest as his power surges. He extends his hand, the glowing symbol intensifying with lethal intent. The red energy expands, projecting outward as a concentrated, destructive force. Toy's face contorts in pure terror and agony, already streaked with his own blood. A memory flashes through his mind, a smiling man's voice echoing, "That guy is for the sake of the guy whose head I already pushed to the front lines." Back in the present, he screams as a fresh wave of blood erupts, the impact tearing through him. Baphomet's glowing hand connects directly with his chest, sending him recoiling violently from the brutal strike. The smiling man's face returns, now with a sinister grin, a silent testament to Toy's desperate situation. He cries out, a spray of blood erupting from the impact of the relentless assault, while Baphomet, observing his suffering, muses that the moments when his toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill. The victim can only whimper and plead for the attack to stop, as Baphomet coldly threatens to break his other leg. Amidst the torment, a name echoes through the chaos. My name is Cha Min-woo, engulfed in a fiery aura, struggles against his fate, his identity revealed in this moment of extreme duress. Another devastating blow lands, the impact glowing with malevolent energy. He screams again, blood spraying from his wounds. Collapsing to his knees, he clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the pain. His body trembles, barely able to utter a pained groan, as consciousness threatens to slip away. He groans, his body racked with pain, before his eyes snap open in disbelief at what he sees. The price for making me angry, a voice echoes, as a dark blade descends towards him. Min-woo's face contorts in pure terror, a desperate, choked sound escaping him. As he manages a barely audible, "Hi," the blade plunges with a sickening thud, impaling his body as dark energy erupts around him. An intense heat begins to build within Baphomet, a searing sensation that makes him clench his fists. As the internal pressure mounts, his eyes beginning to glow with a fierce crimson light. Steam rises from his body as the power surges, his gaze burning with an almost feral intensity. He knows a heavy consequence is bound to follow those who seek power, especially for a human given to him. His face contorts in a snarl, veins visibly bulging, as the crimson glow in his eyes intensifies further. A system notification confirms the activation of the Berserk debuff, a state yearning for murder, triggered by the passive outburst. A searing heat courses through him, a burning sensation that threatens to consume his very being. Amidst the inferno, a primal urge surfaces. He needs a human, not these mere chunks of meat. The thought echoes in his mind, a live human? He pauses, almost in disbelief. His crimson eyes glow with a predatory intensity, as he stands over the defeated figure, blood staining his hand. The evidence of his violence is stark, a chilling testament to his unleashed power. He gazes down at the fallen form. The words a live human is, trailing off in his mind. His eyes burn brighter, a single, overwhelming command echoing from deep within. Kill them. The urge intensifies, a relentless chorus of kill them, as an innate truth asserts itself. You are a being that was created in order to kill humans. His gaze hardens, his eyes now fully consumed by the murderous command. His internal monologue continued, a primal understanding solidifying within him. The moments when these toys visited him were the events that gave him the greatest thrill. And with that, a singular, overwhelming command echoed through his being, kill them. His eyes, now glowing with an eerie purple light, reflected the absolute conviction of that directive, his transformation deepening. Meanwhile, a frantic voice cut through the silence, reporting to a manager that there was a survivor nearby, a lone figure still moving amidst the devastation. The manager, a determined figure, scrambled up the rocky incline, approaching the prone form of the defeated toy. Back in the heart of the chaos, Baphomet's eyes burned a furious crimson, his transformation now fully manifest. The manager's voice crackled over the transceiver, relaying the grim situation. One survivor is trying to kill the other survivor. Over. Is that thing over there moving? Is it a corpse yet? Over. Suddenly, a familiar dark-haired man appeared, cutting off the manager's frantic report, announcing his arrival and instructing him to cease using the transceiver. The dark-haired man then turned, his gaze falling upon a new individual with striking blue hair, who simply uttered a confused "huh?" He surveys the devastation, noting that the individual they seek doesn't resemble the figure before him, wondering if these are even human. Meanwhile, Baphomet's crimson eyes glow with a predatory intensity, his mind registering the presence of two new targets. Two of them, he thinks, a flicker of recognition crossing his berserk mind as he recalls a familiar face. Without hesitation, Baphomet launches himself forward, a blur of dark energy tearing through the air. The sudden, overwhelming speed catches the dark-haired man completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Beside him, the blue-haired individual also recoils, stunned by the unexpected assault. Baphomet screams, his crimson eyes burning with unholy fire, as he unleashes a devastating command to die. Dark, swirling energy erupts from him, a chaotic force manifesting around his form. His hand reaches out, now glowing with an eerie purple and blue light, his eyes reflecting the same ominous hue as his power intensifies. Still consumed by his berserk state, Baphomet's voice echoes with chilling intent, declaring that keeping his previous victim alive had been difficult, and he couldn't allow him to die just yet. His eyes glowing with an ominous purple light, he then commanded the unseen figure to simply die now. A surge of purple and blue energy erupted from him, a final, dismissive order to go to sleep for some time. The dark-haired man, caught completely off guard, cried out as the invisible force slammed into him. He was sent flying backward, his body twisting in the air, the blue-haired individual also caught in the devastating blast. The blue-haired individual braced himself, the impact echoing with a dull thump. Both men, now mere silhouettes against the chaos, struggled to regain their footing, processing the sudden, overwhelming assault. The dark-haired man's mind raced, questioning the nature of the attack that had just struck them. Then, a name escaped his lips, a chilling recognition of the entity responsible, Baphomet. A monstrous, horned figure with eyes glowing crimson emerges from the shadows. As a shadowy subordinate kneels in deference before him, the subordinate's voice echoes with reverence, acknowledging the terrifying presence as, "Oh, Lord Baphomet." Baphomet's full, monstrous form is revealed, a towering, muscular beast with dark fur and formidable claws, his glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen point. The subordinate remains prostrate, awaiting instruction and confirming his readiness to obey, uttering, "Command, your command." Baphomet's voice booms with chilling authority, issuing a single, terrifying directive: kill. Kill all humans on this earth. He then adds, with a sinister undertone, putting the name of Baphomet on the line. Such a grand declaration from one who sees the world as nothing more than a frog in the well. A sickening squelch echoes through the air, blood splattering across the ground as light pierces the darkness. Baphomet's voice drips with disdain, reminding his victim that a true king of the towers would never have fallen so easily, for the moments when toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill. The fresh wound on the defeated hunter's chest bleeds freely, a testament to his failure. He continues, his gaze piercing, declaring the simple truth that his opponent is weak. A final, chilling pronouncement leaves no room for doubt. Only death awaits the weak. A sharp gasp escapes the hunter as a powerful impact sends him reeling. His body is battered, his face bruised, yet a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. But the struggle is too great. He gasps, groans, and finally collapses. Disoriented, he slowly regains consciousness, his mind racing to comprehend his new surroundings. Where am I? He wonders. I was definitely at the stone py. As consciousness slowly returned, a voice cut through the haze, asking if he could finally hear it, declaring him awake. A faint, knowing smirk played on the speaker's lips, and the hunter's eyes widened in confusion as the voice addressed him as Mr. Rare Swindler. The speaker continued, revealing a familiar face and accusing him of being the swindler caught trying to defraud his way into clearing the Tower of Abyss. Yet, this particular swindler had managed to kill the very hunter they had been pursuing. The voice questioned, wondering if he was attempting another scam. The hunter's expression hardened, his mind reeling as he echoed the words, "Hunter? Kill." He wondered if the speaker was referring to the very bastard whose limbs he had smashed. As the voice ominously declared, "I've investigated a bit about you." Still reeling from the confrontation, the defeated hunter listens as Baphomet's voice continues to press, revealing that nothing turned up in his investigation, as though the hunter's very name or identity doesn't exist. He elaborates, noting that the hunter's registration status cannot be found, yet he possesses the same formidable strength as any registered hunter. The defeated hunter remains on the ground, his face bruised, eyes downcast, absorbing the chilling words. Baphomet's voice echoes, questioning if the hunter is simply unregistered or perhaps an awakening in process. Finally, the hunter looks up, his gaze meeting Baphomet's unseen presence, as the entity demands to know his true identity. Baphomet's hand closes into a fist, his voice cold as he declares that the hunter's response will determine their decision on what to do with him. Before the hunter can react, an unseen force slams into him, sending him recoiling violently. He slides across the ground, a pained grunt escaping his lips. As he struggles, a faint red glow emanates from his hand, pulsing with an unknown power. As the red energy began to stir within him, the defeated hunter's eyes snapped open, a sudden realization dawning. He challenged his unseen tormentor, demanding an introduction before any further questions, accusing them of cowardly observation from behind a wall. His voice dripping with venom, he spat a harsh insult at the one who held him captive. Internally, he seethed, questioning the accusation of being a swindler and recalling how others had willingly sought him out. He continued his defiant thoughts, proclaiming himself a hero and challenging his captors to kill him if they truly saw him as a target. Refusing any notion of self-reflection, he vehemently declared that his captor was the one who had provoked his fury. As his anger reached a boiling point, a crimson glow ignited in his eye, swirling with nascent power. His thoughts turned dark and vengeful, promising to utterly destroy his enemy, leaving no trace of their existence. With a final surge of power, his eyes blazed with an infernal red, fully manifesting the terrifying flame of enslavement. For Baphomet, the moments when his toys visited him were the events that gave him the greatest thrill, and he wondered aloud, what if I made you the same? A cruel smirk playing on his lips as he continued to address the other, simply calling him you. His laughter echoed, a chilling sound that filled the desolate space, as he reveled in his own power. Turning his back, he continued to laugh, his crimson eyes glowing with malevolent amusement, confident in his control. But the toy was not broken. Instead, he stood, his own eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. His voice, filled with newfound power and defiance, challenged his tormentor. Can you even kill me? Standing tall, the empowered hunter showed no signs of backing down. And then, Baphomet revealed himself fully, stepping out of the shadows into a doorway, his eyes now a calm, piercing blue. With a confident smirk, he issued his final challenge. I've shown myself, so what is your next move? A powerful thrum echoes as the air around the toy crackles with nascent energy, his hands glowing faintly. From above, Baphomet descends with terrifying speed, a blur against the rain-streaked sky. His eyes, now a piercing blue, fixate on the ground below as he plummets. With a blinding flash, he strikes the earth. The impact sends ripples of blue energy across the landscape as he lands with crushing force upon a jagged rock formation. Nearby, a man with glasses barely registers the sudden movement, his face contorting in a silent scream of shock and pain. The force of the impact renders him instantly unconscious, his body slumping forward. Another deafening crash reverberates as Baphomet's power spreads outwards, engulfing the area in destructive energy. The ground lies scarred and broken, debris scattered across the desolate landscape. Amidst the ruin, a figure struggles to breathe, panting heavily, his face streaked with dirt and blood. Above him, Baphomet regards the defeated hunter with a slight, knowing smile, his voice calm as he remarks, "So you are awakened." The defeated hunter, still on the ground, can only manage a pained whisper, "He's strong," as Baphomet simply acknowledges, "Fine play." With a soft step, Baphomet prepares to continue, declaring, "I shall introduce myself then." He turns, walking away from the scene, as a narration reveals the truth about certain individuals. Crime-committing hunters are called rogue. Baphomet pauses, looking back down at the defeated toy, his gaze unwavering. He then states his intentions clearly, "I'll be straightforward. That hunter you killed was a hunter we were chasing, and he was to be killed immediately when found." Nearby, the blue-haired individual watches the exchange, his expression unreadable. His crime was committing anti-human acts, disguising himself as a grave hunter, hunting innocent hunters, and selling their body organs. A scoff escapes him, as he remarks on the superstition going around among rich old men. The defeated hunter, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, can only stammer that he did it because he believed he would become healthier or immortal if he received and awakened one's organs. Unmoved by the plea, Baphomet continues, expressing gratitude for being relieved of such a burden, but coldly reminding him that he brutally killed 5 men. He holds the defeated hunter firmly to the ground, his gaze unwavering as the blue-haired individual watches from a distance. Baphomet elaborates, explaining that they examined the corpses and found the work to be very neatly done, almost as if by an expert. He muses that someone who had just awakened wouldn't be able to do that without hesitation, though it might be possible if they possessed a natural talent for killing. The blue-haired individual, deep in thought, reflects that from his experience, these cases always have a deeper history. Baphomet concludes, stating that there was a higher chance of the person being an experienced killer who had killed countless people before. Continuing his relentless interrogation, Baphomet explains that since the only information he could find was that the hunter was a con artist, he tried to talk to him to truly understand the kind of person he was. The defeated hunter, bruised and sweating, listens in silence, his face a mask of pain and simmering resentment. Internally, his frustration boils over, as he curses the situation that is pissing him off. He then offers a chilling assessment, asking if he should share his impression from their conversation, while the defeated hunter internally seethes, recalling the immense difficulty he faced just to become human. Baphomet's voice cuts through the air, declaring the hunter dangerous, a statement that sparks an internal question in the hunter's mind. Am I not able to fight evenly against the likes of him? He continues, explaining that if not stopped, the hunter would only become a criminal difficult to punish, while the hunter laments, "If only I was on the same line from the beginning." The defeated hunter's thoughts drift to a desperate wish, longing for a more free body, and then, with a flicker of dark ambition, he adds, "That guy too would." Baphomet looks down, his expression unreadable, musing, "I think this should." While the hunter's internal monologue continues, "This guy too." With a surge of renewed defiance, the hunter declares, "They would all be under my feet," as Baphomet's final, cold thought settles, "Needs to be cut." As the chilling verdict hangs in the air, his hand extends, a silent, final gesture. The defeated hunter recoils, his face contorted in a desperate, silent scream. A single, raw expletive escapes him, a testament to his utter despair. The world blurs around him as the weight of his situation crashes down. And time passes until the hunter finds himself before the imposing structure of the hunter's central administration headquarters. Inside, the bustling offices are filled with the quiet hum of activity, other hunters and staff moving through the cubicles. A clerk offers a polite, almost automated, "Yes, thank you," before adding a formal blessing for the hunter's infinite development. She then inquires about the payment method for a rental gun, her expression neutral. A digital display flashes, calling out token number 122. A polite voice from behind a counter offers assistance. The female clerk smiles warmly as Baphomet stands before her, his expression unreadable. His dark eyes hold a subtle intensity, a hint of something deeper beneath his calm demeanor. A faint smirk plays on his lips, as if amused by an unseen thought. A low chuckle escapes him, a sound that carries a hint of malice. His grin widens, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Are you scared?" In a darker setting, Baphomet points a finger down at a kneeling man, who is warned by an associate that even they cannot act recklessly. The kneeling man now lies prone on the floor as Baphomet leans in, confessing a personal liking for him. His gaze sharpens as he suggests the man could handle any issue if he were more instinctive. The moments when toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill. While elsewhere, a blue-haired man is urged to become a hunter for Rogue. The green-haired clerk, with a headset, suggests he offer his natural talent for hunting to the organization, and he confirms his intention to register as a hunter, prompting the clerk to request his identification and hunter's aptitude record. The clerk then explains that slight changes will be made to his public identity and assistance will be provided from other institutions for an aptitude test. The blue-haired man acknowledges the information, expressing his thanks. He is then informed that he must register a username, as the policy for secret code names allows hunters to live ordinary lives, but registration is impossible without one. The clerk asks if he has a code name in mind or if he would like recommendations. As the world around him bustles with unseen activity, Baphomet reflects on the many clandestine operations that thrive in the shadows, attracting attention yet remaining just out of sight. A low sound of satisfaction escapes him as he considers the opportunity now laid before him. He vows that those who gave him this chance will regret it, for he intends to become stronger than anyone, surpassing all limits. With a chilling resolve, he declares his intent to make them tremble with fear at the mere mention of his name. A monstrous maw, lined with razor teeth, lunges forward. Its fangs tear into the shoulder of Cha Min-woo, who cries out as blood erupts. The beast throws him violently through the air, its attack relentless. But before it can press its advantage, a hand shoots out, blurring with speed. A sickening crunch echoes through the clearing. The creature is ripped apart, its body dissolving into a shower of glowing particles and blood. Cha Min-woo lies broken on the forest floor, two more of the monstrous wolves circling his prone form. Baphomet stands over the defeated hunter, the blue-haired individual beside him, surveying the scene. A massive, clawed paw descends with a guttural growl, its sharp nails glowing with an eerie blue light, as the forest around it shimmers with an unnatural luminescence. From the depths of the glowing woods, a monstrous, white wolf-like creature fully emerges, its eyes burning with the same cold blue energy. Just as it prepares to strike the fallen figure, a hooded individual appears, extending a hand with a sharp command to halt its advance. The wolf's momentum instantly ceases, its form dissolving into a cascade of shimmering blue particles. The hooded figure's hand glows intensely. Then he utters a single, powerful word, "Come." Before raising his arm, the blue light intensifying as he commands, "Come forth." He stands, his gaze fixed on the newly summoned entity. The ethereal white creature looms before him in the misty darkness. They're not coming, he muses, noting the absence of others. Suddenly, a glowing, clawed hand of the creature lashes out. Its sharp, reptilian eye narrows, observing the impact. Cha Min-woo lies helpless on the ground as the creature stands menacingly over him. A burst of energy erupts from the creature, continuing its brutal assault and drawing blood from the fallen man. Observing the crackling blue energy around his hand, Baphomet acknowledges that his full power has yet to return, leaving him to ponder the underlying reason for this limitation. Suddenly, a system message flashes, announcing a hidden quest completion. Get angry on behalf of a human, with the reward being the strength that you desire. The former entity considers the message, questioning the nature of this strength and why, despite having become human during his time in the tower, the system continues to demand things from him. He pushes aside the deeper philosophical questions for a moment, focusing on the immediate puzzle of the system's persistent demands. Walking forward, he realizes that merely thinking about it won't provide the answers he seeks. With a determined clench of his fist, he declares his new path. He will pursue strength. He muses, if his powers were to vanish, he could simply acquire new ones. After all, he is extremely accustomed to starting from nothing. A dark chuckle escapes him, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cuts through his thoughts, asking if he is truly Baphomet. His crimson eyes flare with an ominous red glow, a silent, potent warning. His expression shifts to one of surprise and irritation, demanding to know who dares address him. Meanwhile, a man with glasses looks on with a bewildered expression, wondering if the other is merely seeking attention. The voice on the other end of the line continues its tirade, questioning what kind of lunatic would assume the name of the tower's boss as an alias, prompting Baphomet to inquire about the source of the call, which is revealed to be from the team manager. Grabbing the team manager by the arm, Baphomet sternly reminds him that he explicitly warned him not to draw any unwanted attention. The team manager continues to explain the fallout, lamenting that he is now following rumors and sentiment that portray him as a con artist, all because of the reputation Baphomet has already spread. He adds that the unexpected results from the Tower of Abyss have come out, revealing that the Hunter Raven was the one who actually cleared the tower. A sharp impact echoes as he continues, explaining that things have only gotten worse because the top hunter of South Korea died, sacrificing his life to kill Baphomet. He trails off, a heavy silence hanging in the air, before concluding that they now have to find a way to deal with this escalating crisis. Baphomet, however, dismisses his concerns, retorting, "You're saying I should have been walking on eggshells around everyone? I don't care what they chatter about since I've already heard enough to make me sick and tired of it. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he maintains his defiant stance. His eyes narrow, a hint of irritation flashing within them as he considers the team manager's words. Standing on the street, Baphomet turns to face his subordinate, his expression unyielding. He then chastises the team manager, stating, "TSK, you only had one. Are you really confident that you can handle it?" His voice echoes, promising that they will directly experience the consequences of their actions, as he then declares he will see them on Jeju Island. Moments later, Baphomet, now in casual attire, stands beside the blue-haired individual, both looking out at the horizon. His eyes gleam with a familiar, eager anticipation. The vast expanse of the sea stretches before them, a discarded phone lying on the sand, as he wonders if this is the same sea he saw in the spoil, recalling the Jeju battle. Inside a taxi, the blue-haired individual suggests they take it from here, noting they have about 2 hours before the event begins. Baphomet, still in the car, remains engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, he bursts out of the vehicle, running towards the water with unbridled excitement, shouting about the sea, while the blue-haired individual watches him go. Back in the car, Baphomet is still captivated by his phone, exclaiming about the awesome, endless view, as the blue-haired individual, with a hint of exasperation, questions whether his boss will continue to keep around someone so untrustworthy. He questions if Baphomet truly wants him to back off from this individual, to which Baphomet, seated calmly, confirms that this kind of work is beyond the capabilities of a normal person. He elaborates, stating that they need someone sufficiently twisted for the task. Baphomet then adds that they are keeping a close eye on him anyway, and if he attempts any foolish tricks, then there will be consequences. Meanwhile, in an elevator, the blue-haired individual notices a detail about a nearby woman, remarking on her striking blue eyes. Suddenly, Baphomet reacts with a jolt, a crimson aura flaring around him, realizing with surprise that this must be the different race his Hyungnim spoke of, certainly the assessor. Back in the corridor, the blue-haired individual stands over the defeated toy, who lies groaning on the floor, admonishing him to stop disgracing it and urging them to leave immediately. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky, before revealing a grand building with a prominent Hilton sign, where the orientation for new hunters is scheduled to be held. The structure stands tall, awaiting its new occupants. A man in a crisp suit explains the new hunter training program, designed to help new recruits adapt, but Cha Min-woo questions the necessity of such a system, wondering why hunters simply don't focus on defeating monsters. As they walk through the sterile hallway, the team manager clarifies that it's not about boomer higher-ups, but rather a rule set by the government itself. He explains that unlike other countries, hunters here are appointed by the nation, leading Cha Min-woo to conclude they're merely tools to be used, not valued. The manager then offers him a temporary identification card and a smartphone, which the young man accepts with a surprised exclamation. Confirming his identity, he asks if he can now be called Cha Min-woo. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers the implications of using his given name. His parents had poured their hearts into choosing that name, yet it never truly had a chance to shine. Finally, the manager reminds him that it's almost time, and he should head into the orientation. As he steps into the building, Cha Min-woo can't help but wonder if the manager had been monitoring him all along. He quickly dismisses the thought, knowing he'll soon understand everything once he's inside. The manager's words echo in his mind, a promise of revelation. And as he takes in his surroundings, he begins to grasp what the manager truly meant. A figure in a sharp suit and glasses greets the new recruits, announcing himself as the event manager for this orientation. He introduces himself as Ma Sung-an. Cha Min-woo's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the true nature of the orientation he's been sent to. He finds himself in a vast, brightly lit hall, filled with other new hunters and an array of food stations, a far cry from any formal training he might have expected. Ma Sung-an then turns his attention directly to Cha Min-woo, inquiring about his past affiliation with Rogue or similar groups. He tries to keep his voice low, reminding the other man to keep it down, as someone might overhear their conversation, especially since he's a member of the Central Hunter Management Office. A smirk plays on his lips as Cha Min-woo acknowledges that the other man is doing a good job of fooling everyone. Ma Sung-an, however, dismisses the compliment, stating it's still better than the con man of the century, a comment that makes Cha Min-woo question his words. Looking around at the other attendees, Cha Min-woo wonders if Ma Sung-an is referring to all these people, only for Ma Sung-an to reveal that they've been talking about him for a while now. Ma Sung-an continues, speculating that they must have formed a strong friendship after going through the same trouble together because of Baphomet, the leader, leaving Cha Min-woo stunned at the mention of the name. His eyes widen in disbelief as Ma Sung-an adds that his code name is Baphomet, a revelation that makes Cha Min-woo internally label him a psycho. Ma Sung-an apologizes for the bluntness, explaining that he shouldn't act like he doesn't know him, as he too was once treated as an outcast, just as the team manager calls out to him. Cha Min-woo looks on in surprise as the team manager approaches, interrupting their intense conversation. With a sigh of resignation, Cha Min-woo decides it's best to mind his own business and simply eat. A sudden jolt of recognition, a flicker of unease, passes through Cha Min-woo as the alias echoes in his mind. Meanwhile, a woman at the table presses him, asking what he was discussing with the hunter, to which he casually replies that it was nothing much, just talk about schedules and other trivial matters. Unsatisfied, she continues, wondering aloud if someone like him shouldn't be banned by the government. She insists that's exactly her point, questioning how a man involved in such swindling could possibly, and to use Baphomet as an alias, if he's even in his right mind. She then challenges the entire group, asking if they are trying to oppose the government. The team manager interjects, reminding her that such talk could be seen as obstructing government employees like themselves. She quickly apologizes, stammering her regrets, as the team manager then directs someone to take a look. He then turns to Cha Min-woo, his expression annoyed, stating that the general opinion of him is already so bad that he's considered the greatest sinner among hunters, and warns him that there's a limit to how much he can cover for him. He observes Cha Min-woo, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze, wondering why the man wears such a pitiful expression, and if he's merely trying to enjoy the situation despite its honorable nature. Still, a wave of relief washes over him, knowing Cha Min-woo's mentality is strong enough to prevent a complete breakdown. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the office, drawing everyone's attention. Cha Min-woo's eyes widen in utter disbelief, a confused huh escaping his lips. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. Why are A-rank hunters suddenly appearing in this place? As the door swings open, a female colleague and Ma Sung-eun step inside, their presence confirming the unexpected arrivals. The team manager stammers, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp why A-rank hunters would be here. A voice cuts through the confusion, revealing the truth. A few A-rank hunters are commencing special training, implying a lack of communication to those present. The conversation about the A-rank hunters continued, with someone expressing confusion about the sudden change in schedule, as the special training was initially set for next week. The dates kept shifting, but it was finally confirmed for today, making the confusion entirely understandable. Ma Sung-eun, acknowledging the situation, explained that A-rank hunters also exert a positive influence on new recruits, a point that was hesitantly agreed upon. Cha Min-woo, however, seemed to be thinking of an exception, his expression one of utter disbelief. His gaze then fell upon a plate of food, a vibrant salad and a burger, sitting before him. He recalled a smartphone application that featured pictures of various dishes, a concept that had always intrigued him, especially since he never felt the need to eat during his time as a demon. A spark of wonder flickered in his eyes. Though he'd consumed simple meals like rice soup and ramen countless times, he'd never experienced anything quite like the meal before him. He tried to remember the appropriate phrase for such a moment. Then, with a sudden realization, the word came to him. He savors his meal, spooning food into his bowl. Meanwhile, the surrounding diners stir, their attention drawn. A voice cuts through the quiet, loudly questioning if he is the renowned Baphomet. Cha Min-woo pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The voice continues, expressing disappointment that the legendary figure is merely a person. The speaker, Egon, an A-rank hunter, smirks, confirming his identity. Egon stands over Cha Min-woo's table, confronting him, while the blue-haired individual watches intently. The blue-haired individual attempts to de-escalate, reminding Egon that they are being watched. Egon, however, turns his sharp gaze towards the blue-haired individual, his expression unyielding. Still seething from the perceived insult, Egon dismisses the blue-haired individual's apology, asserting that using the codename Baphomet is not only naive but has led to the loss of many fellow hunters. His eyes narrow with conviction, as he believes operating under such a codename only mocks other hunters. The blue-haired individual, trying to defuse the situation, suggests choosing a more appropriate name. Baphomet remains unfazed by the criticism. While Egon's frustration visibly mounts, a new voice cuts through the tension, as the team manager expresses his surprise at the escalating situation. The blue-haired individual looks on, utterly bewildered by the team manager's sudden appearance and interjection. Egon and Baphomet remain locked in a heated stare-down, their proximity emphasizing the intense animosity between them. The team manager, still processing the situation, questions the fuss over a mere name, reasoning that using it won't cause anyone to resurrect. Egon's face contorts with fury, his voice a low growl as he challenges the man before him. He demands to know why Baphomet hadn't acted sooner if he truly cared for his comrades, accusing him of merely boasting about his own weakness. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the tension in the room palpable. The team manager, still caught off guard by the intensity of the exchange, mutters in confusion. Baphomet, however, simply smirks, feigning understanding as he suggests Egon wasn't skilled enough to defeat him. His expression remains infuriatingly calm, a subtle, mocking smile playing on his lips. Egon's eye glows with an ominous light, his voice laced with dangerous calm as he asks if he has offended him. His face distorts, crackling with raw energy, as a buff skill that significantly raises his physical abilities activates. Baphomet's thoughts drift to the past, recalling how a certain individual had been killed. The memory brings a surge of tension, visible in the bulging veins of an arm, as a voice echoes, acknowledging the formidable strength of Ji-hwan's punches. Now, with his hair a striking white, Baphomet smiles faintly, admitting that even he found it challenging to block those blows. He continues, a hint of amusement in his tone, suggesting that such power would easily pass an A-rank exam. His thoughts then shift to another grim memory, the death of someone named Raven. Suddenly, the assessment turns physical as Baphomet's fist connects sharply with Egon's face, the impact echoing through the space. Egon reels from the blow, his mind racing, weighing his options. Should he dodge or block the next attack? His amber eyes glow with fierce resolve, as he concludes that blood will be shed regardless of his choice. Fighting here is against the rules, Baphomet states calmly, as he seizes a dark-haired man by the collar, his grip firm and unyielding. The man's eyes widen in alarm, a mix of fear and confusion etched across his face. Baphomet studies him, a flicker of recognition crossing his features as he muses, it's a face I've. Nearby, the blue-haired individual also reacts, a shared realization dawning on them both. That hunter. What? Who's that? The unnamed man's face remains a picture of distress as Baphomet's thoughts solidify. It's his brother. The revelation echoes, confirming the identity of the one being discussed, Hunter Raven's younger brother. A striking figure with white hair and sharp eyes, Ji-hwan, makes his appearance. Did Raven truly have a younger brother? A man with sharp, amber eyes stares forward, a flicker of concern crossing his features. This man, known now as Griffin, maintains a serious expression. Elsewhere, a man with white, spiky hair and a fresh scar on his cheek looks up in shock, recognizing the older, gray-haired man before him, who greets him with a calm, "A long time no see." Raven then gestures dismissively, addressing the scarred man. "I don't expect you to come to training this time. You're not a hunter, are you?" He turns his attention to a blue-haired individual standing nearby, while the scarred man reacts with a frustrated, "Aw, what are you doing? The people are watching. Don't you know who I am?" Griffin, still observing, acknowledges the truth in the scarred man's words. The thought lingers. If his brother had dealt with Baphomet sooner, if he had been stronger, he would have cleared the tower without. Raven, now visibly agitated, confronts the scarred man, his voice sharp with warning. "Please wait, you can't do that here." Ma Song-an, the event manager, attempts to de-escalate a situation, reminding those present that there's no need for such behavior, and that many eyes are watching. He then turns to an unseen individual, demanding to know why they allowed someone in. His voice sharpens as he questions, "As someone from the Hunter Intelligence Management Team, isn't it your job to sanction bastards like him?" A moment of quiet frustration washes over him, culminating in a heavy sigh as he presses a hand to his forehead, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. His expression hardens, a calculating smile spreading across his face as he formulates a new approach. He then addresses Ji-hwan directly. "Mr. Hunter, would you like to speak with me for a moment?" Ji-hwan, taken aback by the sudden address, responds with a hint of defiance. "What? Why should I?" Still reeling from the unexpected request, Ji-hwan remains silent, his expression unreadable, as Ma Song-un's frustration boils over, demanding his attention. Leaving the tense exchange behind, a new group of individuals moves with purpose, their footsteps echoing through a brightly lit hall. Among them, the familiar figure of Baphomet leads the way, his presence commanding attention even from behind. Nearby, Egon observes the scene with a thoughtful gaze, his eyes fixed on something unseen below. The journey culminates at a towering structure, its modern architecture gleaming under the sun, a beacon for the gathering. As the new arrivals settle in, a voice rings out, welcoming them to the orientation for new hunters. The speaker introduces herself, declaring, "I'm Han Yu-young, and I'll be hosting the program concerning the system." Han Yu-young, poised and professional, addresses the assembled new hunters, asking if they can all see the blue system window upon awakening. Her voice echoing through the large hall, she continues to explain the intricacies of the hunter's world to the attentive crowd. Meanwhile, a familiar figure reflects on the ongoing presentation, thinking that for those inexperienced with the system window, a program developed by the system management team has been linked to make things easier. Suddenly, the tension shifts as Egon grabs Baphomet by the collar, lifting him off his feet and demanding, "I said hit me once." Baphomet's expression darkens, his thoughts consumed by regret, believing that if he hadn't gotten involved in the first place, none of this would have happened, and it was all his fault. Elsewhere, a man with glasses, his eyes burning with intensity, urges someone on. "So just give it to me. Come on." Back in the confrontation, Egon maintains his grip, questioning Baphomet's resolve. "Seriously? There's no taking it back. You look like you're really going to hit me. Do you have no conscience?" Baphomet, his expression now firm, retorts, "Then what do you want me to do? Do you want me to hold back when I'm being disrespected like this?" He insists that his counterpart will only grow stronger, regardless of the circumstances, and urges him to listen closely. To achieve that growth, he advises, one must remain inconspicuous for now. That is the harsh reality, he explains, emphasizing the need to avoid drawing attention. Even if one is strong, speaking up now would only hinder progress. Meanwhile, a blue-haired individual, scrolling through a social media feed, discovers a headline questioning if the man claiming to have defeated the boss is a con artist, and reacts with disbelief, wondering if this punk is the so-called great con artist. Nearby, Ma Song-un expresses his disdain, questioning who this newcomer thinks he is, crawling into their space, and lamenting that such individuals cause real ranked hunters to be looked down upon. Egon, his patience clearly exhausted, begins to wind up a punch, declaring that he came to train in a good mood, but the presence of this fly has ruined it. With a resounding impact, he connects, leaving Ma Sung-un reeling in surprise. The shadowy entity's thoughts echoed, finding the visits of his toys to be the greatest thrill. He seethed, wondering if he should beat it so hard it would throw up. A palpable chill ran through the two men, their faces contorted in shock. The team manager questioned if there was truly a friendly match between A-rank hunters, while Ma Sung-un, still recovering, expressed his disbelief at the audacity of the one who spoke, as if he were right. With a decisive turn, Egon led the way, the other two reluctantly following behind him. It wasn't just one or two instances, the problem was far more widespread. He clenched his fist, convinced that his own hands were enough to stop them. Standing by a vending machine, he mused that hurting someone required an investment, a price to be paid. A thought then occurred to him, recalling the punks who had mentioned a friendly match between A-ranks. The thrill of these moments, when new toys visit him, is what Baphomet lives for. He muses, as the scene shifts to a bright, open arena where a match has just concluded. Ma Sung-un and the team manager watch with palpable tension, their expressions tight as a blue-haired hunter stands victorious. The young man, his muscles still taut from exertion, exudes a quiet confidence. The scoreboard flashes, confirming his win. Leon is the victor. He bows his head respectfully, admitting that he still can't quite beat his senior, but has learned a thing or two. The senior, Egon, turns to face him, acknowledging that Leon's skills have improved considerably. Egon then addresses the crowd, his voice carrying across the arena, announcing his 10 consecutive wins and challenging anyone else to step forward. As the crowd murmurs, Ma Sung-un and the team manager exchange worried glances, clearly unsettled by Egon's aggressive display. Griffin calls out to Ji-hwan, initiating a new challenge. As he sits on a bench, Ji-hwan explains the rules of their contest, stating that the one who grabs the other's arm first wins. He then adds, reminding Griffin of the established protocols. Ji-hwan clarifies the specific objective. The first to seize the blue cloth on Griffin's person will be declared the victor. A smirk plays on Griffin's lips, accepting the terms of the challenge. Meanwhile, Ma Sung-un and the team manager observe the unfolding scene, noting the strict rules against using passive or active skills, and the manager's authority to stop any non-serious match. Ma Sung-un exclaims that they are engaging in these matches once again. With a knowing smile, Ma Sung-un muses, considering the positive influence such events might have. Two younger observers, perhaps new to the scene, comment on the participants, referring to them as the newbies. One of them, a young woman, gushes, admiring Hunter Griffin's striking appearance. As Ji-hwan stands ready, a young observer remarks on his current popularity, while Ma Sung-un, watching from behind the fence, muses aloud that Griffin is indeed a popular hunter and wonders about his age, noting he seems like a team leader. The team manager, standing beside him, adds that he believes Griffin is in his second year of middle school. The three continue to observe, when suddenly, a collective gasp of disbelief echoes through the air as the challenge begins. In a blur of motion, Griffin closes the distance, securing Ji-hwan in a swift hold, his hand deftly snatching the blue cloth from his opponent's waist. With the objective secured, Griffin's expression is one of calm confidence as he asks if he should test how much Ji-hwan's skills have improved. Ji-hwan collapses to the ground, defeated, as Griffin stands victorious over him. The challenge concluded in an instant. As the challenge continued, Ji-hwan wound up his arm, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. But before his attack could even begin, Baphomet's foot connected with his face in a blinding flash. The force of the blow snapped his head back, leaving him stunned. He was sent sprawling across the ground, Baphomet already a blur of motion, moving away from the impact. With impossible speed, he zipped past the fallen Ji-hwan. In a flash, Baphomet was already behind him. Before Ji-hwan could even register his new position, Baphomet's hand clamped down on his arm. His movements were simply too fast, a glowing aura emanating from his grip, making it clear that if he took another step, Ji-hwan would be completely at his mercy. With Ji-hwan utterly subdued, Baphomet prepared to finish what he started. As the brown-haired fighter lunges forward, attempting to land a blow, Baphomet's crimson eyes flash, and a thought echoes through the space. What? He's counterattacking. Before the fighter can even react, Baphomet's counterattack connects with brutal precision. From a distance, Egon and a female observer watch the unfolding events, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. Baphomet looks down at his defeated opponent, a chilling sense of superiority radiating from him. The message is clear, he is the hunter. Elsewhere, Ji-hwan, holding a blue cloth, turns to Leon, urging him to keep up and asking if he saw Griffin's movements. Leon, still processing the display of power, admits he couldn't see any of Baphomet's movements at all, acknowledging that he is indeed that good, even without using skills, truly the number one among the A-rankers. Ji-hwan silently agrees, knowing that Baphomet's promotion to an S-rank hunter is only a matter of time. Still reeling from the swift defeat, he extends a hand, musing aloud. To think you pretended to give me a chance, but used it to find my weak point instead. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, Ji-hwan turns to his companion, asking, Supervisor, can I continue to fight? Leon, surprised by the question, replies, Yes, of course. But with whom? The victor's gaze remains sharp, a subtle intensity in his crimson eyes. Leon's expression shifts to one of confusion. As Ji-hwan clarifies, but he's not an A-rank hunter, is he? He's a newbie hunter? A slight smile plays on Leon's lips as he considers the implications, finding the idea intriguing. In a sterile office environment, a figure stands with their back to the viewer, listening intently. Facing them, Ma Song-an explains that while new hunters are plentiful, a significant gap exists between the novices and the veterans, emphasizing the need to provide opportunities for the new generation, just like the one they are discussing. The unseen team leader's response is implied as Ma Song-an continues, stating that if that is what the team leader desires, they will proceed by giving a handicap to Hunter Griffin. Meanwhile, in a vast, open training area, Ji-hwan stands, seemingly lost in thought, a smaller figure nearby. He then turns and begins to walk away, his posture suggesting a quiet resolve. From a remote observation room, Leon watches Ji-hwan on a large screen, wondering aloud what exactly is happening, and noting that Ji-hwan is the one who always has to lay low, predicting he will only stop being reckless once he gets beaten up. His sharp gaze remains fixed on the screen, a thoughtful expression on his face. Back on the training ground, Ji-hwan clutches his chest, a pained groan escaping him as he realizes he is Raven's younger brother. He knew that in his current state, winning would be almost impossible. His gaze hardened, thinking it would be better to land a few hits before throwing in the towel. But before he could even finish the thought, a hand shot out, grabbing him firmly by the collar. Leon stared down at him, and a swift punch connected squarely with his face. As Ji-hwan tried to retaliate, his arm was caught, Leon's voice cutting through the air, mocking his attempt to land some hits. The impact sent him reeling backward, tumbling to the ground. Still reeling from the initial assault, Ji-hwan receives another brutal blow as Leon's fist connects squarely with his face. The impact sends a jolt through him, his vision blurring from the sheer force. Looking down at his battered opponent, Leon scoffs, dismissing him as this little sh*t, a sentiment he'd held since their first encounter. Despite the pain, Ji-hwan's mind races, realizing the man is truly trying to beat him to a pulp. Leon's expression remains cold and unyielding, his resolve unwavering. He then delivers a sharp kick to Ji-hwan's side, muttering about his opponent's audacity and the harsh lesson he intends to teach. The impact sends him sliding across the ground, Ji-hwan acknowledging internally that he's become nothing more than a sandbag. Struggling to push himself up, he repeats the grim assessment, a sandbag now. As Ji-hwan remains vulnerable, Leon raises his foot, preparing for another crushing blow. Ji-hwan's face contorts in agony, the impact of the previous blows still searing through him. As he struggles to recover, Leon looms over him, a chilling declaration escaping his lips. Let's just get one high. Before Ji-hwan can react, Leon's leg whips out, delivering a swift, brutal kick. The force sends Ji-hwan reeling, his body crashing back against the hard ground. Still, Leon shows no signs of stopping, his foot already descending for another strike, connecting with Ji-hwan's head with a sickening thud, snapping his head back. Ji-hwan's body slumps further onto the ground, a defeated heap. Through the haze of pain, he can only think that Leon is merely toying with him. Leon stands over him, his gaze cold and dismissive, as if contemplating how his past self would have dealt with such a weak opponent. He endures the relentless assault, but a scoff escapes his tormentor, who finds it a pity that if only he didn't have a handicap, he could have witnessed his true skills. Another punch lands, snapping his head back. Leon pulls him closer by the collar, wanting to know how he feels when he fights all out. Another brutal impact rocks his jaw, as his attacker wonders just how strong he truly is, desperate to see it. A flush of excitement spreads across Leon's face, his fist clenching in anticipation. Then, a sharp knee connects with Ji-hwan's midsection, driving him hard against the wall with a sickening crunch. Despite the pain, his eyes glow with an unwavering resolve, a fierce glare meeting the challenge. Held firmly by his opponent, Ji-hwan could only utter a single, bewildered question. As Leon declared there was no longer any point in continuing their match, Egon, observing from the side, questioned the sudden halt, while Ji-hwan simply asked if that was truly the case. With the fight officially concluded, Ji-hwan acknowledged the special nature of their match. Leon then inquired if anyone else wished to participate in a friendly match, to which Ji-hwan quietly declined. However, a sudden surge of determination ignited within him, as Ji-hwan declared his unwavering desire to continue the fight. But Egon interjected, asserting that even hundreds of opponents couldn't defeat an A-rank hunter, dismissing any further discussion as nonsense. Leon, now in a suit, reflected on Egon's words, acknowledging his current weakness, yet questioning the strange feeling of being far stronger than he appeared. The question hung in the air, echoing across the land. Until when would this disparity persist? A disembodied voice echoes through the void, questioning its own existence, then the very planet itself. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across Leon's face, his crimson eyes gleaming with a dark satisfaction. As if in response, a monstrous, shadowy entity flickers into existence, its glowing red eyes mirroring his own malevolence. Leon stands calmly, his expression serene, a stark contrast to the power now unleashed. Ji-hwan's eyes widen in terror, the sudden surge of energy overwhelming his senses. Before he can react, the shadowy entity strikes, sending him reeling backward with immense force. The impact reverberates through his body, a painful shockwave tearing through him. He flies helplessly through the air, a mere plaything against such overwhelming power. His form tumbles downward, lost in the endless expanse. From a high balcony, Raven, Han Yu-young, and the team manager watch the unfolding chaos, a confused escaping one of them. Mid-air, Ji-hwan's eyes widen in a silent awe, as the full force of the attack registers. A sharp, metallic clang rings out, as a window shatters into a brilliant explosion of light and debris. Below, two women in swimsuits look up, startled by the sudden commotion. Their shock quickly turns to alarm as one cries out, "Kaya? What the heck?" The blue-haired woman's eyes widen further, realizing the true nature of the falling object. He didn't fall just now. It looks like a person. A detached voice muses, "What a pity." While another, filled with disbelief, laments, "I didn't expect to go out like this with one move." Though Baphomet felt he had a clear understanding of his opponent's abilities, eagerly anticipating the day Ji-hwan would kneel before him, Ji-hwan himself plunged into an unknown body of water, disoriented and questioning his own basic survival instincts. The impact stole his breath, leaving him gasping for air as the water enveloped him completely. His struggle grew weaker, his consciousness beginning to slip away. Deeper and deeper he sank, the light from above growing ever more distant. And then, another figure joined him in the descent, a blonde woman also falling through the dark water. From the crushing darkness, Ji-hwan's eyes fluttered open, staring up at the faint, shimmering light far above. He continued to sink deeper into the glowing blue abyss, his body growing heavier with each passing moment. As his vision blurred, a faint question formed in his mind, wondering what this strange place was, when suddenly, a cascade of blonde hair drifted into view. Through the shimmering water, he could make out a pair of striking blue eyes, observing him with an intensity that pierced through the murky depths. The figure of a woman, clad in a simple blue top, drifted gracefully beside him, her form illuminated by the ethereal glow of the underwater realm. Plummeting through an endless expanse of water, Baphomet finds himself alongside a woman with flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes. As her hand reaches out in a desperate plea, and he looks up, his expression a mix of determination and concern. Her own gaze is fixed downward, a silent terror in her blue eyes. As the crushing pressure of the deep begins to overwhelm him, he can't take it anymore. Despite his own struggle, he reaches out a hand towards her. As she screams, unable to breathe, begging him to save her. A sudden, sharp sound echoes, as the memory surfaces of how it had been a while since the blonde woman had jumped in to save him. Standing beside a purple-haired companion, the blonde woman hears her agree, "You're right." Their attention is fixed on the water's surface, where faint, glowing lines begin to ripple beneath. Both women recoil in shock, a gasp escaping them as the purple-haired woman exclaims, "What?" The blonde woman's thoughts echo the sentiment, wondering, "Oh my gosh, what is that?" A desperate plea echoes, "I think something went wrong. Call for help." Followed by a heavy thud. As a numerical sequence begins to count down, or perhaps up, the numbers, number, and number 8 appear, culminating in the declaration of number 18. As a formidable horned figure stands, spear in hand. The horned figure, startled, questions the notion of simply sleeping and getting ready for work, uttering a surprised "huh." And then, "What do you mean you don't just sleep and go and get ready for work?" While a blonde, muscular companion echoes his confusion, as the horned figure firmly states, "Yeah, work," prompting the blonde to hesitantly ask, "What? Work?" The horned figure then clarifies their grim reality. "Are you still half asleep? It's time to get hunted by humans." A dark-haired figure, eyes glowing crimson, held a blonde individual close in a tender embrace, a moment of profound connection. Suddenly, a jolt of confusion ran through him, a soft "huh," escaping his lips as the dream began to fade. A single tear traced a path down his cheek, the lingering emotion of the dream still heavy in his heart. Running a hand through his dark hair, the figure, now appearing human, tried to shake off the unsettling vision, the blonde individual from his dream still a faint presence in his waking reality. He mused on the strange occurrences since his transformation, realizing he kept seeing these dreadful things after becoming human, but the dream he just had felt different, more profound. His thoughts drifted to a small, sleek object, a metallic shard that seemed to hold a forgotten significance. Meanwhile, the blonde individual lay unconscious in the water, her blue eyes closed, her form serene amidst the gentle ripples. Her legs trailed gracefully beneath the surface. The dark-haired figure's thoughts returned to her, wondering if she was a foreigner, and recalling that when he was drowning, this very foreigner had been there. He looks down, a sharp warning in his voice, telling someone to stop staring while he's still speaking nicely. But a purple-haired woman retorts, threatening to bury him in the ground. His eyes close, a moment of quiet contemplation before he finds himself lying on the ground. A dark-haired woman kneels beside him, her touch gentle as he stirs, slowly opening his eyes. Above him, the The purple-haired woman from before stands with the other, asking with a hint of exasperation, "What's with these girls?" She then turns to him, her expression shifting to one of deep concern as she apologizes profusely, explaining there was an issue on their end and asking if anyone got hurt. He looks up at her, recognizing her as the Arc Guild CEO, Hunter Echidna. Echidna, surprised by his recognition, quickly adds that she had no idea he was there, and again asks if he's hurt. On high, the blue-haired individual calls out, reaching for her as Echidna also extends a hand, pulling the young woman forward. "Yes, I'm coming," she replies, a single strand of hair carefully held between two fingers. As a satisfied smile spreads across her face, pleased with her work. Later, in a private room, the blue-haired individual stares intently at Echidna, who stands before him with the blonde woman nearby. As Echidna begins to explain that their guild has been on a group retreat, with hunters staying at the hotel since yesterday, and they were having a pool. He listens, surprised by the mention of a new hunter being trained by a guild. Holding up the strand of hair, he asks Echidna if she knows what it is. The hair glows with a faint energy, revealing it to be more than just a simple strand. He reflects on the meticulous effort involved, waking up early and renting out an entire expensive hair salon for this purpose. The price of expensive, organic ingredients, delivered daily from the mountains, is paid to acquire such healthy and shiny hair. And the effort, precious as gold, is drained in the process of caring for that lazy girl. All this, only to result in these dark circles. The exhaustion is evident in her shadowed eyes. Meanwhile, the representative hunter lies unconscious, a victim of the recent events. A crowd of onlookers gathers, their murmurs filling the air. On high, really sorry. How do you feel, Bet? The team manager begins, only to be interrupted. From her perspective, the exhausted woman thinks, this guy here should be the one taking responsibility. The blue-haired individual's eye widens slightly, a silent exclamation of surprise or realization. He stares at the screen, a narration box highlighting a staggering figure, 1,100,000. On high, standing beside him, questions the validity of such a number. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips as he realizes the gravity of the situation, acknowledging his own misstep regarding Hunter Giovanna, a figure he knows is obsessed with money. The encounter with the blonde hunter had been far more significant than initially perceived, especially considering her affiliation with the Cario Guild. On high turns to him, her expression serious, asking if he truly believes the situation makes any sense. He looks up, a new question forming on his lips, wondering aloud who this hunter could possibly be, and if her value truly warrants such a high price. The team manager, now present, clarifies that they are indeed referring to the line of hunters, then asks if he genuinely doesn't know her. On high looks on as the team manager reveals the hunter's code name is Valkyrie, a name that carries immense weight. Valkyrie is not just any hunter. She also holds the #1 popularity rank by a significant margin, her form glowing with ethereal energy. The conversation continues to highlight the blonde hunter's prowess, emphasizing her exceptional skills and the effortless way she commands attention. She's not just a hunter, but a #1 commercial model, a true celebrity whose influence ensures anything she wears or uses sells out instantly. As the discussion unfolds, a red-haired woman dismisses the talk as nonsense, while On High listens intently. She explains that trying to elaborate on such matters would only exhaust them, especially when dealing with a newcomer like the blue-haired individual. Turning her attention to Baphomet, the red-haired recruiter notes his apparent newness to the industry and states her straightforward intention to recruit the hunter they've been nice to. She continues, laying out her terms. If he desires a peaceful life as a hunter, he can pay them back, even in installments. However, she quickly adds that the sum might be too large for him to prepare immediately, offering an alternative, a job that would allow him to repay them, using his body, implying a coercive and troubling proposition. She concludes that if he has no money, it's troublesome, and there's nothing else to be done but to pay with his body. Even as the confrontation unfolds, a deeper, emerging trauma seems to grip him. Meanwhile, the recruiter snaps back, her voice sharp. Fuck, you think I'm a fucking recruiter? Are you done speak? She continues, her frustration mounting. If you really want to find who's at fault, you should have asked how this happened. Pointing an accusing finger at the blue-haired individual, she insists it's the fault of those who didn't take proper measures. She then adds, with a glance towards Baphomet, and also that guy who made me fly out with his kick. Baphomet simply stares back, his expression unreadable. On High, observing the scene, questions, Hunter Griffin. Why is Hunter Griffin here? The recruiter quickly interjects. We can't be on bad terms with Hunter Griffin. The recruiter's frustration is palpable as she considers the implications. Griffin, the leader of the Nebula Guild, standing against that guild would. She turns back to him, demanding confirmation. Hunter Griffin, you're the one who said you kicked him and sent him flying. Is that true? He simply replies, yes. The red-haired recruiter attempts to smooth things over, insisting that the recent clash was merely a friendly match between seasoned and new hunters. But the blue-haired individual questions her, wondering if their strained relationship changes anything, prompting her to offer a quick apology. She then turns to the blue-haired individual and On High, asking what they should do, acknowledging their bad terms, and quickly apologizing for the situation. Ultimately, the decision is made to handle the compensation, assuring them that they will take care of it. Meanwhile, the man known as Griffin observes the proceedings with a subtle smile, flanked by Ji Huan and the blonde woman, his presence a quiet, powerful undercurrent to the unfolding negotiations. The discussions continue within a refined, modern interior. As the management grapples with the incident, realizing that simply offering monetary compensation goes against the government's code of conduct. With other options limited, the recruiter proposes an alternative solution, granting them exclusive rights to a tower. This concept of exclusive rights to a tower is then highlighted, revealing it as a system that allows a specific guild to monopolize one or more towers for themselves, a highly lucrative venture given that monsters continuously regenerate, providing a steady stream of magic stones as long as the tower remains uncleared. The system of exclusive tower rights is essentially a goose that lays golden eggs, as hunters who don't belong to the guild with the rights must ensure they don't clear the tower and are compelled to submit all spoils to that guild. While a small number of hunters might claim the system is absurd, the general sentiment is, who cares? If you're jealous, just join a strong guild. The red-haired recruiter then offers, we happen to have a tower that hasn't been cleared for a year and a half now. You will get the rights for it. What do you think? Baphomet considers the offer, replying, well, it's not something I can decide on my own, so I'll discuss it with my guild members. The recruiter, flanked by her subordinates, watches the group of hunters intently, her expression unreadable. As Baphomet speaks, the other hunters, including Raven, the blue-haired individual, Ji Huan, the blonde woman, Egon, Leon, and Unhai, listen in silence, their gazes fixed on the negotiation. The recruiter subtly clears her throat, a hint of impatience in her posture. Accepting the terms, the recruiter confirms, fine, we'll take you up on that offer. Nearby, the event manager beams, giving a thumbs up, declaring it a wonderful choice. However, a blonde woman's blue eye narrows in concern, a subtle unease clouding her expression. Her gaze falls upon Baphomet, lying unconscious on the ground, as she kneels beside him, murmuring in distress while Egon looks on with a worried frown. The recruiter, seemingly unfazed by the scene, suggests, that's a relief. Let's head inside now. But a voice from the crowd questions, aren't those people from the Central Management Bureau? What are they here for? A stern voice quickly interjects, we will explain later. Meanwhile, in a different area, the blue-haired individual, Ji Huan, Raven, Unhai, and Leon stand together, their faces etched with surprise and concern as footsteps echo around them. The blonde woman's distress deepens, her gaze cast downward in silent worry. Her eyes, wide with concern, fixate on the scene before her, a soft gasp escaping her lips as she finally processes the situation. Two figures in dark suits approach, one of them offering a formal apology. We also want to apologize to the hunter. He continues, taking full responsibility for the oversight. We should have prepared for something like this beforehand. This was a lack of foresight on our part, and we're truly sorry for that. As the apologies conclude, Baphomet and Ji Huan stand together, observing the scene with quiet intensity. The Grand Carlton building looms in the background. As Baphomet turns to leave, a thought crossing his mind. A hunter obsessed with money. There really are all kinds of hunters. He pauses, a hand reaching out, wondering about the blonde woman's earlier gesture. By the way, that foolish lady, why did she wink at me? Suddenly, Ji Huan moves with lightning speed, grabbing Leon in a firm hold, stopping him mid-action with a sharp exclamation. He recalls a past encounter, a voice echoing in his mind, asserting that he couldn't even detect its presence. The memory sharpens, as the figure with crimson eyes demands to know how he managed to switch the cloth it had back then. A gasp escapes him in the recollection, as the other figure falls. The crimson-eyed figure watches on, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. His focus intensifies, and a sharp pain seems to register, making him clutch his arm. Back in the present, the opulent indoor pool gleams under soft lights, its serene surface reflecting the luxurious surroundings. A blue object floats in the water, creating a gentle splash. Ji Huan, deep in thought, ponders the memory, wondering if that question about the cloth was truly about a new hunter. He reflects on the past, acknowledging that only those with extensive battle experience would notice such a detail. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding to know, who exactly are you? Ji Huan's expression hardens, ready to confront the memory. Baphomet's gaze is intense, a challenge in his eyes. He then asks, hey, let me ask you something. Do you enjoy seeing those emotions when you picked me? Because I'm currently using the name of the hunter that killed your brother. Should hunters be so? Ji Huan snaps back, don't change the topic and answer my question. I mean, I would try to answer if you were speaking as a rational person, but you're just a toy that you use for such a petty reason. Baphomet's anger flares. You're saying I'm taking revenge for that trashy bastard. His expression softens, a hint of sadness, as he quietly states, I just wanted someone. Ji Huan, still annoyed, presses him. Was that reply enough? Now you can answer. Hey. A voice echoes, asking if he was perhaps upset because of the previous encounter. Baphomet stands, a calm yet unsettling presence. As Ji Huan, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and anger, demands to know, what? So I'm right. He continues, his thoughts swirling with the memory of a past defeat. accusing the entity of using the name of the hunter who killed his brother to provoke him. You're saying I'm taking revenge for that trash? Baphomet's internal monologue reveals a deeper layer of manipulation, acknowledging the blatant hatred he harbors for someone, and that he merely borrowed the name of the hunter who killed Ji Huan's brother because he wanted to kill someone. Turning away, the entity confirms, that seems about right? Ji Huan's expression hardens as he repeats the chilling implication. A hunter trying to kill a hunter? You are saying I wanted to kill my brother. Baphomet's thoughts continue, justifying his actions by claiming that hunters are like saints, capable of killing people, and that though he had no intention of showing it, there was a pair of eyes that shared the same blood. Ji Huan, his gaze piercing, cuts him off. Then let me change the question. He recalls the killing aura that had emanated from him at the end of their last encounter. A sensation Baphomet claims can only be felt in one place. Either a dungeon or a tower, and only from the highest grade of monster. He then poses a chilling question, wondering how a human could possess such a monstrous killing aura. Before concluding that the answer became clear to him, it was a monster disguised as a human. A sinister smirk spreads across Baphomet's face as he laughs maniacally. The realization hitting Ji Huan with a physical force, causing him to recoil in shock and disbelief. Baphomet's laughter echoes, a dark, mocking sound. As he continues to revel in his twisted revelation, Baphomet continues his taunts, a smirk playing on his lips as he suggests Ji Huan is a true monster, just like his brother. As Ji Huan looks away, disturbed, the manipulator presses further, demanding to know what he intends to do if he truly is a monster. He reminds him that hunters are taught to kill monsters on sight, a chilling truth that hangs heavy in the air. Turning to face his tormentor, Ji Huan asks, if he truly is a monster, does that mean their relationship is destined for a fight to the death? Without hesitation, Baphomet reaches out, grabbing Ji Huan's collar, and declares they must indeed be on the same boat. His crimson eyes glowing with an eerie light, he pulls Ji Huan closer, emphasizing the deadly nature of their shared vessel. With a predatory gleam, Baphomet expresses his anticipation for Ji Huan to discover his true identity. Ji Huan's eyes widen in shock, the weight of Baphomet's words settling heavily upon him. Baphomet's smirk returns as he delivers a final, ominous warning, hoping Ji Huan grows stronger, or else. His gaze sharpens, a chilling promise forming on his lips, you'll die by my hands. Egon leads Baphomet through a bustling cityscape, a question hanging in the air as he asks where they are headed. The hunter then clarifies, explaining that his friend can't simply continue living in a net cafe or a sauna. With a confident tone, Egon reveals he's found a new place for Baphomet, a celebration of his recent achievements. After a few modifications, he proudly presents the new residence, a traditional-style home. The hunter gestures towards the property, emphasizing its nature-friendly appeal. It's a charming, traditional-style home, the kind only found in Korea, now ready for its new occupant. Standing together before the quaint residence, the two men survey the new beginning. Surveying the traditional home Egon had prepared, Baphomet scoffs, finding the place really bad, and demanding to know why Egon would find him a shithole like this. Unfazed by the harsh criticism, Egon calmly replies that he anticipated such a reaction and came prepared. Baphomet then clarifies his true feelings, explaining that he doesn't need much attention, so a quiet place outside of Seoul is actually the best and pretty nice. As they continue to walk through the property, Baphomet adds that the weeds can easily be removed, and the large size of the house is a definite plus. He concludes, with a thoughtful expression. Egon, still processing the sudden shift in attitude, asks if Baphomet isn't complaining, wondering if his head was messed up after melted in the pool back then. Baphomet quickly dismisses the concern, assuring him, I'm totally fine. He then launches into a peculiar explanation for his preference, stating that calling people toys and trash while looking down on them from up high is not obvious at all, and living on a higher floor feels like being looked down upon. Egon, utterly bewildered by Baphomet's logic, can only respond with a hesitant, well, if that's how you feel, okay, while wondering what's wrong with him. A profound disinterest settles across Baphomet's features, a silent declaration of his utter boredom. His companion, Ji Huan, attempts to break the silence, asking if anything significant occurred after their orientation, to which Baphomet offers a noncommittal hum. Yet, a flicker of something more crosses his features as he admits to sensing a presence. Someone, he clarifies, had been watching him. The sensation was continuous, a persistent gaze that he decides to keep to himself. Later, in a restroom, he stares into his own reflection, where the image of Ma Song-un stands silently behind him. Ma Song-un's voice cuts through the quiet, acknowledging the arrival of a new, young individual, whom he deems useful, suggesting they handle things properly this time. The manager continues, his gaze fixed on Baphomet, while Ji Huan remains a silent observer. He then confides that he felt a continuous presence, as if someone had been watching them, a feeling that elicits a questioning response. For Baphomet, the moments when others, whom he considers mere playthings, visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill. As he stands before Baphomet, Ma Song-un asks if they should commence the scouting now, to which Baphomet simply replies that their target is already here. Ma Song-un then continues, acknowledging that he's making him work right after the orientation ended. but assures him that no one can execute this task better than he can. He explains that one mentor is assigned to a group of 4 new hunters to help them adjust to actual battles. This particular assignment involves monitoring a specific individual. As a blonde-haired figure approaches, Ma Sung-un asks if someone has arrived yet, and Baphomet begins to reveal his code name, only for Ma Sung-un to confirm his presence, stating, "He's here." Baphomet's eyes narrow slightly, a silent question forming in his mind. He turns and walks away, leaving the others to their task. Meanwhile, Ma Sung-un's thoughts betray his surprise, realizing he'll be the mentor for such a famous person. For Baphomet, the true thrill lay not in the hunt itself, but in the moments when his toys visited him, providing him with the greatest amusement. Meanwhile, Ma Sung-un, ever the professional, acknowledged the honor of his new assignment, though a hint of surprise lingered in his tone. Baphomet then clarified the nature of their current target, stating that this particular individual was not to be killed on sight. Ma Sung-un, understanding the nuance, inquired about the concept of hunting in this context, which, as he knew, was not merely about tracking prey but about luring another to a specific area. He continued, realizing that if there was someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes, manipulating events, then his task would be to dig for information about that mentor and catch the mastermind. He presses the point, arguing that if the target is a B-rank hunter, then his mentor must be of a higher rank, and questioning how someone of Baphomet's level could possibly catch the mastermind. A flicker of irritation crosses Baphomet's face, his expression tightening. He then reveals his codename, Quitch. Ma Sung-un, looking down, explains his own circumstances, revealing himself to be a B-rank freelancer whose wife's illness forced him to work hard and become one of the government's dogs. He then asks if Baphomet was perhaps offended by his words. The other man dismisses the notion with a slight smirk, asking, "Not really?" As Ma Sung-un attempts to continue, offering to inform him about the precautions, Baphomet's eyes flare with a furious yellow glow, cutting him off with a sharp, "Are you kidding me?" Turning abruptly, he begins to walk away, his frustration palpable. Ma Sung-un tries to explain his analogy about how animals started getting domesticated through hunting, but the other hunter, looking back over his shoulder, cuts him off with a final, exasperated, "So what?" He considers this approach to be an integral part of hunting, acknowledging that without proper information, catching a mastermind is impossible. His instructions are clear. They are not merely to observe, but to get closer to their target. He explains that if they can find proof of their crimes, they can bring them in alive instead of resorting to lethal force. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he muses, "Alive? That's easy." His expression darkens slightly as he considers the alternative, wondering if simply cutting off a leg would suffice if problems arise. He then shifts his focus, pondering aloud, "How will I get close to that mentor?" Small fry then. A shimmering blue portal, a D-rank gate, materializes, its presence indicating a new mission for the hunters. Baphomet stands before Egon and Ji-hwan, his gaze firm as he issues his command. "You 4 new hunters will be clearing this dungeon by following my instructions." He points towards the gate, emphasizing the urgency of the task. "Right now, this gate is D-rank, and we are short on D-rank hunters on paper." Ma Sung-un explains the current system, noting the unfortunate reality that gates assigned to F-rank hunters actually begin at D-rank. He then asks Baphomet if he understands the reason for this situation, who simply responds, wondering what the explanation could be. Ma Sung-un continues, detailing how military weapons are effective against E and F-rank dungeon monsters, but only D-rank and above require hunters, as he recalls being told. A smirk plays on Baphomet's lips, as he sarcastically asks if his subordinate was an honors student for memorizing such basic information. Ma Sung-un, flustered, explains that the team manager made him memorize the manual to impress their mentor, internally lamenting Baphomet's inattentiveness during his explanation. Baphomet acknowledges the explanation, confirming that their true work begins at D-rank gates, where conventional military weapons become ineffective. Turning to Egon and Ji-hwan, he reassures them, promising an easy clear and a united front in the upcoming fight. With a surge of energy, Baphomet commands everyone to grab their weapons, his form briefly illuminated by a soft, blue glow as he prepares them to depart. He then turns to Ma Sung-un, inquiring if he, too, is without a weapon. He steps through the shimmering portal, remarking on the unusual fighter class designation of this gate, then confidently instructs any followers to proceed at their own pace. Suddenly, a powerful impact echoes, and Baphomet turns, a smirk playing on his lips as blue particles of energy swirl around him. An unknown man stares back, his eye wide with shock, a faint blue glow reflecting in his iris as he gasps in disbelief. The hunter stands, sword at the ready, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, scolding the terrified man for his arrogance, recalling past slights. He remembers the trio that was talking shit about me, their faces etched with worry as they once gossiped behind his back. A metallic clang rings out, as the magical energy flares with a bright glow. The air shudders with a prolonged, tearing sound, as the assault continues relentlessly. The man's mouth opens in a silent scream, a yellow-orange glow emanating from within as he endures the pain. Finally, a sharp, tearing sound cuts through the air, accompanied by glowing lines, signaling the decisive end of the confrontation. Baphomet continues his brutal assault, a powerful kick sending a monstrous creature flying with a spray of blood. Standing amidst the chaos, he surveys the unfolding battle, a shadowy presence lingering behind him. Nearby, Ma Songun recoils in surprise as Egon fiercely engages a smaller creature, striking it down with a swift blow. Baphomet's crimson eyes narrow, his thoughts on the sheer scale of his own strength and the refined nature of his abilities. He then turns his attention to the other two hunters, observing their movements with a critical gaze. Egon's offensive style is commendable, her glowing weapon cutting through the air, but Baphomet notes a distinct lack of underlying power to truly support her technique. As she cries out in frustration, having missed her target, her destructive power is evident, yet her accuracy leaves much to be desired. Baphomet's expression hardens, a clear judgment forming in his mind. Everyone's weaknesses are laid bare, especially when compared to the formidable hunter he once knew. Suddenly, a golden crescent of energy arcs through the air, its purpose unknown. He moves with a blur of speed, a dark silhouette against the glowing energy of the gate. Effortlessly weaving through the horde of grotesque creatures, his movements precise and deadly. One of the monsters, its yellow eye wide with primal instinct, watches him. Its gaze tracking his every move, a low growl rumbling in its throat. But the creatures are no match. He strikes with brutal efficiency, a whirlwind of calculated violence. His crimson eyes flash, a cold, assessing glint as he surveys the remaining threats. A heavy boot descends, crushing one of the monsters beneath his heel. Another is sent flying with a savage kick, blood erupting from the impact. He seizes a third by its jaw, the bone audibly cracking under his grip. A monstrous maw clamps down with a sickening crunch, tearing into flesh and bone as blood splatters across the dungeon floor. The brutal attack leaves deep claw marks, a testament to the creature's ferocity. Yet, amidst the carnage, he remains utterly unfazed. His gaze fixed on his own hand as glowing text manifests around it, displaying his raw strength, agility, and keen judgment. He muses, if you're all over me. The system reveals a perfect hexagonal stat distribution, a clear indicator of balanced and formidable power. Such individuals, among the awakened hunters, are often referred to as irregulars. Observing him from a distance, Ma Songun thinks to himself that it's too much to simply call this level of ability mere talent. A chilling smile spreads across Baphomet's face, a silent invitation to the event manager, who recoils in shock. He muses on the satisfaction of leaving a good impression, a relief that no one sustained any severe injuries. Meanwhile, Egon lets out a tired laugh, standing alongside Ma Songun and Ji Huan, as if the recent events have finally settled. Baphomet, however, finds himself still processing the aftermath, a quiet chuckle escaping him as he considers the feedback he's received. Yet, a deep frustration simmers within him, this entire situation proving far from enjoyable. He feels compelled to compensate, to stay angry. He can't believe he's expected to keep dealing with such weak monsters. Once or twice is fine, but this constant repetition is unbearable. He yearns for more. Turning to Ma Songun, he declares his desire to fight someone who can at least keep up with him, then pointedly asks if the mentor is a B rank. A sly smile spreads across his face as he realizes he just needs something that can leave a strong impression on that mentor. A sudden thought strikes him, and he exclaims, right, wondering why he hadn't considered that mentor before. A quiet moment hangs in the air, broken only by a faint, resonant hum. Egon, Ma Songun, and another hunter stand together, their gazes fixed on something unseen below. He turns to them, a question forming on his lips. If we kill the boss, right? Ma Songun, looking perplexed, responds, this is strange. Shouldn't the boss appearance condition be fulfilled after we kill all the ordinary monsters? That's the norm, but... A thought strikes him, and he asks, can you bring me the corpses of all the monsters? The ground below is a gruesome tableau, a monster's clawed hand lying still amidst a pool of blood. More of the carnage spreads across the rocky terrain, the air thick with the scent of death. Standing amidst the bloody remains of countless creatures, Ji Huan looks back at him, asking, be enough? He continues, explaining that the absence of a boss monster was not an oversight, but a condition. Yes, that's enough. There are two conditions for the boss to appear. The first is that it appears after we defeat all the mob monsters. A slight flinch crosses his face, as if considering the weight of his next words. The others exchange confused glances, Ma Songun asking, what? Suddenly, the other is the type of monster. Ji Huan echoes, his voice laced with surprise. The second condition, he implies, is when a specific type of creature appears in a frenzy. Amidst a sudden, violent impact, Baphomet stands unfazed, a silent testament to the monster's arrival. Behind the terrified trio of Ma Songun, Egon, and Ji Huan, a monstrous form emerges with another deafening crash. Death worm, Baphomet states, his voice chillingly calm. His eyes glow with a sinister crimson as he reveals its nature. It's a monster that loves blood. The massive, tentacled creature looms, and he offers a final, ominous warning. Be careful not to get gobbled up. Its grotesque form, a mass of red tendrils and sharp protrusions, fills the entire view, a truly terrifying sight. The monstrous form of the death worm rippled into view, its segmented, reddish-pink skin a grotesque landscape, as a chilling sound echoed through the cavern. Before them, Egon and Ji-hwan stood their ground, weapons drawn, facing the colossal creature. Egon's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering about its immense size and the slim chances of victory, wondering if their mentor would even come to their aid. But Ji-hwan, gripping his great sword, had already made up his mind. With a fierce resolve, he barked a single word, "Move." Then, a blur of motion, he launched himself directly at the death worm. But the creature was faster, intercepting his attack and sending him flying backward, his body impacting the wall with a sickening thud as blood splattered. In a swift, brutal motion, the death worm snatched his great sword from the air. Egon and Ma Sung-un watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror as they realized Ji-hwan's weapon had been stolen. He watches the fallen hunter, a critical assessment forming in his mind. Crazy bastard, he thinks. What you're doing is suicide. Your damage stats are halved when you use someone else's weapon. That's the basics. Stepping closer, a quiet exclamation escapes him. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he looks up, the tower's boss finding a strange excitement in the unfolding chaos, unwilling to lose a potential talent. The impaled figure of Ji-hwan remains trapped, a silent question mark hanging over his fate. Suddenly, a massive, glowing white blade appears in Baphomet's hand, arcing downward with decisive force. From a distance, Egon and Ma Sung-un watch, bewildered. What's with that jump? One wonders aloud. Baphomet's expression hardens, his eyes glowing faintly. A sigh escapes him, a quiet resignation. Guess it'll die, he mutters. The red, crystalline prison holding Ji-hwan shatters further, erupting with raw energy. A searing pain rips through Ji-hwan, his eyes widening as the impact reverberates through his crystalline prison. The sound of shattering crystal echoing through the void. With a final, sharp click, the last vestiges of the prison give way, revealing a monstrous, scaled entity with glowing red eyes, now fully unleashed. Baphomet stands firm, his posture unwavering amidst the swirling particles of destruction. As the monstrous form gushes with dark energy and blood, the creature's head dissolves into a shadowy void, its red eyes still burning with malevolent intent. Still radiating an immense, almost palpable energy, he stood poised, glowing particles swirling around his form. Nearby, two figures recoiled in terror, their faces etched with profound fear. His crimson eye burned with an unyielding intensity, a silent testament to his focus. And across his face, the splatter of a dark, viscous substance confirmed the brutal impact of his recent assault. A voice from beyond addressed him directly, to Baphomet. A fundamental truth, he muses, is that people always follow those who are stronger than them, a principle he learned early in life. From a shadowed corner, a subordinate calls out, "Hyungnim." As if in response, Baphomet unleashes a devastating surge of power, a crimson aura erupting around him, consuming the space in a fiery glow. His eyes blaze with an intense red light, reflecting the sheer force he commands. The crimson energy continues to radiate from his form, a silent testament to his overwhelming might. This display, he knows, is the very first principle he learned about the human world. From a distance, another subordinate watches, stunned, muttering, "Teach that thing, in just one shot." Beside him, a third figure, equally surprised, adds, "Isn't he pretty good?" A vision of a young woman with pink hair, her cheeks flushed, appears as if caught in a moment of intense emotion, a dark-gloved hand gently touching her chin. The silence of the moment is broken only by a soft, lingering sound. As Baphomet, a smirk playing on his lips, reflects on the recent display of power, finding satisfaction in a confrontation he deems a perfect battle, despite its apparent impossibility. Nearby, a subordinate in a dark suit, observing the scene, concludes that with such a display, Hunter Baphomet's results have already been decided. Baphomet simply responds with a dismissive sound, a subtle indication of his indifference. The subordinate, pressing for clarification, asks what he means, while Baphomet offers a non-committal "huh," before the subordinate continues, hinting at the danger of getting closer to him. With a wide, unsettling smile, Baphomet declares, "From me, congratulations." His expression then shifts, becoming serious and contemplative, his crimson eyes holding a deeper, unspoken meaning. The subordinate, utterly bewildered and shocked by Baphomet's words, can only exclaim, "What?" A sudden realization washes over Baphomet, his eyes widening as he mutters. "Wait," he begins, a sense of disbelief creeping into his voice. "This shouldn't have happened like this. It's been a long time since we've had someone qualify as an independent hunter with such ease." He continues, explaining the process. I'll also distribute the magic stones. You earn them from all the monsters you hunted." As he addresses a brown-haired hunter, he adds, "If you go to the management office, you can cash them." But Baphomet cuts himself off, a look of profound shock crossing his face as he exclaims, "Wait." The brown-haired hunter, seemingly oblivious to his own power, humbly states, "I'm not that strong," while another hunter with black hair adds, "That boss was pretty too weak." Baphomet, observing them, thinks, "Right. These guys could have done that too." He watches their expressions, a wry thought forming in his mind. That's impossible is what their faces are saying though. A sudden realization strikes him as he processes the implications of the recent events. An official voice advises him to seek further medical attention, suggesting a checkup at the institution hospital if he feels anything unusual. The same voice then offers a polite farewell, wishing Baphomet good luck, acknowledging his hard work, despite the brevity of his time there. Standing beside Egon, Baphomet confirms the end of their real practice, his expression unreadable as he prepares to depart. He walks away from the scene, passing through a cordoned-off area, the yellow tape a stark boundary. As he moves, a single question echoes in his mind. Why? He grapples with the unfolding situation, wondering how any of this could have come to pass. His thoughts turn inward, questioning his own actions and what he might have done wrong. A final, desperate thought crosses his mind, as he wonders if his approach wasn't, after all, the human way. He hears his name, a hunter, spoken aloud, and a sudden exclamation escapes him. Elsewhere, a man attempts to flirt, asking for a number, to which a woman responds with a silent pause. A voice of confusion cuts through, demanding to know what is happening. Meanwhile, Ma Song-an, observing a screen, acknowledges that he had expected such an event, knowing that nothing ever proceeds smoothly. Baphomet, now holding his sword, wonders if he had perhaps given a task too difficult from the very beginning. As the previous thoughts lingered, a voice cut through the silence, suggesting a simple beginning. The instruction was clear. There was a criminal to be disposed of immediately, a C-rank target, and Baphomet wasted no time, delivering a swift, powerful kick to his opponent. Meanwhile, the man giving the orders, Manager A, continued, detailing the method of execution. It was indeed a simple task, and the instructions concluded with a chilling freedom. He could proceed as he pleased. His eyes flared with a deep crimson glow, a silent acknowledgement of the task ahead. The full scope of the mission was then articulated. It involved taking the body and clearing the dungeon by killing the boss. Ma Song-an, confirming the details over the phone, reiterated that the body would dispose along with the dungeon after it was cleared. With the full understanding of his task, Baphomet stood ready, arcs of electricity crackling around him, a clear sign of his awakened power. He walks through the dim alley, his thoughts consumed by the recent mission and the peculiar thrill he finds in the moments when his toys visit him, even as he considers exchanging magic stones for something better. A scoff escapes him as he dismisses the idea of cheap and baked perks, his mind already moving past such trivialities. His crimson eyes narrow, a deep-seated frustration evident as he mutters about the sheer audacity of it all. From the shadows, the team manager watches him, a calm, almost taunting question hanging in the air. Aren't you mad? The provocation hits its mark, and with a sudden, explosive force, he slams his fist into the nearby wall, cracking the concrete. A raw, guttural expletive tears from his throat, his rage boiling over. He throws his arm up in a desperate gesture of frustration, his body trembling with suppressed power. His voice cracks with fury as he screams, "That bastard!" Still deep in thought, he walks away from the recent confrontation. Meanwhile, the team manager announces, "Then, we'll be raiding a D-rank dungeon today as well." Baphomet, observing a street scene, thinks to himself, I'm too close to him to ask a question. Later, sitting alone at a cafe, he muses, I'll just have to find his connection to the crime myself. The team manager, meanwhile, reflects on strategy, stating, hunting generally starts from understanding the prey first. He continues, addressing a group of hunters, of activity. Baphomet, now with companions, considers his relationships with people around him. There's bound to be a connection to the crime hidden in there somewhere. The city hums with its usual rhythm, buildings reaching towards the sky, as a casual farewell echoes from a nearby shop. Meanwhile, Baphomet walks away, his footsteps echoing softly. A dismissive scoff escaping him as he mutters, bullshit. He had meticulously sifted through every relationship, yet found nothing, concluding there was no longer any point in this fruitless pursuit. The connection to the crime remained elusive, making further observation utterly pointless. A thought then surfaces, wondering if this was the true reason he was asked to approach the target naturally. A sharp, metallic glint hinting at a new, more direct path. He wastes no time, thinking he could simply sever a limb to begin his interrogation. His gaze sharpening as he considers the brutal efficiency of torturing his target just enough to uncover their connections. He stands over the subdued figure, blade poised. But a moment of hesitation, a flicker of internal conflict, stops him. He pulls back, realizing that such methods, while effective in his own domain, are not suited for this human world. He must adapt, he concludes, and approach things in a way that humans would understand. Turning his back on the scene and walking away. Stepping through a doorway, Baphomet's expression shifts to one of sudden surprise. He watches as someone dashes away into the distance, prompting a bewildered what from him. The urban landscape stretches out under the open sky. Without hesitation, he gives chase, his footsteps echoing on the pavement. His face contorted in distress, he desperately calls out, "Where?" His voice cracking with urgency, he repeats, "Where? Yu-hyun." Later, standing beside a woman with long, light brown hair, Baphomet still appears troubled. She observes his pale face, asking if something is wrong, and questions if the person he was looking for didn't answer his call. A woman's voice expresses a light-hearted self-reproach, realizing she'd forgotten her phone at the store, then asks if he had been worried. He holds her close, a silent reassurance, as she leans into his embrace, finding comfort. Her smile is gentle, a soft affirmation that everything is indeed fine, and she is all right. Walking away from the market, he glances back, his concern still evident as he asks if she's truly unharmed. His expression softens, a promise in his voice as he suggests they go home, where he'll prepare something delicious. A faint, tender smile graces his lips, a moment of quiet contentment. But the tender memory shatters, replaced by a stark reality as his face contorts in a grimace of pain and deep distress, eyes squeezed shut. He finishes his report, the last words echoing in the empty street, confirming his return to the office after headquarters has been updated. A sudden notification flashes across his phone, catching his attention. The message, a cryptic query about 3 ways to fame, makes him wonder what it could possibly mean. As he processes the information, a distinct sound of a footfall breaks the silence. Elsewhere, a young man is visibly startled, his eyes wide with surprise. He sits on a park bench, a woman beside him, as if recalling a distant memory. And then, as if pulled back to the present, he questions the identity of someone unseen. A thought crosses his mind, a memory of a stranger who once saved him from a devastating car accident. As he walks away, the sheer improbability of such an encounter weighs on him, the chances seeming impossibly slim. His hands moved with a quiet efficiency, one reaching for a glass, the other still clutching his phone, as the weight of recent revelations settled upon him. Then, a sudden thought, a name echoing in his mind, Hunter Baphomet. Before he could fully process it, a familiar figure, Baphomet himself, had closed the distance, his hand firmly grasping Yoo Hyun's arm. A knowing smile played on Baphomet's lips as he spoke. "Thank you. I heard you saved my wife." He continued, detailing his knowledge of the incident, the details of the accident, and the car's plate number. Yoo Hyun, caught off guard, tried to make his excuses. Well, it's getting late, and since our talk is over, let's go out. But Baphomet cut him off sharply. "Wait." From the kitchen, a woman with kind eyes, Baphomet's wife, called out, "Have dinner before you leave, Yoo Hyun." Baphomet, turning slightly, added, "Isn't he a coworker? I want to treat him to a meal at least." His wife offered a warm, inviting smile. But the words only served to deepen Yoo Hyun's internal turmoil, his bandaged face contorting in a silent scream of realization, the memory of the accident crashing down on him once more. He eats quickly, the woman across from him expressing delight at his appetite and offering him more. Despite her warmth, he remains silent, his discomfort palpable under her gaze. A shiver runs through him, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, the small bandage on his cheek a stark reminder of recent events. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze is gentle, her expression one of genuine care. Her voice echoes in his mind, asking if he desires anything else. The question lingers, a strange sense of unease settling over him. He sits, lost in thought, as she moves about the kitchen, clearing the table. The unsettling feeling he has carried for a while intensifies, confirming his suspicion that something is deeply wrong with this woman. His eyes widen as she turns to him, her next question cutting through his thoughts. "Hunter work? Does it suit you well?" He listens intently as Baphomet speaks, finding the evening surprisingly enjoyable, a rare break from his usual routine. Baphomet continues, assuring him that there's no need to worry, as he was the one who brought him here, and he has no regrets about his decision. Though he can't be a mentor, Baphomet offers advice as an experienced hunter, explaining that the hardest part is often unforeseen. Suddenly, a plate clatters, the sound echoing sharply through the room. He turns to see Baphomet's wife on the floor, surrounded by scattered food and broken dishes, and immediately asks if she is all right. She quickly reassures him, apologizing for the disturbance, and urges them to continue their conversation. He observes her composure, a thought forming in his mind. She is a devoted wife. With a slight smile, she asks if he truly thinks so. Continuing their unsettling dinner, Baphomet remarks, "I suppose you can't help it. After all, you've already lost her once before." He sits calmly, observing the reaction to his words. Then, as if remembering something trivial, he adds, The car's plate number you asked for earlier. I remembered." The woman, who had been listening intently, responds with a chilling calm. She already died long ago. They had always been together, from their earliest days in elementary school. Their bond strengthening through their teenage years. A married couple who had always loved each other, destined to be together forever. Their clasped hands, adorned with rings, sealed that promise. Then, a new path emerged for him, one where he was called an irregular, a term for those who defied the established order. His wife, however, saw beyond the power and the titles. "I believe in you," she told him, her voice laced with worry. "I'm not worried about your strength or power. I'm worried about you." He spoke of raiding high-rank dungeons and towers, of the super valuable items that would make them rich quickly, but her only response was a quiet, desperate plea. "Do you really have to do it?" "We don't need that much money," she insists, her voice laced with worry. As his wife laments that he gave up on making a name for himself as a hunter, asking if his work is great, then encouraging him to cheer up, saying he'll get used to it soon. "I only want you to come home safe." Ma Songan, however, finds no joy in it, admitting he never truly understood. He reflects on the difficulty of being an instructor, finding it tiring to meet rookies younger than himself, wondering when he'll be as good as his seniors. Then, remembering something, he mentions a device given to the hunters. His wife holds out a small, basic teleportation device, explaining it will take him to the designated evacuation point, insisting it would be better for him to have it than for her. He takes it, telling her to use it when in danger. Those peaceful days felt like they would last forever. However, not long after, a gate shock occurred. And in the midst of the chaos, he stands, eyes glowing crimson, surrounded by crackling purple energy. A monstrous, shadowy figure looms over Baphomet's wife, holding her captive amidst the chaos. She cries out, a desperate plea escaping her lips, as a grotesque, clawed hand reaches for her, threatening to end her struggle. In her mind, a memory flashes, a voice echoing a vital instruction. Use it when you're in danger. She clings to the hope of escape, thinking she had used the teleportation device her husband gave her, but a chilling realization dawns. That didn't happen, did it? You died that day. Her face contorts in anguish, the weight of that truth crushing her spirit. Suddenly, a hulking, muscular monster seizes her, her desperate cry for help echoing through the grim surroundings. As if things couldn't get worse, another small, grotesque creature lunges with a tearing sound, making her realize, not this. Amidst the chaos, another woman urges her, use this chance to run away, as they both flee desperately. Her foot lands with a soft thud amidst the rubble, a desperate attempt to find purchase in the chaotic aftermath. But before she can fully recover, a monstrous claw slams down, pinning her to the ground, its immense weight crushing her with brutal force. A sudden voice cuts through the terror, as another woman rushes to her side, her concern palpable as she asks if she's all right. Managing to sit up, she reassures her companion that she's fine, then urges them to hurry, sensing an evacuation facility nearby. But their path is interrupted by a small, black device lying on the ground, its ominous presence drawing their attention. A flicker of recognition crosses her face as she stares at it, a dawning horror in her eyes as she realizes what it is. Her companion, confused, questions the object's nature, but she remains silent, her gaze fixed on the device. A wave of despair washes over her, and she whispers an apology, her voice heavy with regret. Reaching out a trembling hand, she voices her desperate plea, a raw cry for survival escaping her lips. As her mind races, she recalls a promise, a place she was meant to be told about in a moment of clarity, and a sudden realization washes over her. Kneeling before the mysterious blue device, a faint sound accompanies its eerie glow, pulling her deeper into her memories. A gasp escapes her lips, her eyes wide with a dawning horror as the past unfolds. In her mind's eye, a monstrous cobra looms, its presence a chilling reminder of a moment she now addresses with a desperate, whispered plea. The truth dawns on her. She had indeed perished that day, yet somehow, inexplicably, she is still alive. A chilling question forms in her mind, a desperate inquiry into her husband's involvement in her impossible survival. A memory surfaces, showing a man in a shadowed room, confirming a detail about a car's license plate that matches one from their store. Having just secured the address of the car's renter, an exception made due to his government association, Baphomet strides purposefully down a brightly lit hallway. Arriving at his destination, he reaches for the doorknob, a sense of unease settling over him. As the door creaks open, revealing a dark interior, the place feels eerily familiar. He steps inside, the silence heavy around him. A sudden, horrifying realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in shock. Meanwhile, in another place, Baphomet's wife stands by a window, her thoughts distant and troubled. The weight of her past, and the mystery surrounding her husband, continues to press upon her. He stares, wide-eyed and disbelieving. As Yu Hyun appears before him, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. I was sure you'd come to catch the hit-and-run driver. Yu Hyun muses, she cares quite a lot about your wife. Baphomet's eyes narrow, the name echoing in his mind. I don't really know, he replies, his voice strained. Yu Hyun turns to leave, tossing a final question over his shoulder. How exactly did you get yourself involved in the crime? Baphomet clenches his fist, a cold realization dawning. However, I do know what you got in return for it. Later, Baphomet finds his wife, her face etched with sorrow, and a protective fury ignites within him. Don't touch her. Yu Hyun explains that it's strange, how she became like this after realizing she was actually dead. As he presses a finger to her forehead, Baphomet's expression twists with a mixture of horror and dawning fury. He continues, wondering how she was revived only to end up in such a state. Until Baphomet's eyes blaze crimson, a dark aura flaring around him as he roars, not to touch her. The other man's hand recoils instantly. But then, with a dismissive, well, that's none of my business, he delivers a sharp slap across her face. Baphomet's rage explodes, a torrent of dark energy erupting from him, leaving him hunched over, groaning as the overwhelming power courses through his body. He stares, his face contorted in anguish, the name of his tormentor escaping his lips. The weight of the words crushes him, and he collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. He lies there, defeated, his head bowed in despair. Yu Hyun's cruel smile widens, asking if he could even revive someone who was already dead. He then steps on the fallen man, urging him to stop acting so sad. But the torment only fuels a deeper rage, and Baphomet's eyes ignite with a furious crimson glow, a dark aura beginning to swirl around him. A torrent of blue digital energy erupts from his form, his voice a guttural snarl as he curses his attacker. Yu Hyun watches the explosive display, his expression unreadable. A cold resolve settles on his features as he declares his intention to take Baphomet back alive. As his rage fully ignited, Baphomet's hand glowed crimson, summoning a weapon from his inventory with a low hum. His face contorted in a snarl, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying with every breath. Across from him, Yu Hyun watched the display of raw power with an unervingly calm expression. Then, with a deafening crash, the first explosive impact of Baphomet's attack erupted. He lunged forward, his weapon slicing through the air with a sharp, tearing sound. A blinding white energy flared, engulfing the space around his strike. The assault continued relentlessly, a rapid succession of glowing strikes echoing through the chamber. Enveloped in a powerful aura, he moved with a terrifying, almost digital speed, his form a blur of destructive energy. Each swing of his glowing weapon carried the weight of his unleashed fury. He unleashes a furious strike, his glowing weapon arcing with destructive force. The impact forcing Yu Hyun to brace himself against the sudden assault. His arms cross instinctively, deflecting the blow with a sharp, metallic clang. Undeterred, Baphomet presses his advantage, his weapon a blur of motion, closing the distance for another devastating strike. The glowing blade connects with Yu Hyun's arm, sending a jolt of pain through him. He cries out in surprise, the relentless assault beginning to wear him down. Another powerful impact reverberates through the air, as Baphomet continues his aggressive, high-speed offensive without pause. He continues his furious assault, his summoned weapon a blur of glowing energy as it slams into Yu Hyun, forcing him into a desperate defense. The sheer force of the blow sends Yu Hyun's body recoiling violently. His face contorts in pain as the impact shakes him to his core. Thrown backward with immense power, he arcs through the air. A devastating shockwave erupts from where he lands, a testament to the attack's raw power. Finally, Yu Hyun collapses to the ground, defeated and unable to continue. Lingering trails of energy from the attack slowly dissipate into the air. Yet, Baphomet remains relentless, his glowing weapon still drawn, poised for another strike. A final, explosive burst of energy marks the end of his devastating combo. For Baphomet, the thrill of these encounters, these toys visiting him, is unparalleled. As if on cue, Yu Hyun, despite his previous defeat, launches a desperate, rapid assault, his fists and feet a blur of motion. But the other man is faster, his hand flashing out with a small, sharp blade to parry the incoming kick, the metallic clang echoing through the space. He effortlessly evades the next aerial strike, a faint, dark aura shimmering around him as he shifts his weight, preparing his own counter. With eyes glowing crimson, he unleashes a precise, devastating strike. The impact reverberating with raw power. Yu Hyun is sent reeling backward, his attack utterly nullified. Standing tall over his defeated opponent, a subtle, satisfied smirk plays across Baphomet's lips, his red eyes still burning with an inner fire. A searing red light erupts, coalescing into a tangible form. As a system message confirms a weapon is being summoned from his inventory, and Baphomet looks up, ready for battle. With a grunt of exertion, he wields the newly formed, glowing red blade. His grip tightens on the hilt, the weapon humming with latent energy. Then, in a flash of crimson, he strikes Yu Hyun, sending him reeling from the impact. A moment of quiet hangs in the air, a pause in the relentless confrontation. As Baphomet looks down, a memory surfaces, a whisper from the past. It began when we were kids. He recalls his wife, her face bright with a genuine smile, a stark contrast to the grim reality of his present. Snapping back to the present, Baphomet swiftly brings his glowing red blade up, deflecting an incoming attack with a powerful, shimmering barrier. Baphomet's glowing red weapon descends once more upon Yu Hyun, who lies battered on the ground, as he recalls their shared history. Same, when we entered middle school. A memory flashes, showing his wife, her face etched with concern. The younger Baphomet looks on, a silent observer. His wife's tears fall, a poignant image of past sorrow. Back in the present, Baphomet's weapon strikes again, the impact echoing his earlier words, "We were always together." A moment of stark darkness, a silent gasp escaping. A wave of disbelief washes over Yu Hyun. No, this can't be. Baphomet stands tall, his back to the viewer, weapon in hand, a formidable presence. Yu Hyun, battered and broken, struggles to comprehend. Why are you here? He recalls giving the teleportation device to someone, a means of escape. Yet, a grim expression settles on his face, as he considers the possibility that someone might have stolen it. Surveying the wreckage of the evacuation facility, he realizes the survivors are trapped there. No one, he muses, should be abandoned in such a dire situation, not even a single soul. His gaze falls upon a glowing red device on the ground, a stark reminder of the danger. As his eyes begin to glow with an intense white light, The grim reality sets in. The evacuation facility itself is under attack by monsters. Standing amidst the ruins, he sends out a desperate plea, requesting aid from reinforcements. A mysterious woman with light brown hair poses a chilling question, wondering if Yu Hyun was truly fated to die from the very beginning. With an unsettling smile, she corrects the notion, declaring that they were always together. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper, emphasizing her next words. A gruesome vision of a lifeless woman, covered in blood, flashes into existence, as the entity concludes, even in death, we'll be together. A cold, disembodied voice echoes, warning that forbidden knowledge has been acquired. Suddenly, a holographic display flickers to life, announcing the activation of a skill. The mysterious voice continues its chilling pronouncement, promising a reversion of fate, but only if its target dies. The holographic display solidifies, revealing the skill's name, the Windows of Heaven. Baphomet's eyes widen in shock as the entity concludes her chilling statement, linking his fate directly with Yu Hyun. A blinding flash of blue and white energy erupts around him, leaving him reeling in disbelief, his mind screaming that things should be returning to normal. But a flicker of defiance ignites in his eyes, a silent challenge to whatever force now confronts him. His gaze hardens, resolve setting deep within him. Before a sudden, searing pain rips through his hand as a glowing red blade slices across it. The assailant, cloaked in red, stands victorious over his fallen form, the crimson light of their weapon casting long shadows. Baphomet reflects on the countless others who have come before, those who dared to challenge him. For him, the moments when these toys visit are the events that bring him the greatest thrill. He dismisses them as merely emotionally driven people, easily manipulated and defeated, as evidenced by the bloodied, defeated figure before him. The fight, he declares, was over the moment his opponent let emotions take control. A heavy thud echoes as the defeated man's legs give out, collapsing to the ground. Baphomet looks down at the fallen figure, a silent testament to his overwhelming power. The defeated man, however, still seethes with defiance, cursing in frustration. He pleads for a leg, then demands to know, "Who are you?" as Baphomet considers the pathetic display. Baphomet dismisses the defeated man's concerns, stating that his actions to save his wife are of no consequence to him. But the defeated man, still defiant, demands to know his true identity. Baphomet simply reiterates his earlier, vague explanation, then pauses, as if realizing he might not have shared that detail. He insists he did nothing more than what was necessary, specifically mentioning Yu Hyun as someone who had to live. With a chilling calm, Baphomet questions what could possibly be wrong with saving a life. The defeated man, however, snaps back, demanding he cease his self-justifying nonsense. His face contorts in a scream of pure frustration. He accuses Baphomet of being the true mastermind, responsible for everything that has occurred, regardless of the specific crimes committed. Yet, he claims to have done nothing. Still standing over his defeated foe, Baphomet's voice rings with a chilling conviction, declaring that his actions were not evil, but then his tone shifts, accusing the other of tarnishing the very name of evil with such a filthy attitude. His crimson eyes glow with an unsettling intensity, reflecting the depth of his twisted resolve. A glint of steel catches the light, the bloodied blade of a knife now prominently displayed. Standing over the defeated figure, who lies broken amidst a growing pool of crimson, Baphomet delivers his final, chilling decree: "Kill you." The defeated opponent remains motionless, a silent testament to the brutal encounter. A bloody hand twitches on the cold ground, a faint sign of lingering consciousness. A primal sense awakens, the distinct, metallic scent of blood filling the air. His eyes widen in terror, his face contorted in a silent scream as the reality of his situation sets in. Baphomet observes a holographic display, its data scrolling rapidly. His gaze remains fixed on the screen, a subtle shift in his expression. Suddenly, a stark red warning flashes across the system interface. Emergency. Monsters have appeared due to a system error. Hunters in the vicinity should subjugate the monster immediately. Simultaneously, a grotesque, fleshy mass begins to tear through reality, its form writhing into existence. Dark tendrils and shadowy limbs coalesce, the monstrous entity slowly revealing its horrifying scale. A surge of raw energy erupts around Baphomet, forcing a sharp gasp from him. As he stares at the emerging horror, a single name escaping his lips. The monstrous, tree-like abomination fully manifests, its twisted form dominating the space. His hand, now slick with blood, clenches as a chilling realization dawns upon him. The sight of his wife, her face marred by crimson, confirming his worst fears. A grotesque, tree-like entity, emanating a dark, oppressive aura, materializes before them, its presence heralded by the distinct, metallic scent of blood. Its voice a guttural growl as it declares its hunger, a clawed limb reaching out with predatory intent. Its maw, a horrifying cavern of razor-sharp teeth and pulsing purple energy, opens wide. His wife recoils, her body twisting away from the monstrous threat. Her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the blood that streaks her face. Baphomet, witnessing the horror unfold, calls out a name, Yu Hyun, his voice laced with a mix of shock and dawning comprehension. before his expression hardens into a mask of pure fury, enraged that any creature would dare to covet what he considers his own. A sharp impact causes a grotesque tentacle to recoil, splattering blood across the dark space. The damaged appendage still oozes, and the creature cries out in agony, a small, pale hand visible near the point of impact as it screams about the pain and calls for its mother. The monstrous entity fully recoils, revealing the small figure of Baphomet's wife on the ground, while a voice calls out, "Yu Hyun." Activating his passive skill, Overheat, Baphomet's eyes ignite with a crimson glow, a dark aura beginning to swirl around him as he remarks to Yu Hyun about his lack of romanticism. His fury intensifies, the system registering a sudden bleeding event, as his gaze sharpens with lethal intent. He challenges the creature, asking if it still perceives the injured woman as his wife. His stats surge by 15%, the shadowy aura around him expanding, crackling with raw power. With eyes burning, he declares that he sees only a monster, vowing to kill it. The grotesque creature recoils with a guttural shriek, as Baphomet continues his relentless assault, reminding it of his earlier warning. He strikes again, a powerful blow that sends energy rippling through the air, though he muses on the strangeness of its revival and the unsettling energy it emits. A malicious aura emanates from the beast, making him feel physically ill. Suddenly, the monster's maw opens, its voice a distorted growl, accusing him of treating it like a human being. His hand begins to glow with an ominous light. As he considers the creature's words, his resolve hardening. But before he can act, the monster strikes, sending him sprawling to the ground, a thought flashing through his mind about the creature's disgusting blood. He retaliates instantly, his glowing hand slamming into the monster's face. The impact erupting in a spray of blood and shimmering particles, a testament to the raw power behind his strike. The monster is engulfed in the aftermath, its form obscured by the swirling energy and debris. His relentless assault continues, eliciting a guttural shriek from the monstrous entity, as he plunges a blade deep into its form. Not content with the stab, he follows through with a powerful kick, leaving the knife embedded as the creature reels. The monster's root-like body writhes, letting out a choked, gurgling sound as it struggles against the onslaught. Blood erupts from its form, gushing from multiple wounds, staining the ground as its grotesque body continues to bleed profusely. The monstrous entity, already wounded, is violently torn apart, its grotesque form gushing blood as it continues to be ripped asunder. The assault is relentless, reducing the creature to nothing more than a spray of crimson and dissolving particles. The final, devastating blow leaves only a dark void, a swift, white streak cutting through the lingering darkness. From the carnage, Baphomet emerges, his body splattered with blood, eyes glowing crimson, and a dark aura radiating from him. A guttural cry escapes him. As he stands amidst the glowing particles, a shadowy figure hovering ominously above him. Amidst the blood-soaked aftermath, a figure lies broken on the ground, barely clinging to life. It is Yu Hyun. His name escapes a pained whisper, a desperate plea in the silence. But the aftermath of power brings its own dark consequences, as a primal hunger begins to gnaw, a deep, insatiable craving for more. His jaw distorts, teeth sharpening, as the urge threatens to overwhelm him, a guttural cry escaping his throat. Lying battered and bruised, Baphomet struggles against the rising tide of his own power, recognizing this familiar, terrifying pattern. His eyes glow crimson with fury, as he curses the debuff that ignites a yearning for murder, a dark consequence of his unleashed strength. Despite the primal hunger consuming him, Baphomet tries to rationalize his actions, muttering that it doesn't matter what he does. With a sharp movement, he steps closer to the injured Yu Hyun, who can only weakly cry out in pain and fear, realizing his imminent demise. Standing over his victim, Baphomet's voice drips with cruel suggestion, urging Yu Hyun to simply end his own life. Kneeling down, his hand reaching out, he offers a twisted companionship, suggesting they could be together forever in hell. Then, a sudden, piercing sound erupts, as a stark red warning flashes across his vision, a system threat detected message, causing him to flinch back in surprise. A lockdown takes immediate effect, throwing him backward with a heavy impact, his body having reached a critical 99% threat value due to an excessive use of skills, leaving him stunned and unable to comprehend what just happened. Trembling on the ground, bloodied and disoriented, he struggles to understand why his body refuses to obey him. Still reeling from the system's abrupt intervention, he stares upward, a red warning flashing across his vision, demanding to know who dared to interfere with his plans. On his knees, unable to move, he directs his fury at the unseen force, a single thought echoing in his mind. Only you. If only it hadn't been for this damned system, this infuriating, omnipresent entity. He had meticulously arranged everything, every detail, every step of his ascent. The system could have simply turned a blind eye, allowed him to proceed. All that remained was to savor his victory, to enjoy the meal he had so carefully prepared. His bloodied hand clenches around a metal bar, his voice laced with accusation, convinced that this interference is deliberate. His frustration boils over, as he screams at the heavens, certain the system is actively working to undermine him. He stares down at the system's message, bloodied and defiant. As the voice declares its twisted affection, why would I? After all, I care about you most of all. A guttural what? Escapes him, his crimson eyes burning with disbelief and fury, and in a sudden, violent blur. He moves. A sharp crack echoes through the space. As Baphomet unleashes his pent-up rage, striking the prone Yuhyun. The blow sends a fresh spray of blood across the younger man's face, his eyes wide with terror. While Baphomet's own gaze hardens, a chilling resolve settling upon his features. He closes his eyes, a quiet apology escaping his lips for quartz. Then, with a brutal impact, he strikes, demanding his victim remain unconscious for a while. But a sudden, internal shock makes him stagger, glowing particles erupting around him. The force of his own actions, or perhaps the system's lingering influence, leaves him momentarily stunned, as Yuhyun lies broken on the ground. Blood splatters across the desolate floor, a grim testament to the violence, as a voice remarks on the absolute mess. The man with glasses, a smirk playing on his lips, looks down at the scene. Nearby, an injured woman lies unconscious, her body bloodied. He muses that calling it unintentional would be weak, though messy, before assuring someone that he will handle the rest, while Baphomet, still reeling, thinks he could have killed him. Yuhyun, barely conscious, struggles to comprehend the implications of his survival, realizing he couldn't be killed, which must mean the team member rule is in effect. He reflects on the system's influence, realizing that if not for the guiding window from the very beginning, he would have been lost. No, that wasn't the most pressing issue. A voice cuts through his thoughts, asking, "Excuse me? The blood you're covered in isn't yours, right?" He thinks to himself, if only I was a bit stronger, I would have killed him. His eyes glow with a fierce crimson as he corrects himself. Stronger? I would have killed him already. Later, he sits, phone in hand, addressing the injured woman on the floor. Are you severely hurt? I'll get you an ambulance. Don't just lie around. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a conversation unfolds about the recent events, with one voice inquiring, how's Cha Minwoo? A man in glasses, standing over a prone figure with another man in a suit, explains, he kept going on about how he'd called it Terminator and an ambulance. And on and on. We have to help that people who are injured don't make such a big deal. He then adds, thoughtfully, but I made up my mind not to help them anyway. It was because of that message from the system window. The system window flashes, displaying an urgent alert. Emergency. Monsters have appeared due to a system error. Hunters in the vicinity should subjugate the monster immediately. The implications of a corpse transformed into a monster, rather than a living person, weighed heavily on the minds of those investigating. As one voice wondered aloud what further truths their investigation might uncover, then directly questioned a subordinate, asking if they knew anything. Quarter. Meanwhile, Baphomet sat, his expression unreadable, his wrists bound by heavy chains. The interrogation continued, a voice cutting through the silence to reveal a shocking truth. His deceased wife had been transformed into a monster, demanding to know who was responsible for such an act. The man with glasses listened intently, his profile sharp against the light. Baphomet offered only a silent, pained acknowledgement. He finally spoke, revealing he had only heard rumors of a team being formed to capture criminal hunters. The man with glasses, now identified as Manager Han, then addressed him directly, acknowledging his identity and warning him that he was treading a difficult and lonely path. Still pressing for answers, Manager Han reiterates his weariness from a long career of investigating and punishing people he has known, demanding to know who is truly behind Baphomet. He continues, his voice unwavering, asking Baphomet directly who could possibly be backing him, suggesting that any information given in exchange for his wife would be a major offense. Han then brings up the rookie hunters appointed to Baphomet, questioning whether they were all male or female, and if they were found dead or went missing. He warns that providing information on those hunters, especially in exchange for his wife, would constitute a major offense, the gravity of which is underscored by the image of a sleek, dark car. Manager Han's expression remains unyielding, his gaze fixed, awaiting a response. Baphomet, however, offers no words, his face a stoic mask, revealing nothing. Observing the silence, Manager Han concludes that Baphomet has no intention of speaking further at this moment, adding a final, ominous, then, I will. A soft click echoes, signaling the end of the exchange. Still bound in the back seat, Baphomet can only stare in disbelief as Manager Han continues his unsettling monologue. The manager's voice is calm, yet menacing, as he warns, you'll have a hard time trying to catch that hunter. The words echo in Baphomet's mind, his face contorting in silent agony, as shadowy, monstrous forms writhe behind him, reflecting his inner turmoil. Unaware of the dark forces at play, Baphomet's wife sits beside Manager Han, her expression etched with fear. Suddenly, the car swerves violently, tires screeching loudly as it loses control. A deafening crash rips through the air, the impact echoing with brutal finality. Amidst the wreckage, Baphomet's body is violently thrown from the vehicle, sliding across the ground, motionless. From the depths of a shadowy void, a small, white, cat-like creature stretches, its glowing purple eyes piercing the darkness as tendrils of shadow writhe around it. Meanwhile, in a different reality, a brown and white cat stretches languidly, its muscles extending in a familiar, comforting motion. It surveys the city lights, its paws making soft, rhythmic taps as it moves with quiet purpose. Each step is deliberate, a soft padding against the surface. From a window ledge, the cat peers down into a room, its gaze fixed on something below. Within the room, a circular rug lies on the floor, with a distinct square object resting at its center. With a nimble leap, the cat lands precisely on the square object, which immediately begins to glow with a soft light. A single paw presses down, activating the glowing surface. The interaction reveals an ID card, displaying the name Cha Min-woo and a familiar face. The glowing object reveals itself to be an identification card, displaying a familiar face and the name Min-woo, alongside the designation class, war, and an age of 2. The card's details are clear, confirming the identity of the individual. A crushing weight bears down, an immense pressure that makes it hard to breathe, as if the very air has turned heavy and suffocating. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles against the invisible force, his lungs burning with the effort to draw in air. Then, a sudden shift, and he finds himself in a sterile room, a figure with white hair standing nearby, their back to him. Confused, he looks around the unfamiliar hospital room, wondering about the identity of the person beside his bed. As he turns his head, the white-haired woman, wearing glasses and a professional blazer, speaks with a calm, knowing tone, remarking on his surprisingly quick recovery. Her expression remains composed, a slight, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. His eyes widen in shock, recognizing the unique way she addresses him, a realization dawning that only one person would ever use such a phrase. As he slowly regains his senses, a familiar voice greets him. "Long time no see, have you been well?" He finds himself held by the woman he now recognizes, her smile unwavering as she adds, "Seems you're still as handsome as always." Her words continue to echo, a playful threat hidden beneath the affection. "Pay with your..." A wave of agony washes over him, his eye widening in terror as she finishes, "Body." He screams in pure anguish. His face contorts in a silent, desperate cry. The woman, now holding a small white cat, casually steps on something near him, her demeanor unchanged as she coos, "Oh my, Sasha." She then turns her attention back to him, a hint of concern in her tone. "Is it okay for you to move your body?" Lying on the floor, he curses, "Fuck. Why's that quick doctor here?" She simply replies, "Well, it's because this is my hospital. You're quite indebted to me, don't you remember?" Still disoriented, he insists, "I don't know." She continues, "I was surprised. It seems the head of the team, Manager Han, showed up now." Still reeling from the revelation, he demands to know, "What? You and the team manager know each other?" A soft humph escapes her lips, as she observes him with a knowing gaze, remarking, "Your body looks even better now." His frustration mounts, retorting, "Oh, but it's my fault, not yours, huh?" He quickly tries to regain composure, adding, "It's a different topic. The important thing is that I didn't do anything bad, right?" His voice rising in desperation, he demands, "What do you plan to do with my body this time?" With a playful smirk, she muses, "If someone overheard, they would misunderstand. What did I even do?" Exasperated by her teasing, he shouts, "Asking me? Don't act so oblivious." His face contorts in a mix of anger and confusion. As she leans in, her expression still unreadable, and asks, "Should I tell you?" He finds himself still in his wife's embrace, her words a playful reminder that they are, after all, living in a rough area. Meanwhile, she makes a call, her voice shifting to a professional tone as she greets Manager Han, confirming she's reached his office. Her tone then turns subtly teasing, observing his appearance and asking if he'd been in an accident, noting it's been a while since they last spoke. A sudden realization hits him, the implication of her words causing a jolt of surprise. His wife, feigning concern, presses Manager Han about what happened. On the other end, Manager Han looks utterly flustered, caught off guard by her directness. A wide, knowing grin spreads across her face, clearly enjoying his discomfort. He, too, can't help but burst into laughter, finding immense satisfaction in the situation. Nothing, he muses, quite compares to the thrill of teasing number 302. Still observing the scene, Baphomet watches as his wife beams into a video call, her cheerful Kaya echoing through the room. On the screen, Manager Han appears, seemingly taken aback by the interaction, perhaps wondering what exactly is going on. Meanwhile, Manager Han, now in a different setting, looks down with a furrowed brow, accusing someone. "You tried to scam me, right?" He then reacts with a sharp pardon, as if hearing an unexpected retort. Standing over Yu Hyun, who sits calmly at a desk, Manager Han presses his attack, declaring, "I heard you, and that quack know each other. You planned this together to turn me into the government's dog, didn't you?" Yu Hyun, however, dismisses the outburst, asking if this is merely paranoid syndrome, and if Manager Han truly believes the whole world revolves around him. Yu Hyun then reflects, a hint of nostalgia in his voice, recalling a time when they were simply colleagues, long before the concept of guilds even existed. Manager Han continues his accusations, questioning how his former colleague could have been a hunter, especially since he was involved with the government from the very beginning, recalling how he himself was thrown into a government-managed hospital after they buried his strength test results. He acknowledges the government's corrupt nature, but hesitates at the thought of getting involved with them again. Confronting Yu Hyun directly, Manager Han demands to know why he looks so unconcerned, having finally realized the gravity of the situation, especially after the death of Quartz. Yu Hyun, however, remains completely unfazed, leaning back with an air of calm indifference. Manager Han presses on, convinced that a mastermind was responsible for Quartz's death, despite their best efforts to avoid civilian casualties and gather clues from the body amidst the chaos of a public road. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a shadowy figure in a dark suit holds a small, glowing orb, its light illuminating their hand. All that remained of the victim were scattered pieces, untouched by the monster's hunger. A voice recounts, saying, "I saw a monster similar to the one you vanquished before. We believe there's a magic-type hunter with summoning skills capable of reviving corpses." Manager Han, his expression etched with concern, attempts to reassure, "I'm sure we can find the mastermind. We just need to find that hunt." His words are cut short, the tension in the room palpable. A furious voice interjects, "Are you kidding me? I would have just killed him myself if you were going to let him die in vain like that." Baphomet's eyes blaze with crimson light, his anger barely contained. He continues, his voice laced with accusation, "I got you what you needed after working like a dog, and you." He slams his hand on the table, a glowing orb between them, demanding, "Blew it." Manager Han, across from him, offers a meek apology. "I truly feel sorry about thee." Baphomet glares, his thoughts racing. He considers turning the hunter over to the guild, but dismisses the idea as too risky, knowing he needs to handle this himself. He cannot trust anyone at his current level, desperately needing to get stronger, and cannot afford to fail. Manager Han, still processing the gravity of the situation, admits he couldn't detect the mastermind's presence, concluding that a powerful and dangerous hunter must be operating nearby. However, Baphomet remains unimpressed, retorting sharply that it must be Manager Han's skill that is lacking. He continues, asserting that if it were him, he would have immediately realized the threat, dealt with it, and reported it to his mentor. His voice rising in a furious crescendo. Baphomet slams his hand down with a resounding crash, demanding, "So you think this is mere child's play? You're going to catch the mastermind." He seizes Manager Han by the collar, pulling him close, his eyes blazing as he sneers, "A measly B-rank?" A nearby female colleague gasps, startled by the sudden outburst, as Baphomet turns and strides away, leaving a stunned Manager Han and the shocked office workers in his wake. He offers one final, contemptuous gesture of dismissal. Yu Hyun gestures emphatically, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Manager Han, looking utterly exasperated, confronts him, asking if they had fought, while Yu Hyun vents about the other's terrible personality. He clarifies that they hadn't physically fought, but were merely letting out their anger after rubbing each other the wrong way. Manager Han, still processing the situation, questions the meaning of it all and whether the rumors he'd heard were true. He then directly accuses Yu Hyun of stealing Cha Minwoo's money under the guise of treatment. Baphomet's wife reacts with a shocked expression, questioning if she could have done such a thing. She attempts to defend herself, insisting there's a reason for her actions, even as Manager Han threatens to report the incident to a public official. Suddenly, a young man covered in blood was sent over. Baphomet's wife looks down at the injured figure on a stretcher, her voice filled with concern as she asks what they did after all that. Yu Hyun reflects on the government's repeated failures, recalling how they once again tried to create a heroic hunter, just as they had with the famous guy on TV. Meanwhile, the consequences of their actions are starkly visible, as Cha Minwoo, known as Baphomet, lies battered and bloodied, a testament to the chaos unleashed. His wife, however, has a sudden, grim realization that the government had once again failed in its selfish efforts to create a heroic hunter. She argues that this isn't just a regular occurrence, but a pattern of two hunters being involved, and Manager Han reminds her to watch her mouth, clarifying that he is also the government's dog. He then adds that he's not quite sure about her claims. The woman retorts, asking if he's really a government dog or a wolf hiding its true nature, a Janus. Manager Han, unfazed, simply states that it's hopeless for this patient, a miracle he's still alive. He then shifts the topic, asking what happened after that. The answer to his question is revealed as they both look down at a severely injured young man, lying unconscious on a gurney, a grim testament to the events that transpired. A doctor stands over a gurney, the sterile environment of the medical room reflecting the gravity of the situation. She worries that her patient might not possess the necessary resilience to endure the demanding treatment, fearing the worst at this critical juncture. The young man lies unconscious, his face pale and bruised, a testament to the severe injuries he has sustained. But then, a sudden, unexpected event catches her off guard, a red system message appearing before her eyes. It was the first time she had ever witnessed a red system window, its ominous glow declaring her failure to save the patient. A wave of confusion washes over her, questioning why the system's color was red instead of the usual blue. The unexpected color was surprising enough, but the content of the system message itself proved even more astonishing. The system's command was absolute. She was to save him at all costs. The dire consequence of failure was made clear, a direct threat to her own life. Kim Yoon-sun recalls the day she gave her absolute best to save patient number 302, believing herself to be the finest surgeon available. Interrupting her recollection, Manager Han asks for clarification, his voice laced with disbelief. He questions if she's truly claiming the system window, not a quest or emergency message, actually threaten her life. She insists it's true, explaining that she had no choice but to delve deeper into the mystery of patient 302. That's why she went as far as to hire a private investigator to keep tabs on him, even fabricating a non-existent debt, because the system had indeed threatened her life. Yet, despite the threat, she found the system's behavior quite strange. It seemed to her as if he was receiving intense love from the system itself. Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation, a young man with dark hair, walks casually away, a red jacket slung over his shoulder. His path leads towards a sprawling, modern architectural complex. He listens as the manager reminds him that he's still in clock down, advising him to take a good, long rest. The manager reassures him, explaining that being in clock down is a common experience for hunters, and he should simply view it as a vacation from work. Standing outside a building, the manager continues, muttering about how lucky it was that he stated his status during a fight. Later, in an office, the manager simply instructs him to continue what he was doing. However, he clarifies that this time it will be slightly different, involving both monitoring and guarding. Baphomet, looking down, attempts to cut the conversation short, stating he'll contact the manager if he receives additional orders. But the manager interrupts him, pointing a finger at his ear, just as he begins to speak. He asks where he got the things hanging from his ears. Indeed, the earrings Manager Han had noticed were still there, and Baphomet affirmed their presence. He knew a break was essential to maintain peak performance for the next battle, and reflecting on his journey, he realized he had become a hunter precisely to savor such moments of enjoyment. With a satisfied grin, he declared his intention to eat everything he desired. And he certainly meant it, ordering 2 bowls of rice and 5 servings of meat with a confident gesture. Later, still indulging, he scrolled through his phone, admiring a picture of a delectable cake. Stepping out onto the bustling street, he took in his surroundings with a relaxed sigh. Still holding his phone, he continued his stroll, contemplating his next move. Spotting a sign for a baseball practice area, he decided on his next activity. A bat and ball awaited, promising a new form of enjoyment. He winds up for a powerful swing, declaring his intent to conquer every baseball field in Seoul. The bat connects with a sharp crack, sending the ball flying. Later, settled comfortably in a lounge chair, he enjoys a moment of quiet relaxation. His peace is abruptly shattered by a piercing scream, drawing his startled gaze downward. From the depths, a voice echoes with chilling demand, insisting its legs be returned. A single, malevolent red eye flares in the darkness, burning with an unnatural glow. Baphomet stands amidst the wreckage of a shattered room, observing the monstrous entity reaching out from the floor, bathed in an eerie purple light. The monstrous hand lunges, seizing a terrified victim, as the entity demands an arm while the victim screams for help. Elsewhere, a woman sings into a microphone, her voice filling the air with melody. After the unsettling encounter with the monstrous entity, Baphomet finds himself in a more relaxed setting, listening intently as a young man strums a guitar, filling the space with music. He stands with the guitarist and a female companion, a quiet moment of camaraderie before the weight of his circumstances begins to press down. Meanwhile, in an entirely different location, a singer holds a microphone, her hand poised as if about to begin a performance. Back with Baphomet, a wave of frustration washes over him, his face contorted in a silent curse as he grapples with his diminished power. He stares down at himself, a profound sense of dissatisfaction settling in, realizing that no matter what he does with this current, weaker form, it simply isn't fun at all. He questions if it was wrong to ever desire to become human, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing he can always grow stronger again. Yet, even that isn't quite right, because hitting rock bottom after standing at the very top is an unbearable and disagreeable experience, a bitter pill he struggles to swallow. As the system's voice echoes, a stark question appears before him, challenging his very state of being. His crimson eye glows with an unsettling intensity, a silent testament to the turmoil within. The question hangs in the air, stark and unavoidable. Are you sad? A bitter, humorless laugh escapes him, as he clutches his head, feeling his sanity fraying at the edges. He turns away from the casual scene behind him, his voice laced with accusation, demanding to know if this entity is offering both salvation and destruction. His face contorts in anguish and frustration, as he questions the true motive behind this torment. The system's cold, unwavering response appears, claiming its actions are solely for his benefit. He scoffs at the notion, convinced it merely seeks to toy with him. With a determined reach, his hand extends towards the glowing interface, initiating a protocol that promises to change everything. He finds himself once again confronted by the system, which coldly informs him that the protocol has already been executed billions of times, warning that another failure would necessitate remaking the entire program. Meanwhile, in a different space, a young man questions, "Are you going to get in my way again?" Back within the glowing interface, a woman stands poised, her presence radiating a quiet power. The young man, his face etched with frustration, challenges, "If that's what you're planning, just kill me yourself." With unwavering resolve, the woman declares, "I'll succeed this time." Back in his own torment, Baphomet screams, "I said kill me." The system confirms the initiation of a hacking program execution protocol, then congratulates the woman, addressing her as Miss Administrator. The command echoes through the digital space, immediately. And with that, the system erupts into a cascade of glowing lines, data streams, and abstract energy, signifying a profound shift. As the hacking program execution protocol takes hold, the system itself begins to hum with a deep, resonant thrum, digital lines, and a brilliant orb of light manifesting across the ethereal space. A sharp crackle echoes through the air, and Baphomet's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he senses the profound shift. He moves through the bustling digital streets, a question forming in his mind about the sudden, overwhelming system event. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears before him, her expression unreadable as she offers a simple apology. She acknowledges her tardiness, her gaze steady as she addresses him. But then, her tone shifts, warning him not to misunderstand her intentions. She clarifies that she holds no hatred towards him, before declaring that she will now reveal the truth of the situation. As digital particles swirl around them, she delivers the devastating news. She has stripped him of all his strength. Within the shimmering, digital expanse, Baphomet walks away, his back to the viewer. A soft, almost imperceptible rustling sound accompanies the appearance of his wife, her face now starkly different, her eyes glowing with an ominous red light. She stands before him, an ethereal figure with long white hair and an elaborate white and black ensemble, radiating an immense, otherworldly power. Her feet hovered just above the glowing grid, a testament to her newfound dominion. Her gaze, intense and unwavering, locks onto him. Baphomet's eyes widen in disbelief and shock, the full weight of her transformation and presence washing over him. With a deliberate gesture, she finally speaks, declaring that after countless attempts, she can now reveal her true intentions to him. Her voice echoes through the digital space, revealing that she has run trillions of experiments, leaving Baphomet utterly stunned by the confession. Floating majestically, she explains her ultimate goal, to observe the adaptive abilities of a human placed within a vessel. Her glowing hand reaching out, she continues, every single experiment, every single one resulted in your death. He falls through a void, a visual representation of his repeated demise. His face contorts in disbelief as she explains, whether you were stabbed or died from being stabbed. The truth settles heavily upon him. Your death was inevitable. She continues, her voice devoid of remorse. That's why I tried a different method. I wanted to see what would happen if I didn't give you your powers. His expression remains frozen as she concludes, undetermined. There was no result. Standing beside him, her glowing form radiating power, she places a hand on his shoulder. Hence, I decided to place my bet on this undetermined result. His eyes widen, the full weight of her words crashing down as she finishes, because you will fulfill my desire. Still revealing the depths of her manipulation, Baphomet's wife asks if he called for her. Meanwhile, deep within a towering structure, a monstrous form of Baphomet gazes upwards, his red eyes glowing. His dark cloak billows around him, as the ethereal purple energy of the space swirls. Then, Baphomet stands in his human form, his expression unreadable. He looks down, questioning if his wish was truly fulfilled by a higher power. A slight smirk plays on his lips, as he lets out a soft exclamation. The thought lingers in the air. He had killed all those others. Pulling his wife into a tight embrace, Baphomet hears her whisper that it must have been someone stronger than her. With a soft, knowing chuckle, she reveals her anticipation, stating she was merely waiting for him to ask. Standing close, her presence is a subtle pressure, a silent challenge. For there are adversaries, she muses, that even his original strength could not overcome. Shadowy figures loom, a stark reminder of past failures and insurmountable odds. He plunges through an endless void, the weight of those defeats pulling him down. A voice echoes, urging him to rise, to cultivate a power far beyond his current grasp. To become something truly formidable, much stronger than he has ever been. The monstrous form within him stirs, its red eyes burning with a primal hunger. And in a sudden flash, his own eyes ignite, one blue, one red, reflecting the duality of his burgeoning power. He stands, his expression unreadable, as the ethereal blue light of his internal world surrounds him. A sudden jolt of realization makes him flinch, his eyes widening. He takes a decisive step forward, the sound of his footfall echoing in the silent space. A vision of himself, clad in a long coat, walks away into the shimmering distance, a past self perhaps. Then, another voice, soft and familiar, calls out to him, asking if he is Raven, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. The question hangs in the air, followed by an unseen presence reminding him that he already knows how to grow stronger. As if to reinforce the thought, his wife appears behind him, her arms gently wrapping around his chest, her presence a comforting yet unsettling weight. A monstrous, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes then asserts that his insatiable greed for more is precisely what will empower him. The words resonate deeply within him, confirming that this constant craving is indeed the wellspring of his true strength. A commanding voice echoes, demanding that all tremble in fear at the mere mention of a name. as the system confirms Baphomet's skills are being renewed through the administrator's grace, with his Master of Weapons skill reaching level 7. His body, now fully connected to the system, will no longer suffer from debuffs or mysteries, and he has recovered a new skill. All of his skills are back, restored to their former glory. Suddenly, a figure appears amidst a bustling city street, a subtle sound effect marking his arrival. The surrounding crowd reacts with confusion, uttering exclamations of surprise. His attention is immediately drawn to something off-panel, a single thought forming in his mind. That woman. His crimson eyes widen in clear surprise, a stark expression of shock crossing his face. A small vial containing a monster sample is presented, with the clear instruction to get it tested. Inside a research facility, a scientist confirms the sample's origin, recognizing it as coming from the monster number 302, and is asked to analyze its components. As Kim Sung-il walks away, he presses for a swift turnaround, expecting the results by the following day. Later, Kim Sung-il is seen on a call, his expression thoughtful. Back in the lab, the scientist apologizes for the delay, explaining the difficulty of acquiring monster bodies for research, and questions if a bet was made prematurely. Suddenly, the scientist reacts with a sharp intake of breath, demanding to know if his skills are being doubted. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-il continues his call, the conversation revolving around an inexplicable anomaly. Someone's stats have drastically changed since the last measurement. The scientist, now deep in thought, ponders the impossibility, knowing it hasn't even been a month since the individual in question became a hunter. Yet, their stats increased. Baphomet's gaze holds a subtle intensity, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he considers the unfolding situation. A quiet satisfaction settles over him, as a system notification confirms the completion of the hidden quest, Judgment of Apostle of Rage Raven, rewarding him with Raven's unique skill, a development he finds quite enjoyable. Despite the rumors, nothing has been confirmed. Inside a sleek, modern office, 3 men gather around a polished table, while another stands nearby. Kim Sung-il, adjusting his glasses, breaks the silence, acknowledging the passage of time. Baphomet responds with a casual air, attributing his well-being to the other man. Kim Sung-il's expression hardens slightly as he presses for reassurance. Baphomet, however, deflects the question, questioning the effectiveness of the monitoring. As the meeting concludes and the men depart, Kim Sung-il casts a frustrated glance back, muttering about the childish antics of adults. He remains deep in thought, a silent observer of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, his subordinate, number 302, attempts to defuse a tense situation, urging calm to the team manager who seems to be feeling unwell. She confronts Baphomet directly, who reacts with a dismissive, "Who do you think you're touching?" Back in the office, Kim Sung-il listens to the report, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he questions the nature of their relationship. The digital interface confirms the ongoing surveillance, displaying, finding the target's information. But the man's patience wears thin, his frustration boiling over into a sharp, singular word: bullshit. Number 302 reaches out, attempting to calm him, but he recoils, clearly agitated, muttering, "So cranky." He pulls back further, exclaiming, "What, you quack?" Number 302 observes his reaction, concluding that, as expected, he's a lot more than average, before simply stating, "I see." Kim Sung-il leans forward, questioning why he was contacted first, while Baphomet pauses, considering his response. He recalls team manager Ma, a man known to be exceptionally well-informed about hunters. If he could glean insights from such individuals through Ma, he might better prepare himself for future encounters. He then recalls a woman with light hair, asking if he was the only one who had met with the team manager before coming to her, and her intention to verify that information. He wonders if he should also be pursuing such connections, realizing that the strongest opponents he faces are ultimately his greatest teachers. His eyes glow crimson, as he suggests his offer should be quite appealing. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he concludes that she intends to control him from the shadows. He thinks to himself that he can now freely intervene in Earth's system without any interference. He questions the purpose of the monitoring, wondering why Kim Sung-il doesn't simply handle things himself, given his immense power. His crimson eyes glowing with an inner light, Baphomet admits he lacks the specific skills to create or destroy, only to take. He can only take away, a chilling revelation. Kim Sung-il then asks how he was transformed into a human, prompting Baphomet to recall a past moment, a towering, ethereal figure with flowing white hair and glowing red eyes, standing amidst a shimmering, otherworldly energy. This powerful form, a manifestation of his true nature, was also achieved by taking, he muses, the memory of his past self, confirming his unique ability. Back in the present, Kim Sung-il, seemingly unfazed, asks what Baphomet wanted to discuss about waiting, to which Baphomet simply responds with a non-committal "ah." He then clarifies that he was merely wondering if there was any progress, but quickly dismisses the thought, stating that criminals don't regenerate after all. He concludes his thought, reflecting that he was simply wondering if Kim Sung-il had been waiting around like this for a while, as he gazes out a window, lost in contemplation. Kim Sung-il muses, finding it acceptable to continue his hunter duties until a new target emerges. He dismisses rumors of being on the same page as the team manager. sighing as he admits he's already given up on such notions. Meanwhile, Baphomet considers the rapid growth of an irregular, wondering aloud how quickly this phenomenon will unfold. He contemplates if this individual could possibly become a valuable card for his own use. Unaware of Baphomet's machinations, Kim Sung-il decides to proceed, stating he will deal with the swordsman after their identity is fully discovered. Baphomet, in turn, makes a demand, a commission. The scene shifts, revealing a distant figure against a vast, open sky. A towering, modern building stands prominently against the urban landscape. Back in his home, Baphomet insists to his wife, "Give me a commission, and lend me a weapon too." As the conversation continues, his wife questions, "Hunter Baphomet, why do you keep renting weapons? Why don't you try buying one that suits you?" She elaborates, "Renting a weapon isn't very cost-effective, so..." He quickly retorts, "No way. Using the same weapon all the time is no fun." His wife sighs, then shifts the topic. "Generally, only hunters of rank A and above are allowed to raid towers." She continues, explaining the bureaucracy. "It costs one a commission for a team complete of rank A. However, only hunters working under the government are allowed entry." Baphomet, listening intently, confirms, "I'm part of one." His wife, however, clarifies, "But it's not like I can just say I'm part of an unofficial guild under the government. It seems you do, in fact, belong to a guild." A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers her words. Under a vast, clear sky, a colossal tower pierces the clouds, its intricate structure hinting at the challenges within, as a voice rings out, declaring, "Hello, hunters. We are from the Ark Guild." Three figures stand before the assembled crowd, an armored individual flanked by a woman with vibrant orange hair and a dark-haired man, as the announcement continues. Everyone present is already aware that the Ark Guild holds exclusive rights to the Tower of Maze. But they have decided to begin clearing the tower today, unable to dismiss the risk of a gate shock. A hunter in the crowd murmurs, "What's wrong with the money-hungry Ark Guild? They're even giving up their exclusive rights." Another hunter responds, their voice low, "Probably just trying to save their image. What else could it be?" The Ark Guild then announces they will be giving away 50% of the drops from the clearing process to the hunters, while they themselves will deal with the tower's boss. As team manager Ma questions, if the Ark Guild will cover the cost, doesn't that mean the guild master won't be able to participate? A subtle green aura emanates from Baphomet, his inner thoughts revealing, "The moments when toys visit me are the events that give me the greatest thrill." Other voices chime in, wondering, "By the way, isn't that other hunter more popular than their guild master?" And speculating, "Oh my, will the hunted clear it then? I'm a huge fan." Baphomet's wife exclaims, her enthusiasm clearly irritating him. His crimson eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Turning his back to the others, he muses aloud, "Should I just go back? I don't really feel like fighting." A system message flashes, asking, "Management office," while his thoughts dismissively declare, "Shut up. Don't talk to me. You guys have nothing else to do." He reiterates his disinterest, "Yeah, I don't." A small thought bubble trailing off. Another internal prompt appears, reminding him, "Despite everything, you can finally access a tower thanks to them." With a sigh, he wonders, is there any way to mute her? His patience wearing thin, Baphomet warns against drawing unwanted attention with such an attitude. Then dismissively asks, "Nagging me? Are you my mom?" A voice retorts, "How'd you know? I'm your mom." His eye twitching, he snaps back, "Stop spewing bullshit." Before another word can be uttered, Baphomet lunges, seizing the man in the green shirt by his collar, holding him suspended as the man gasps, "W." Baphomet then effortlessly tosses him aside, sending him sprawling to the ground, as his wife rushes forward, exclaiming, "Why, young master? Are you okay?" Another man, observing the scene, questions the commotion, while his wife dismisses the fallen figure as a mere nobody among hunters, bound to be a bit rude. As Baphomet turns away, his eyes glowing with a faint green light, a flicker of recognition crosses his face as he muses, "Huh? That man. I feel like I've seen him before." Still seething from the intrusion, Baphomet confronts the armored figure, demanding to know how he could have allowed such a situation to unfold. His frustration mounting, the armored man then questions if these types of individuals are simply everywhere, before calling out to someone. Baphomet, unimpressed, dismisses the armored man's concerns, stating that he simply needs to compensate for the trouble, finding the whole ordeal tiresome. The armored man reacts with surprise, questioning Baphomet's attitude. He then points out that the young master looks like a worthless individual, no matter how one views him. Baphomet, observing the armored man, remarks on his appearance, noting the poor quality and condition of his equipment. He continues, mentioning rumors about F-rank hunters being allowed in, and how the armored man seems to fit that description. The armored man, now identified as the young master, questions how an F-rank could possibly compensate him, while Baphomet simply stares back. He continues to press the young master, questioning his capabilities, asking if a mere F-rank could even handle anything beyond the lowest-tier dungeon gates. Then, with a smirk, he adds, "And who exactly are you thinking of when you say you're so nice anyway?" The young master's expression darkens, his jaw clenching audibly, as the insult clearly strikes a nerve. His anger flares, a silent but potent challenge in his eyes. Suddenly, a woman steps between them, her voice firm as she asks, "What are you doing right now? Why are you fighting amongst yourselves when there are enemies ahead of you?" Her presence momentarily diffuses the escalating tension. The young master, still fuming, turns to the group, exclaiming, "This bastard! You know who did this to my equipment," while Baphomet, with a sigh, mutters, "I should have kept my mouth shut." For Baphomet, the moments when these toys visit him are the events that give him the greatest thrill, but the young master, still seething, demands to know what he was thinking, picking such an arrogant, low-rank hunter. He explains that everyone here is part of the same party, and the door to the next stage only unlocks after all 3 rooms are cleared. The young master listens, still visibly annoyed. As the explanation continues about the Tower of Labyrinths, which features 3 distinct doors leading to the boss room. Each of these doors, as shown by the 3 ornate entrances, possesses a unique characteristic. 6 party members will be entering each door. Some maps can be cleared simply by defeating the monsters, as Baphomet demonstrates, striking down a monstrous entity. Whereas for others, they will need to solve puzzles or defeat sealed monsters to find the key and clear the map. Finally, they will have to avoid all the traps and find the exit. The next entrance, a formidable red door glowing with arcane energy, promises another challenge, with a new opponent waiting beyond its threshold. As the party prepares, his wife asks a question, wondering which room they should attack first. He simply replies that he doesn't know. The tower's mechanics dictate that the map changes randomly every 24 hours after they enter, meaning there's no way to know whether it will be a monster room or a trap map before entering. It truly is a labyrinth, just as its name implies. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, his eyes widening slightly. He mutters to himself, recalling the name of a hunter from the Kellum Guild. Then, another name surfaces, Hunter Pagan and Hunter Soul, both from the Nurla Guild. A sense of unease washes over him as he realizes, these are not just any hunters. As a hunter from the Defiance Guild confirms his presence, Baphomet stands alongside his wife and another man, listening intently. He is known as Hunter Baphomet, affiliated with the Sweet Pink Angel Guild, his gaze sharp and calculating. The trio moves forward, their steps echoing in the dimly lit space. Continuing their journey, they appear as small figures against the vast, dark environment. A soft scoff escapes him, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. His wife, too, shares a knowing smirk, her eyes glinting with shared understanding. The unnamed hunter presses him. Baphomet's casual reply reveals the truth. It was merely a ghost guild, a clever scheme to pocket government money. He continues to explain the inner workings of his guild, as his wife interjects, asking, "I have a question. Which map are we attacking?" He casually dismisses her concern, stating that the head nurse and he are the only guild members. She presses him, wondering if he had informed her before acting, but he simply replies that the government has no say in this organization after all. His wife, still processing the absurdity, then questions, "But isn't the guild name way too unsuitable for nobodies?" A wide grin spreads across his face as he explains, that's precisely why he's been ignoring their calls since yesterday. A low chuckle escapes him, a keek, echoing his amusement. His wife bursts into hearty laughter, agreeing that the guild name suits him extremely well. Meanwhile, in a different location, the young master also finds himself laughing, a wide, almost manic grin stretching across his face. Back with Baphomet, he continues to laugh, a deep, resonant sound filling the space. The young master's expression shifts to one of frustration, muttering, "Fuck," before he too breaks into another round of laughter. Despite the young master's conflicted reaction, a surge of pure frustration washes over him, as Baphomet internally curses the team manager bastard, vowing retribution no matter what. Meanwhile, the young master, seemingly oblivious to the internal turmoil he's caused, casually asks if they should proceed, adding a nonchalant by the way to his inquiry. Elsewhere, or perhaps as a general announcement, Baphomet's wife delivers a stern warning, stating that the Cario Guild will not be held responsible should anyone perish in action. Her voice firm, she continues, emphasizing that hunters alone must bear the responsibility for any events that occur to them during battle. Back with the group, Baphomet, standing between the young master and Kim Sung-il, confidently declares his intention to open the door. His resolve clear, he reiterates, "I'll open the door." As the group stands silhouetted before a massive, glowing archway, the entrance to their next challenge beckons. With a heavy thud, the door begins to open. A blinding light spills forth, revealing the unknown beyond. As the group prepares to advance, Baphomet's wife voices a practical concern, asking which map they are attacking, to which he calmly replies that it's the trap map. He then declares his intention to use a glow stone, explaining that it will reveal any monsters lurking in the empty area. As the stone activates, a brilliant, ethereal green light erupts, forming a glowing archway that pulses with raw energy. The archway solidifies, revealing intricate, crystal-like structures within its radiant green glow, a clear path to the unknown. Without hesitation, Baphomet's wife steps forward, declaring she will go first and instructing the others to follow her lead. As she moves, Baphomet follows, reminding the group that they are already aware of the attack methods for a new map, and then directly addresses them, telling them not to waste their energy and simply to follow him. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-il and team manager Ma stand by, observing the unfolding events with a watchful gaze. Further back, the young master and the monster entity also remain, their presence a silent, ominous counterpoint to the group's advance. Stepping through the shimmering archway, she leads the way, her stride confident, as she enters the unknown space. Suddenly, she leaps, a voice confirming, "First trap, check." As her feet touch down, sharp spikes erupt from the ground beneath her, the impact sending a jolt through her. Blue lightning crackles around her as she's thrown backward, her eye widening in surprise and pain. As she continues to fall, a voice observes, "A hunter who can follow my attack method, it must be greater. They must have become AB." As they step into the new space, Baphomet's wife turns to him, a question already forming on her lips, wondering which map they were truly attacking. He looks down, a sudden realization dawning on him, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, the hunter Baphomet turns and sprints away, activating his unique skill, Ruler Baphomet's Advantage, which grants him a tactical edge when battling in towers below legendary rank, making all attacks and monsters visible to him. His crimson eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light as he processes the information, confirming that all incoming attacks, as well as the monsters themselves, will be clearly visible to him. A warning flashes across his vision, but he considers it with a smirk, wondering if he should test out this newfound power. A guard stands stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden, impossible speed of the dungeon's progression. Barely a moment later, a voice announces the first floor has been cleared. The guard can only stammer in disbelief, as the impossible continues to unfold. Another announcement rings out, confirming the fifth floor has been cleared, leaving a cloaked figure defeated on the ground. Team manager Ma stares in wide-eyed horror, his mind racing to grasp the chaotic situation. The sheer audacity of it all leaves him sputtering, utterly dumbfounded by the identity of the one causing such a ruckus. Meanwhile, Baphomet stands in a dark, cavernous space, his gaze fixed intently upwards. A faint glow emanates from above, drawing his attention as he prepares for whatever comes next. As Baphomet stands, a voice warns him, "Watch out for the arrows coming down behind you." His eyes flash crimson, his focus sharpening instantly. Without hesitation, he leaps, effortlessly dodging the volley of arrows as the voice instructs. You can easily dodge them by jumping. Another warning comes. More arrows are heading toward you from 50 m to your right. He moves again, a streak of light, as the instruction echoes, "Get up and avoid them." His body twists with impossible agility, and his fist glows with a vibrant green energy, ready to strike. His eyes now glowing green, he receives another piece of advice. Diverting its attention is also a great method. Surrounded by a shimmering green aura, he executes another swift, powerful maneuver. A figure clad in pristine white armor plummets through an ethereal void. As a swift arrow closes the distance, aiming directly for its head. But with a sudden, glowing halo appearing above its head, the armored figure deftly deflects the projectile with a radiant staff. However, the true challenge emerges as heavy chains materialize, clinking into place around its neck. The chains, targeting the neck as its critical weakness, rapidly extend, coiling around the armored figure's entire body. Completely bound and helpless, the figure is now at the mercy of its unseen captor. From the shadows, Baphomet emerges, his hands gripping the chains, pulling with immense force. His eyes glow with a vibrant green energy, reflecting the power he channels into his grip. The glowing green chains, now fully manifested, coil and tighten with immense force. With a sickening crunch, they violently constrict the white armored construct, which struggles against their relentless grip. The magical bindings hold firm, their emerald glow pulsating with raw power. Then, with a sudden surge, the construct is violently slammed, its form twisting under the immense pressure. Observing the results of his training, he questions, "You're not an F rank, are you? Did you just show your rank?" He muses, It felt like you knew how to dodge everything." He turns to a nearby guard, a hint of irritation in his voice, asking if they truly wish to be fired by neglecting their duties. Meanwhile, the young master, clad in gleaming white armor, addresses another guard with a dismissive air, his expression unconcerned. He then scoffs, questioning the guard's seriousness, as if their current situation were a mere triviality. Turning his attention to Baphomet, the young master suggests they move on from idle chatter, announcing his intention to regroup on the fifth floor, as everyone is tired. Baphomet, however, observes him with a knowing gaze, remarking on his increased strength despite only being on the fourth floor, finding it frustrating given his affiliation with Ark. The young master counters, his tone laced with sarcasm, asking if Hunter Pagan himself doesn't need time to regroup, pointing out his visibly damaged armor. Baphomet bristles at the implication, vehemently denying it, insisting that the damage was caused by that bastard, and that his equipment couldn't possibly be of such poor quality that an F rank could destroy it. The young master, however, reveals a shocking truth, explaining that the armor was crafted from the core of Balamet, the boss of the Tower of Sanctuary, leaving Baphomet to ponder the implications. A realization dawns on Baphomet, as he concludes that this F-rank hunter must possess strength exceeding that of a boss. He ponders the implications of their recent discovery, a thoughtful expression on his face. The young master, however, is visibly shaken, his eyes wide with disbelief. He can't fathom how a mere F rank could have caused such damage, his voice rising in protest. A new voice interjects, questioning, "Secretary Kong?" Dismissing further argument with the newly joined member, the young master instructs them to proceed to the next tower. But Secretary Kong has noticed something crucial, a familiar symbol on the young master's garment, recognizing it as Royal Goldie's. She confronts him directly, declaring his armor to be fake. Both Baphomet and Secretary Kong look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. The secretary steps forward, her hand raised in a gesture of accusation, as the young master recoils. She continues, explaining that items related to Bahamut's core have never been publicly traded, implying that any acquisition must have been through illicit means. Then, with a knowing glance, she identifies the armored figure before her as Royal Goldie's young master. Stunned by her directness, the young master can only stammer a shocked exclamation before demanding to know her intentions. A subtle, confident smile plays on her lips as she prepares to reveal her proposal. She offers to catch the swindler who sold him the fake armor, but only in return for a favor once he reaches the tower. The young master, taken aback, repeats her condition, while Baphomet and Kim Sung-il observe the unfolding negotiation with keen interest. Baphomet, intrigued by the sudden turn of events, ponders the implications of her bold proposal. His thoughts are consumed by the enigmatic woman, her confidence and strategic mind leaving a strong impression. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Secretary Kong maintains a calm, calculating expression, her eyes glowing faintly with an inner resolve. As the tension hangs heavy in the air, Baphomet's hand flashes forward, wreathed in crackling purple energy. The young master barely has time to react as the first blow connects, sending him reeling back with a sharp whoosh. Armor fragments splinter and fly as the relentless assault continues, each strike tearing through his defenses. He's lifted off his feet, sent tumbling backward through the air. Baphomet delivers a final, devastating blow, sending the armored figure hurtling into the distance. From a short distance, Secretary Kong and Kim Sung-il watch the display, their expressions a mix of awe and understanding. Amidst the dissipating purple energy, Baphomet stands still, the air around him crackling with residual power. The young master is a mere speck in the distance, still falling as Baphomet moves with impossible speed, leaving trails of light. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a silent testament to his overwhelming power. The towering structure of the abyssal tower looms under a clear blue sky, its cylindrical form reaching endlessly upwards. Inside, a small group moves through its depths, with him leading the way, the young master following close behind. The tower continues to dominate the horizon, its presence a constant reminder of the challenges within. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, a man with glasses and a faint green glow around him posing a direct question. "I have a question. Which map are we attacking?" The question hangs in the air as Kim Sung-il places a hand on the young master's shoulder, while Secretary Kong and Baphomet's wife stand nearby, all listening intently. Outside, the abyssal tower now stands silhouetted against the deepening twilight, its windows glowing faintly in the night. Within its confines, a monstrous, armored dragon-like creature snarls, as a human arm reaches out towards it. As his armored form plummeted through the air, past the defeated dragon, a glowing red arm extended, signaling the end of the arduous battle. Looking up with a determined expression, he continued his descent. The dragon's massive form still visible below, he neared the floor. His hand flexing, as if confirming the victory, he finally looked down, the 49th floor now cleared. Despite the monumental achievement, a woman with dark hair reacted with an exasperated sigh, as if the whole ordeal was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She muttered, her hand covering her mouth, making such a fuss out of just the 49th floor. The young master, still in his armor, turned to Kim Sung-il, his frustration evident as he stated, "It's not effective when you say it while looking like that, you know?" As he stands before a massive, ornate door, Baphomet muses on the young master's unusual silence, wondering why the normally boisterous young man has gone quiet. He turns, a slight frown on his face, still pondering the unexpected quiet from his companion. The imposing door itself suggests a significant challenge, as if something entirely different awaits them beyond. He observes the grand entrance, noting its unusual design compared to typical boss rooms. Considering the 49th floor of the abyssal tower, he deduces that a mini-boss or something similar must be guarding this unique threshold, rather than a full boss. From behind him, the young master's voice cuts through the silence, accusing him of lacking experience despite his supposed illicit tower explorations. Suddenly, a new voice interjects, a woman with dark braided hair and a knowing smile, asking what the young master could possibly know about Baphomet. Baphomet looks startled by the unexpected appearance of Secretary Kong, who then playfully chides him, declaring that he is so rude, and reminding him that they are not besties. The path ahead promises a formidable challenge, with a named monster awaiting them, just as Hunter Reaper had foretold. Secretary Kong begins, warning them that the challenges ahead will be unlike anything they've encountered before. The three stand before a massive, glowing archway, the entrance to the next room. Her hand clenches slightly, a subtle sign of her earnestness. Her expression turns serious as she clarifies, this isn't a threat, but rather advice. She continues, reminding them that hunters are ultimately responsible for their own lives, but also admitting that she doesn't wish to see anyone die beside her, adding that she'll ensure their share of the spoils is handled. A moment of silence passes between the young master and her. Then, Baphomet's face hardens, and he declares, I don't care. I'm going to the next room. He poses a direct question, his gaze unwavering as he asks which map they are attacking. Secretary Kong, her expression serious, agrees with the sentiment that the monsters are different. She then inquires about the hunter who came to fight, her concern evident. The young master, however, expresses his reluctance, believing there's no need for him to proceed. He exchanges a tense glance with Baphomet, a silent disagreement hanging between them. Secretary Kong reiterates her warning, emphasizing that unknown dangers await and suggesting it might be best to stop. Baphomet listens intently, his expression unreadable. The young master's face contorts with stress, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Driven by pride, he declares he cannot afford to lose to an F rank, his resolve hardening despite his earlier hesitation. Having made his decision, the young master strides forward, declaring his intent to join the expedition. Together, he, Baphomet, and Secretary Kong venture deeper into the tower, their path growing increasingly dim. The oppressive gloom settles around them, a voice noting how dark and quiet it has become, before suggesting the use of a glowstone. With a soft hum, Baphomet activates the stone, casting an ethereal glow that reveals the surprised expressions of his companions as they gaze downwards. A collective gasp escapes them, as the true nature of their surroundings begins to materialize. The light reveals an enormous chamber filled with colossal, intricately carved stone chess pieces, towering over them like ancient guardians. One of them questions if they are merely stone statues, wondering what else this strange room might hold. Baphomet, ever cautious, advises the young master that it would be best not to approach too closely. He stares at the colossal figures, a sudden realization dawning on him. They are chess pieces. Just as the thought forms, a massive rook slams down with a deafening crash, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. The young master and Secretary Kong recoil from the sudden impact, their expressions shifting from curiosity to alarm. As the dust settles, he moves with practiced speed, repositioning himself for whatever comes next. The young master's eyes widen in disbelief, while Secretary Kong points, a gasp escaping her lips as she spots something in the gloom. Then, an unseen voice echoes through the chamber, cold and commanding, declaring, it's your turn now. The ground trembles as a colossal foot from one of the chess pieces begins to move, slowly advancing towards them. Confusion and terror grip the young master and Secretary Kong, as they realize the immense, inanimate objects are now actively coming for them. He turns to his companion, a hint of challenge in his voice, asking if he's truly as skilled at chess as he claims, suggesting now is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate those abilities. A moment of realization dawns on Baphomet, as he exclaims, having grasped what he believes to be the attack method of their adversaries. Secretary Kong quickly adds that their immediate task is to discern the movement patterns of the chess pieces and preemptively avoid them. The young master agrees, confirming that by observing the pieces' positions, they can pinpoint their next move, before sharply pointing to a specific location. The trio stands poised, their gazes fixed on the direction he indicated, ready to execute their plan. Secretary Kong, already in motion, urges them to follow her, assuring them that she has found a safe zone. As the young master moves, an unseen voice praises his foresight, acknowledging his expected brilliance. However, Baphomet's expression darkens, as he gravely states that their current assumption is incorrect. A look of pure panic washes over Secretary Kang's face, as she cries out the young master's name, realizing the imminent danger. As the group stood, a sudden, glowing object descended from above, leaving her and the young master to stare up in utter confusion. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the light vanished, leaving the young master reaching out, bewildered by its disappearance. Before anyone could process the vanishing light, a colossal chess rook materialized and slammed down, crushing the young master beneath its immense weight. The sudden, brutal attack left Secretary Kong wide-eyed in horror, while Baphomet remained unsettlingly calm beside her. On the ground, the young master struggled to form words, his face contorted in pure terror. A desperate cry echoed through the chamber, calling out for Secretary Kong. She could only stare, her eyes now glowing with an eerie green light, her mind reeling from the sudden, devastating turn of events. The shock was palpable as she finally managed to speak, uttering a disbelieving, "What the hell is this?" Her heart pounded in her chest as she looked up, questioning how such a sudden attack could have occurred. Still reeling from the sudden attack, the realization dawns that the enemy's move wasn't even aimed at them directly. A look of profound shock crosses Secretary Kang's face as she processes the implications, understanding that chess, a two-player strategy game, has been twisted into something far more complex. The chilling thought echoes through the air. They are merely pawns, swept onto a grand chessboard by an unseen force. The vast, ominous chessboard stretches before them, its pieces silent and unmoving, yet radiating an undeniable power. Baphomet, observing the scene with a calm intensity, reflects that he had thought their progress was going too smoothly, realizing this situation is now more akin to a towering challenge than a simple game. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on his lips, his crimson eyes glowing faintly with a dangerous resolve. Blood splatters across the cold, metallic floor. As a pale, bloodied hand reaches out, desperate. A figure lies motionless on the ground, and a voice cries out in anguish, "Secretary Kong." The fallen is indeed Secretary Kong, and young master kneels beside her, attempting to reassure her. "Don't worry, I'll appoint the best new team in our company so you—" Even as his own face contorts in pain from his wounds. Another pained scream echoes, "AACK, Secretary Kong." Baphomet observes the unfolding tragedy with a grim expression. The imposing structure of the tower looms in the distance, a silent witness to the chaos. He moves with brutal efficiency, striking the young master with a swift, powerful blow. Nearby, Secretary Kong cries out, "Snap out of it. Are you hell-bent on dying?" Her words seem to ignite something within him, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. But before he can act, a sudden, unseen force slams into him, a concussive impact echoing through the air. He moves instinctively, a blur of motion, trying to evade the relentless assault. A surprised gasp escapes him as he glances back, realizing the threat is still pursuing. The force slams into him again, a growing green energy field pushing him back as he realizes they're slowly getting faster. His expression twists in a grimace of strain and shock, the pressure mounting with each passing moment. Caught in the accelerating current, he is swept away, a helpless blur against the overwhelming power. A voice cuts through the tension, posing a direct question. "I have a question." The speaker continues, "Which map are we attacking?" Before an answer can be given, a powerful, unseen force slams into Baphomet, sending him recoiling violently through the air, a brilliant blue energy erupting around him on impact. He crashes to the ground, still glowing with the residual blue energy, as a hooded figure stands nearby, offering a terse, "Hitch, thank you." The impact reverberates, and Baphomet struggles to rise, a concerned ally helping him to his feet while the hooded figure observes. His eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition or challenge in their crimson depths as he hears the name, Hunter Baphomet. Secretary Kong looks on, her expression etched with concern as she questions his resolve. "You fought so hard in all the rooms before, but you're going to push us away now, right?" Baphomet's gaze hardens, his conviction unwavering as he declares, "If we keep dragging this out, all of us will gradually wither and die." He reiterates his earlier warning, his voice firm, "I told you before." As the group considers their next move, a sudden thought strikes him. Baphomet poses a critical question. Which map are they truly attacking? He knows they must dodge chest traps until the game is completely over, or until the very end, understanding that if at least one remains alive, unnamed monsters will appear. Once a room is cleared, the lingering smoke confirms its defeat. He finds himself in a chamber filled with massive, chest-like pieces, a truly fitting place for a trap map. As he walks through the dark, winding passages, a question burns in his mind. Do they really have to stand by and watch until the game ends? His crimson eyes glow with fierce resolve, a silent testament to his refusal to simply wait. His fist clenches, ready to forge his own path, no matter the obstacles. With a hand outstretched, he makes his choice, a silent declaration to take the easy way. A sudden, explosive burst of green energy erupts, a resounding quang echoing through the space. He plunges downward, a streak of emerald light, his form blurring with the sheer force of his descent. His hand, now radiating an intense green glow, pulses with concentrated power. Elsewhere, Secretary Kong and the young master look on, utterly bewildered by the sudden, inexplicable turn of events. A hooded figure watches in silence, their thoughts obscured by the unfolding chaos. A menacing smile spreads across Baphomet's face, his eyes glowing with a fierce, green light. He muses that if there is any piece left to play, the game will never truly end, and the hidden truth of this world will never reveal itself, unless he forces its hand. Secretary Kong, witnessing the display, begins to question the very nature of their reality, wondering if this game's true nature is far weaker than they imagined. A look of intense focus, tinged with a hint of desperation, crosses his face as he declares his chosen battle method. Knowing that the risk is minimal, yet the potential reward is immense. This, he thinks, is a truly great method. With that decision made, he surges forward, a blur of motion across the glowing green terrain, his foot striking the ground with a powerful impact, propelling him onward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of emerald energy in his wake. As he moves, he glances back at his bewildered companions, the young master and the secretary, issuing a sharp command, "Hunter, Pagan, stay close to me, all right?" As Baphomet initiated his aggressive charge, a subtle shimmer of energy rippled through the air, the very space around him beginning to distort. The distortion intensified. As he burst forward, a vibrant green aura flaring around him, his words echoing the sheer difficulty of his chosen path. "It is easier to say than do." The raw force of his movement immediately buffeted Secretary Kong, her body violently thrown by the sudden surge of power. Young master fared no better, his armored form sent tumbling through the air, a cry of shock escaping him as he struggled against the overwhelming energy. This is too much. I'm going to die of shock. Despite the chaos he caused, Baphomet merely glanced back, his focus unwavering as he continued to accelerate, his thoughts fixed on the true target. But what is related is that man. He pushed even harder, the green energy around him intensifying with each powerful stride, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. His form became a blur, a streak of green light tearing through the dark space. With a final burst of speed, he vanished into the distance, leaving his struggling companions far behind. Baphomet, a blur of motion, surges forward with a powerful crash, leaving a shimmering trail of green energy and displaced debris in his wake as he slices through the air with a whoosh. His momentum builds, the force of his charge echoing with a deeper boom. As he executes an aerial maneuver, surrounded by a violent green aura, the very ground crunching beneath his unseen impact. Another powerful crash marks his relentless advance, until he bursts from the shadows. His hood thrown back to reveal glowing green eyes and hair, chain blades spinning in his hands as he hangs suspended in the air. A predatory smirk gracing his lips, his gaze burning with intense green light. He calls out into the darkness, "Come out, bastard." A decaying, monstrous hand lies amidst the gloom. As Baphomet's fury boils over, declaring, "This insolent punk." His charge tears through the environment, roots and debris exploding in his wake. As he closes the distance on a smaller, dark-clad figure, he lunges, a blur of green energy, his glowing eyes fixed on his prey. A guttural roar erupts, and a massive, glowing green hand slams down, engulfing the figure in a burst of power. The sheer force of the attack overwhelming everything. His colossal green hand crashes down with devastating force, the impact reverberating through the dark space. The glowing green energy intensifies, enveloping the smaller figure within its crushing grip. As Baphomet asserts his overwhelming power, he declares that this, at least, means his opponent is not merely a wreck on his chessboard, but a sudden, sharp impact against his hand signals an unexpected counter. As the smaller figure, now revealed to be bound by chains, pulls free with a swift, decisive motion. Kneeling amidst the dissipating green energy, the defiant opponent remains chained, yet senses a strange feeling from beyond the immediate conflict, a chained weapon emerging from the shadows. The chained opponent, having just countered, winds up a devastating strike, dark energy swirling around the axe. But before the blow can fully land, a voice cuts through the void, demanding, "Are you here?" Ignoring the interruption, the chained figure unleashes the full force of their swing, the axe blurring through the air with lethal intent. The impact is absolute, a blinding flash of black and white energy erupting at the point of contact. A chain clatters, signaling the successful delivery of the blow as the attack recedes. But before the opponent can fully recover, Baphomet retaliates instantly, unleashing a devastating burst of green energy that engulfs the axe and the chained figure. The green energy pulses with immense power, overwhelming the dark chains as they struggle against its force. Baphomet, now fully visible in his cloaked form, stands amidst the swirling green aura, declaring, "Foolish human." The green energy continues to consume the opponent's weapon, its power absolute. The chained opponent, now manifesting a terrifying skull-like visage, defiantly declares his intent to make Baphomet pay the price for this confrontation. His form glows with an ominous green energy, the heavy chains still binding him as he stands his ground. The raw power even affects his hair, causing it to stand on end with crackling force. Baphomet, however, simply smiles, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he acknowledges, "That's what I wanted." With the activation of his ruler's skill, a wave of oppressive darkness and raw power washes over the area, engulfing everything. Meanwhile, from a remote location, an observing woman recognizes the skull-faced entity, exclaiming, "It's that guy from back then. The guy who caused the waters during the pool party." She continues, recalling his past involvement, confirming he participated in the dungeon-clearing contest in the Tower of Labyrinths. Despite the overwhelming power he faces, the skull-faced entity defiantly poses a question, his voice echoing through the dark chamber. "Which map are we attacking?" In response to the insolence, Baphomet unleashes a torrent of raw energy, a blinding white force surging from his form. The ruler's skill activates, engulfing the chained opponent in its devastating aura, its power radiating outward with immense pressure. As the skill takes hold, Baphomet's eyes blaze crimson, an adrenaline surge coursing through him, a passive effect of his ruler's skill that automatically activates in battle, boosting his stats by 30%. Under the overwhelming force, the chained opponent's form begins to distort, consumed by the shadowy power of the ruler's skill. As Baphomet's power surged, the green energy around the chained opponent's weapon intensified, causing the very chains that bound him to strain and twist. The chained opponent recoiled, his skull-like face contorted in disbelief, uttering a bewildered, "What's this?" He struggled to comprehend the sudden shift in power, wondering aloud, why does he seem stronger than before? The green energy pulsed violently, and his very form began to distort, his eye glowing with an ominous light, indicating he was now a designated target. This status meant that when battling against him, Baphomet would receive 50% less damage while dealing 30% more. The chains binding him snapped and recoiled, unable to withstand the sheer force of the transformation. His entire silhouette warped into a monstrous, shadowy form, dark tendrils writhing around him as the distortion consumed his body. The opponent's face, now barely recognizable, was a mask of agony as the transformation reached its peak. The chained opponent's voice echoes, demanding to know what sorcery is being used, how his captor has grown stronger again. A confident smile plays across Baphomet's lips, as a glowing chain whips through the air, wrapping tightly around the hooded figure. A guttural scream tears from the opponent's throat, his face distorting into a skeletal visage under the chain's crushing grip. The chain crackles with raw energy, suspending the struggling figure in midair, a question mark of pain and confusion hanging over him. Baphomet's voice cuts through the air, declaring his intent to properly test out its power, his hand gripping the now intensely glowing red chain. A voice on the other end of the line insists that a meeting with Valkyrie must be prevented, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the observing woman listens intently, trying to make sense of the situation. She muses that it makes sense Valkyrie wouldn't want to associate with someone who pulled out her hair. The voice on the phone quickly corrects her, revealing that wasn't what they meant at all, and she truly doesn't know the full story. She asks for clarification, utterly bewildered by the question of an S-rank hunter with superhuman strength fainting by drowning in a pool. The observing woman's mind races, her expression shifting to one of profound shock as she processes the implications. She quickly calculates the odds, concluding that such an event has 0% chance of occurring naturally. The conversation culminates in a stark revelation. The name Apostle Raven appears. A figure stands before a holographic display, a unique skill activating. His eyes glow electric blue as he utters, Giga. Elsewhere, a crimson glow ignites in Baphomet's eyes, a fierce declaration of blaze escaping his lips. A torrent of fire erupts around him, swirling with raw power. The flames engulf his entire form, rising in a furious column. The inferno intensifies, roaring with destructive force. A hooded figure recoils, caught in the overwhelming heat, muttering, "What the?" Another figure nearby stares in disbelief, questioning, "Heck is?" Then, with a deafening roar, the fiery energy explodes outwards. A booming laugh erupts, as intense flames erupt in the distance, followed by another echoing burst of maniacal glee. The observing woman watches with a hint of concern, while Baphomet's face contorts in a mixture of exhilaration and dark amusement. Throwing his head back amidst a vibrant, energetic glow, he lets out another resounding peal of laughter. His voice then cuts through the air, filled with fierce satisfaction, proclaiming, "Right? That's what I'm talking about." With his eyes now glowing and eerie, vibrant green, he continues his maniacal laughter, a dark joy radiating from him. His excitement peaks as he declares, "Now this is what you call a battle." Urging the unseen combatants on, he shouts, "Go on, burn, so I can get rid of all my pent-up stress." Still fixated on the distant battle, he lets out a maniacal laugh, as the young master unleashes a torrent of flames. The observing woman, clearly disgusted by his behavior, can only listen as he dismisses her concerns. Still utterly absorbed by the unfolding conflict, he ponders the warrior's unexpected use of magic, questioning his class. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if he knows this powerful individual. Elsewhere, Secretary Kong and Giga User move cautiously through a dark, echoing space, suddenly stopping, startled by an unseen disturbance. A map reveals the target of the ongoing assault, showing a section being torn apart. As the group stands together, a question hangs in the air, one of them asking, "I have a question. Which map are we attacking?" Moving through a dark, cavernous passage, Secretary Kong wonders if the floor is crumbling, while Giga User, pointing towards a distant light, dismisses it as an illusion, declaring, "That seems to be the exit. Let's go? It's playing tricks on me." The way to the exit. Unaware of the true peril, they continue their advance, the ground beneath their feet visibly cracking and giving way. A deep crack echoing through the cavern as the path collapses. Suddenly, young master is caught in the collapse, plummeting into the abyss below. He lands with a painful grunt, injured and stranded on a lower ledge. As the ground continues to crumble, Giga User reaches out desperately, a cry of alarm escaping him. But it's too late. Secretary Kong is also falling, her name echoing in his desperate shout, "Say Secretary Kong." Plummeting into the dark chasm, her body tumbling uncontrollably, Secretary Kong falls alongside young master, both helpless against the sudden collapse, as Giga User lunges forward, a desperate hand outstretched. Just as despair threatens to consume her, Giga User's grip finds her wrist, a lifeline in the swirling darkness. With a surge of power, a heavy chain materializes, securing their perilous position. The chain strains under their combined weight, as he begins to haul her upwards, inch by agonizing inch. Suspended between the crumbling edge and the dark depths, Giga User hangs precariously, one hand gripping the chain, the other holding Secretary Kong. Far below, amidst the debris and mist, young master lies broken and defeated, staring up at the distant light, his fate sealed by the fall. Giga user's gaze drops to the depths, his eyes flaring with an intense green glow, a silent acknowledgement of the cost of their escape. It had been a year and a half since Valkyrie entered the Tower of Labyrinths, right after the fall of the other tower. Meanwhile, in a different location, the observing woman watches the unfolding events with a look of deep concern. In a different setting, a voice breaks the silence, posing a question. I have a question. Which map are we attacking? Elsewhere, an observing woman gazes out a window, her thoughts drifting to the progress of others, believing that with Valkyrie's skills, she must have already reached the top floor by now. And if that other hunter safely reached the top floor as well, what they've already met. Meanwhile, Giga user's eyes glow with a fierce green light, a silent acknowledgement of his own resolve, as a voice notes that his eyes show he hasn't lost his will, even if he makes it out of here safely. Baphomet, looking battered and weary, hears a grim warning echoing in his mind. You'll die in the next fight without even putting up a good fight. The observing woman, her hand pressed to her mouth in contemplation, insists that they have to take precautions. Despite the grim outlook, Baphomet's eye hardens with renewed determination, as he acknowledges that one who has lost his will to fight is disqualified as a warrior. Back with the pair, Secretary Kong turns to Giga user, a question forming on her lips. Editor Nim, you said you know a lot of reporters, didn't you? He looks on, while she appears surprised, perhaps by his response or a sudden realization, uttering a simple, drawn-out, "I." The focus then shifts to a hand, tightly gripping a phone. He listens intently as Secretary Kong leans in, asking if he could introduce her to some reporters. Meanwhile, in a dark, confined space, a grim thought crosses Baphomet's mind, that dying right now might actually be a blessing. Elsewhere, young master raises his armored arm, preparing a powerful strike, executing a swift, sharp movement that culminates in a devastating impact, sending a burst of energy outward. Back in his dark confinement, Baphomet hunches over, clearly distressed. But a flicker of fierce determination ignites in his eyes. A heavy thud echoes, marking the end of the unseen assault. As the powerful attack from young master landed, an explosive burst of white light erupted. The sheer force of the impact violently swept the chained opponent's light-colored hair, sending particles scattering through the dark air. With a decisive pong, young master followed through, delivering a powerful kick to the chained figure, declaring his intent to tame him. Despite the assault, the chained opponent's eyes glowed faintly green as he looked up, defiantly calling his attacker a bad person. Meanwhile, Baphomet's crimson eyes burned with an intense, unwavering focus, his expression a mask of fierce determination. In a different location, Secretary Kong stood observing, her gaze directed downwards at something unseen. Her thoughts turned to the practicalities of public image, considering how much better it would be if a reporter could stop scandals. A red-haired woman nearby burst into hearty laughter, her amusement echoing through the room. A woman, seated before a group of men, poses a question. I have a question. Which map are we attacking? Yet, the true curiosity of many, it seems, lies elsewhere, as she then asks, what is Valkyrie's ideal type? She muses aloud, I wonder. Someone I can enjoy playing with, she clarifies, adding, I don't really care about their appearance. A sudden, sharp gasp echoes through the room, followed by an incredulous shout. Who is this guy? His eyes glowed with an ethereal blue light, a striking presence that immediately captured her attention. For Valkyrie, he was absolutely her type. Even as he lay unconscious on the floor, a soft splash echoing in the quiet room. A faint blue aura still pulsed around the prone figure, a testament to whatever power had just left him in this state. Approaching the scene, Valkyrie moved with a confident stride, her plan already forming. She and the observing woman stood over him, the blonde hunter feigning concern as she asked if he was all right. Then, with a dramatic gasp, Valkyrie suddenly collapsed, declaring a sudden bout of anemia as she hit the floor with a soft thud. The observing woman could only stare, a question mark hanging over her head at the absurdity of the situation. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she realized Valkyrie's true intentions. This crazy bitch had a very specific plan in mind. Valkyrie's internal monologue revealed her confidence. Any man would surely fall for her if she lay unconscious with the sexy body she had worked so hard to obtain. However, that plan went down the drain because of Ekdona's interference, the observing woman remarks, wondering what the blonde woman is doing, asking if she's tired or if her anemia is acting up again. She had been trying to get up slowly after assessing the situation, but then she ended up falling asleep. Now standing, the blonde woman declares her identity, announcing, it's Valkyrie. She muses to herself that this is her first time seeing Valkyrie in real life, a thought that brings a subtle smirk to her lips. The observing woman, clearly impressed, exclaims that Valkyrie is her idol, then adds, what a coincidence it is to meet here. I'm sorry for being very troublesome, right? Valkyrie then addresses the group, asking, so your codename is? Having just revealed her identity, Valkyrie challenges Baphomet, questioning his choice of codename. Then, with a direct gaze, she asks him about the worst thing he'd ever done. As he processes her words, she pauses, a finger to her lips, lost in thought. He looks back at her, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Dismissing her question with a casual laugh, he muses that his Hyung Nim is just a bad boy, while Valkyrie, recalling her previous feigned unconsciousness, feels a wave of sleepiness. Suddenly, her expression shifts, a look of distress clouding her face. As the others watch on, young master asks who she is, and Secretary Kong wonders why he'd ask her. Valkyrie, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaims that he doesn't remember her, despite the strong impression she thought she'd left. Her frustration boiling over, she angrily labels him a playgirl. Still radiating confidence, she advises the gathered hunters to keep their public and private lives separate. Below her, the hunters gaze up with admiration, their eyes sparkling with awe. A soft glow emanates from her hand as she holds a shimmering orb. With a bright smile, she formally introduces herself as Valkyrie. She continues, acknowledging the effort of those who have traveled all the way here. Her voice carries a clear declaration of intent to enter the boss room and clear the Tower of Labyrinths soon. Baphomet interjects, reminding her that they don't need to be fully prepared for battle, as the Gaba will handle the boss, but he requests that everyone prepare to defend themselves in case of an emergency. Turning to Secretary Kong, Valkyrie states that she will check the status of all the parties. She confirms that parties A and B are in good shape, excluding hunters who have suffered minor injuries. As the preparations continue, Secretary Kong inquires about the status of Party C. A grim report echoes through the air, revealing that Hunter Soul of the Nebula Guild has fallen in battle. Despite the somber news, the mission presses on, and the young master declares his intent to open the door. A voice questions the readiness of the team, asking if all preparations are truly complete. Undeterred, the young master reiterates, "I'll open the door." Valkyrie, now with dark hair, stands poised before the massive entrance, her gaze fixed on the imposing structure. The young master joins her, both figures standing resolute as the door begins to creak open. With a heavy, echoing sound, the ornate doors swing wide. Beyond the threshold, a skull-faced entity, wreathed in eerie green energy, is revealed, its presence radiating menace. As the massive doors opened, revealing the menacing figure, one of the team members voiced a question, asking which map they were attacking. But before an answer could be given, Secretary Kang's eyes widened in pure shock, as a sudden, overwhelming presence erupted. A chilling voice echoed, commanding them to get down on the ground, as a sickly green aura pulsed. Then, a blur of crimson energy sliced through the space, moving with impossible speed, and striking down one of the guards. The remaining team members could only stare in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock at the sudden, brutal attack. In the end, it seemed, they had come all this way for this very moment. Before the chaos, a question hung in the air during their strategic discussion. Which map would they be attacking? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, accompanied by a surge of dark green energy, proclaiming a desire to avoid further bloodshed. From the depths of a shadowy, gothic chamber, the menacing figure of Sharon, Knight Captain of the Labyrinth, revealed himself. His voice carrying a dark promise to avoid staining his blade with blood again. His glowing red eyes pierced the darkness. As the title of Knight Captain of the Labyrinth, Sharon was formally announced. His form now wreathed in a sinister green aura as he issued a direct challenge. "Who is the one who'll face me?" Secretary Kong gasped in shock, while Baphomet, recognizing the voice, questioned, "Is it you?" He then looked towards the others, wondering if Sharon was referring to someone else, or the one next to her. Or perhaps, Karen's voice echoes, a chilling proposition hanging in the air. Baphomet's eyes narrow, a single word escaping his lips, "You." His gaze sharpens, crimson eyes glowing with an intense focus. A subtle flinch ripples through him, a sudden awareness of the immense power emanating from his opponent. "Oh ho," he murmurs, a smirk playing on his lips. "It seems a strange one has mixed himself in here." It seems like, Karen's voice cuts through the air, his glowing, serrated sword materializing with a menacing hum. "I'll have to divide you," he declares, bringing the blade down with brutal force. A pained cry rips through the silence, followed by the sickening sound of impact. The glowing sword slices through a figure, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Without hesitation, he unleashes a devastating strike, a crimson blade arcing through the air towards an unsuspecting subordinate, who cries out in shock. The impact sends the figure reeling, a desperate gasp escaping their lips as the force of the blow overwhelms them. Engulfed in a violent, dark energy, the subordinate is lifted from their feet, utterly helpless against the assault. He is sent hurtling through the air, the dark aura clinging to him as he falls. The momentum carries him onward, until the glowing red blade finds its mark, impaling him with brutal precision. Observing the swift, merciless execution, Baphomet utters a single, contemplative word. The impaled figure collapses, blood splattering as Sharon stands over his fallen opponent, the glowing blade still piercing the body. Baphomet's gaze sharpens, a thought forming in his mind that this brutal display might be the perfect opportunity to further his own agenda. Valkyrie commands her opponent to watch closely, ensuring they understand the power she is about to unleash. With a powerful surge of green energy, she launches herself into a dynamic aerial kick. Her target, a dark-haired figure, scoffs, complaining about her impatience and the incomplete separation. Undaunted, Valkyrie retorts, declaring there is no need for them to separate. As she speaks, a powerful skill activates, engulfing the area in a brilliant green light and shimmering particles. This is Vanadis Grace, a unique ability that continues to expand its vibrant green aura. The swirling energy intensifies, forming an ethereal, almost angelic shape within its core. A system message confirms the activation of Valkyrie's unique skill. While Valkyrie's skill, Vanadis Grace, is in effect, two figures stand enveloped within its powerful, shimmering green field. As Vanadis Grace fully manifests, a protective barrier instantly forms, shielding all nearby allies from both physical and magical harm. A voice cuts through the swirling green energy, declaring, "Sense your opponent." The golden-armored Valkyrie emerges, her form radiating with the vibrant power of her unique skill. She stands firm, her staff planted, the emerald aura swirling around her. Her voice rings out with unwavering confidence. "Is me." With a surge of power, Baphomet activates Vanadis Grace, Stage 1, green energy swirling around him like a nascent storm. His form becomes enveloped in a vibrant, glowing aura, his eyes burning with an intense emerald light as the skill takes full effect. Then, with a sharp, metallic clang, he launches a swift, powerful attack, leaving trails of green energy in his wake. Empowered by the 30% increase to all skill effects, a devastating, wide-reaching slash of crimson and white energy tears through the void. Unleashing the full force of his activated skill, Baphomet's green energy erupts in a wide, sweeping slash. The sheer power of the attack sends the armored opponent reeling backward, unable to withstand the impact. Without pause, a sharp, spear-like projectile of green energy manifests, ready to strike. He follows up with a barrage of green energy projectiles, relentlessly pushing his adversary back. Each impact sends shockwaves through the air, the green energy exploding upon contact. Gathering his power for a final, decisive blow, he channels an immense amount of green energy. A concentrated beam of pure force slashes across the dark expanse. The powerful strike connects, causing the armored opponent to buckle under the devastating impact. He unleashes a furious assault, green energy flaring around him as dark tendrils lash out. With a swift motion, he sweeps his energy across the space, the impact resonating with a heavy thud. The barrage continues, green light and shadowy tendrils relentlessly pressing forward. A concentrated spear of energy shoots out, followed by a rapid succession of vertical slashes. Each strike lands with explosive force, culminating in a massive burst of green energy. The armored opponent cries out, reeling from the relentless assault. He endures the crushing impact, the green energy still radiating around his armored form. Baphomet watches, a quiet observation forming in his mind. Even an S-rank opponent can make a monster seem ordinary. Then, a focused intensity settles over him, his gaze sharpening as he prepares his next move. A swift, dark green energy attack streaks forward, blurring through the air. It engulfs the armored figure, swirling violently around him. The blast connects with devastating force, eliciting a pained cry. He is thrown backward, engulfed in a violent explosion of emerald light. His eyes, now glowing a furious red, betray the agony of the relentless assault. Knight Captain Sharon lunges forward, enveloped in a fierce green aura, his attack tearing through the air with a violent ripping sound. But before his momentum can fully carry, a blinding flash of white light erupts, shattering something around him, instantly reducing the powerful knight's form to a broken, shadowy mass. A golden-armored warrior descends from above, wreathed in brilliant white energy. Her attack violently shredding the remnants of the knight, his red cape fluttering as he's torn apart. She continues her swift, decisive descent. As a system message confirms the absolute defeat of Knight Captain Sharon, his glowing, defeated form plummets into the abyss, observed by two silent figures. As the defeated Knight Captain plummeted into the abyss, two figures observed, one remarking with satisfaction that the outcome was perfect, just as expected of Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Baphomet stood in quiet contemplation, a subtle unease clouding his expression as he wondered what was truly wrong. He couldn't shake the thought, why was the boss of an epic-ranked tower so weak? He hadn't even needed to use any weapon skills, making him question if he had perhaps gotten stronger. The young master, too, seemed to ponder the same question, doubting that he had grown stronger, as the previous epic-ranked tower he had cleared felt equally challenging. Baphomet's thoughts continued to spiral, a new, unsettling realization dawning on him. Wasn't it strange that the boss had been defeated, yet the next one hadn't appeared? The thought struck him with sudden clarity. As if in response to this anomaly, the young master's crimson cloak flared dramatically. His gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with an intense, greenish light. A sudden, unseen force rippled through the air, causing Baphomet's eyes to snap wide open in shock. The surge of power intensified, blinding white and blue energy crackling through the space. As the young master's power surged, he became the epicenter of a blinding, radiant blue energy, a massive aura erupting around him with overwhelming force. The sheer impact of it sent Baphomet and the blonde woman reeling, their bodies violently pushed back by the sudden, immense pressure. A scream tore from the blonde woman's throat as she was thrown further back, the blue energy continuing to buffet them both. Baphomet could only stare in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. What the heck? But didn't he defeat Boss Asherup? The blonde woman, equally shocked, could only whisper, no way. As the blue energy swirled and coalesced, Baphomet's thoughts continued to race, wondering if this was all just a fake boss. Amidst the swirling power, the young master stood, his form radiating an almost divine light, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. His expression was one of profound anguish as he cried out, "Why did you have to die in my stead?" His voice strained, the question hung heavy in the air, "Why won't you?" A single tear escapes the blonde woman's eye, reflecting the eerie blue glow emanating from within, as a quiet question escapes her lips. For in that moment, the true master of this domain reveals himself, his gaze burning with an electric blue intensity. A spherical wave of vibrant blue energy erupts from him, pushing back all who stand too close. The sheer force of his power undeniable as it ripples through the space. He stands amidst the chaos, now encircled by multiple glowing blue magic circles, his presence radiating immense, controlled power. The blonde woman watches, her face etched with a mixture of shock and profound concern. From the periphery, Baphomet's voice cuts through the air, a desperate warning to everyone present. As he turns and flees, glancing back at the unfolding spectacle, a strange, knowing smile plays on his lips as he continues his retreat, a thought echoing in his mind. This was the moment he had anticipated all along. As the true boss's power erupted, Baphomet and the blonde woman could only watch, a small, chained figure already caught in the initial surge of blue energy, pushed violently downward. The sudden, overwhelming display sent shockwaves through the area, causing the blonde woman and two other onlookers to recoil in disbelief, their voices barely forming questions about a hunter-reaper. Meanwhile, Giga User's expression twisted into a sinister smile, his hand glowing with the raw, untamed power he commanded. The chained opponent, now fully submerged, was consumed by the expanding blue energy, its form disappearing within the swirling vortex. With a final, explosive surge, Giga User unleashed a colossal burst of blue energy, manifesting multiple intricate magic circles that pulsed with raw power. The energy continued to expand, its vibrant blue light illuminating the dark surroundings with an ethereal glow. The blonde woman's eyes, reflecting the intense blue light, widened in pure shock and alarm at the sheer scale of the power before her. Amidst the chaos, Giga User's voice cut through the air, a chilling command to dodge, echoing from his form, still radiating with blue energy. Even the young master, caught within the expanding aura, stood transfixed, his armored form enveloped by the overwhelming blue light. As Giga User's immense power erupted, Baphomet recoiled, a sharp gasp escaping him as the blue energy washed over. The force slammed into him with a dull thud, a blinding flash marking the epicenter of the blast. Before he crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide with shock as the world spun. Lying there, he grappled with the implications of what had just been revealed, a silent plea to show me echoing in his mind. Suddenly, his consciousness shifted, finding himself standing within a magnificent, ethereal hall, its grand architecture glowing with an otherworldly blue light. His face contorted with a mix of fear and fierce resolve, sweat beading on his brow as he processed the internal revelation. And then, a triumphant declaration escaped his lips. "KYA, I did it." He considers the cost, a thought echoing in his mind. Worth buying information at such a high price. Suddenly, a dark-haired figure lashes out, delivering a brutal kick to a subordinate's head. His eyes, now glowing crimson, fixate on something unseen below. He presses another subordinate's head into the ground, the victim struggling to utter a pained plea to get off. As panic spreads among the remaining figures, he delivers a sharp kick to another's chest, who cries out, "WHYRU?" Nearby, the white-haired Giga User sits disoriented, muttering to himself, "What is this place?" Baphomet stands, his eyes glowing with an intense red light, a dark aura swirling around him, while behind him, the chained opponent also appears, eyes burning with a similar crimson glow. A piercing scream echoes through the space, a raw cry of terror or agony. The environment shifts, revealing a vast, ethereal hall with towering arched windows. He finds himself in a vast, ethereal hall, its towering white pillars and glowing architecture stretching into an unknown expanse. A voice cuts through the silence, offering a quiet apology. The blonde woman explains that the warp magic had inadvertently brought the two men along with her, though she quickly adds, "But please." As a gesture of goodwill, she offers all the drops she receives from this place as an apology. Baphomet dismisses her offer, his focus solely on their current predicament, demanding to know, where exactly is this place? She reveals it to be the Temple of the Labyrinth, a place only accessible when the true boss appears. Considering her prior knowledge, Baphomet deduces that she must have had an ulterior motive for joining the raid. He turns slightly, his expression hardening as he begins to ask, "Does this place have a—" Before he can finish, the blonde woman interrupts, emphatically declaring, "No, something much more important than that." Pointing towards the vast structure, the blonde woman clarifies their location, confirming they stand within the entire Temple of the Labyrinth. She continues, explaining that within its ancient walls, data on every monster is meticulously hidden. Observing the intricate design and structure of the building, one can discern the climate and culture of its creators. From this, she deduces that the ancients both feared and were curious about the gods' existence, much like their own group. Therefore, she concludes, they can search for the data on the monsters here. A moment of silence hangs in the air before Baphomet challenges her, asking if she truly put her life on the line for this raid solely for that reason. She retorts, questioning his skepticism, emphasizing that this is a sacred place of history, and finding a tower with such extensive data is incredibly rare. Ultimately, she reveals her true ambition. If she gathers all this information, it will prove useful when she writes her book. She continues, explaining her ambition to get her name on the monster list and spread it throughout the world, to be known as a dangerous archaeologist, wondering if that sounds cool, but Baphomet interjects, asking which map they are attacking. Dismissing her words, he simply states that she is lost in her fantasy. The young master then adds, believing she must be mistaken, as this temple wasn't built for such extravagance, but is simply a concentration of monsters. Baphomet agrees, suggesting the monsters likely follow a simple order: kill humans. The blonde woman counters, acknowledging that is what they think, but from the monster's perspective, they are just trying to protect their base. As the young master begins to question her knowledge, she cuts him off, instructing him to come and check this wall. Leading them to a section of the temple, she points out that a biography is drawn there. She elaborates, explaining that it seems to be the story of this tower's world, specifically the story of the boss of the Tower of Labyrinths. The letters before them, she notes, are like ancient Latin, and if they can decipher them, they might learn more. The ancient script on the wall began to reveal a forgotten history, telling of an excellent king who once reigned over the beautiful kingdom of Bellatrix. This monarch, a figure of striking regality, was known by the name Rizal. His presence alone commanded respect, a testament to his inherent power and grace. It was said that his beauty rivaled that of any woman, and his command over magic far surpassed even the most skilled mages. As the story unfolded, a question arose from the group, wondering if this powerful figure could somehow be Baphomet himself. Word of his excellence and the kingdom's prosperity soon spread far and wide to all neighboring countries. So profound was his influence that even the citizens of those surrounding lands wished to serve him. Yet, such a perfect being is inevitably bound to attract jealous enemies. And so, the neighboring countries, consumed by envy and ruled by different kings, soon declared war on Bellatrix, plunging the kingdom into conflict. To protect his king, the eldest son of the former king, Archmage Sharon, delved into dark magic, becoming exposed to its corrupting influence. Meanwhile, the kingdom's Archmage Betelgeuse offered his very body to a tree spirit, seeking to gain even stronger magic. Despite these desperate measures, Rizal was devastated by the unfolding tragedy. For all he truly desired was the peace and prosperity of his kingdom and its people. Unable to bear watching everyone being sacrificed in the war, Rizal took matters into his own hands. He built a giant fortress, a place that couldn't be approached by anyone, and that place is the Tower of Labyrinths. He observes their surroundings, noting that they are now deep within the Tower of Labyrinths. However, his companion's excitement quickly shifts the mood, as he questions the sudden burst of energy, realizing it stems from the legendary treasure chest rumored to be within this very tower. A startled cry escapes Secretary Kong Pai, his face contorted in surprise. He is then met with a stern question, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. The warning is clear: recklessly breaking things within this sacred temple is strictly forbidden. Secretary Kong Pai is told he will never know what might happen if he continues, to which he can only respond with a bewildered what. Suddenly, a surge of energy crackles through the air, as Baphomet's eyes glow with an intense blue light, and he utters a single, ominous word: something. His aura expands, confirming his statement. Has already happened though? A powerful surge of blue energy erupts, filling the space with a crackling sound. As the light intensifies, Baphomet watches the phenomenon with a silent, knowing gaze. The entire group, including the Giga user, the blonde woman, and Secretary Kong Pai, is enveloped and lifted by the radiant blue aura, ascending rapidly within the tower. Suddenly, a quest notification materializes, revealing an imposing, heavily armored figure, glowing with the same ethereal blue light. Intricate runes swirl around its lower half, emphasizing its magical nature. The figure's helmet, stark and angular, dominates the view, its visor glowing faintly. The quest objective is clear: defeat Rizal, the boss of the Tower of Labyrinths. A familiar frustration washes over him, a silent question echoing in the void. Why must he always be like this? His form shifts, glowing with raw power, yet the underlying sentiment remains. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit control room, a group of figures watches a holographic display, their attention fixed on the image of a formidable, armored entity. As the blonde woman points, the Giga user exclaims, "It's aiming to defeat the boss." There's no way. Giga user turns to his companion, a question in his voice, asking if he hadn't expected something like this. His companion, a dark-haired woman, reveals her plan to instantly leave the temple, intending to use a teleportation device. However, a voice cuts through the air, declaring that they can't use it now, as teleportation devices are unable to be used when a boss is present. From the shadows, Baphomet emerges, his voice resonating with authority as he declares, "This place is a boss room now." His armored form stands imposing, as he charges a glowing blue energy attack, admonishing them for daring to trespass on holy ground, despite the chance he had given them. With glowing eyes, he declares he cannot overlook this transgression and will punish them. A powerful burst of energy erupts, followed by a pained scream. A swift, blurring motion cuts through the air. As Baphomet reflects on the near miss, a thought echoing in his mind. What a close call. I almost just because we broke down here. It said this on the last line. In the Tower of Labyrinths, he himself became a god and came to be their savior, while Giga User begins to channel a potent blue energy, preparing for a counterattack. Baphomet, observing the surge of power, questions the very nature of divinity. What god would play with someone destroying the world and still worships them? A burst of blue energy erupts from Giga User's hand, as he quietly admits, "I've always felt this way." Pondering why such beings are even called gods, Giga User, sensing the shift in the air, reacts with a questioning "HM?" With his eyes glowing in intense electric blue, Baphomet dismisses the situation with a scoff, finding it all too bland. He responds with a surprised, almost intrigued, "Oh ho," his own eyes now burning crimson. Suddenly, a blinding burst of blue energy erupts, engulfing everything in a brilliant, explosive flash, accompanied by a sharp, pained cry. Baphomet is violently repelled by the force, his form distorting as he's thrown backward. He continues to be driven back by the overwhelming pressure, a desperate cry escaping him. The blast sends him hurtling further into the distance, his silhouette fading as the blue energy dissipates. But from the fading light, a rhythmic sound of impact echoes, and a new, fiery presence begins to manifest. Amidst the rising flames, Baphomet's eyes snap open, burning with an intense crimson glow. The fiery aura around him intensifies, pulsating with raw, untamed power. Engulfed in a raging inferno, Baphomet cradles a lifeless woman in his arms. As a voice questions, "Who's this girl?" he looks up, bewildered, at a cloaked figure, asking what is happening, as the figure's voice echoes, asking if he regrets it. The hooded figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, reveals that this vision is a replication of his deepest regret, the thing he most wants to deny. The voice continues, suggesting he probably killed someone precious, perhaps without a choice. Baphomet's face contorts in anguish, questioning if he truly committed such an act. The hooded figure steps closer, offering understanding and a promise of help. With an ancient symbol glowing on its forehead, the figure commands him to reverse his mistake. Baphomet, shocked, hears the promise of a new beginning. Baphomet's eye, initially glowing with a faint blue light, suddenly flares crimson, a silent scream of "again dash," echoing his internal torment. He recoils from the imposed memory, a desperate thought forming. "But I don't want to." Meanwhile, the hooded figure watches him, a subtle smirk playing on their lips as Baphomet struggles within the illusion. But the illusion begins to crack, a fiery explosion erupting around him, the sound of shattering reality filling the void. The fabricated world crumbles and breaks apart, unable to contain his burgeoning resistance. The hooded figure's expression shifts to disbelief, muttering, "Now, ridiculous," as Baphomet, now radiating a vibrant green aura, questions the very nature of the deception, realizing, this illusion magic?" The figure's voice, laced with frustration, retorts, "You should have checked your own regret well. You tried such a petty trick on me." Standing firm amidst the fading particles of the shattered illusion, his green aura still pulsing, Baphomet has completely broken free. He looks directly at his tormentor, a defiant declaration on his lips, "Sorry to break it to you, but that isn't my memory." Then, with renewed resolve, he demands, "Then how exactly did you turn me into a human?" The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a deeper, more profound mystery. He realizes the illusion was also about taking something away, a memory of the original owner whose body had been stolen. The hooded figure, glowing with an ethereal blue aura, asks, "And what? Start again?" Growing impatient, they declare, "I'm sick and tired of doing that." With a final, frustrated vow, "I'll never do it again." This is. The hooded figure then unleashes a powerful blue blast, sending Baphomet hurtling through the air, exclaiming, "Great. I was starting to get bored." Even as he's thrown, Baphomet attempts to retaliate, a green energy flaring around his hand as he tries to say, "Let's fig." The force of the attack continues to buffet him, his face contorted in the dark void. He cries out in surprise and pain, "Ah!" He is violently thrown backward, the impact tearing through the air with a sharp, ripping sound, a pained cry escaping his lips. Dazed and confused, he wonders why the pain is so intense, gasping for breath as he struggles to comprehend his surroundings. As he slowly regains consciousness, a concerned voice asks if he is all right, admitting she hadn't realized he was awake, then questions what happened and where they are. The Giga User explains that they all fell victim to the hooded figure's mental magic, having only just come to his senses himself, and admits he doesn't know their current location, only that they were warped there. Observing the blonde woman, the Giga user silently questions if she possesses high mental strength, given she woke before him. He continues to watch her, a thoughtful expression on his face. The blonde woman then turns to him, asking if the unconscious Baphomet state is also his doing. The Giga user replies that Baphomet won't wake up, no matter what, revealing he's already used all his mana trying to revive him. He then adds, with a hint of desperation, that there's still one method he hasn't tried yet. Having seemingly recovered from the mental attack, Baphomet explains a critical vulnerability, recalling his uncle's words. That area is the weakness of men. Even a future guy can be at a disadvantage if I drop with one hit. A slight wince crosses his face as he considers the implications. Then he reiterates his point to the blonde woman, emphasizing, one hit will overwhelm, one hit, before questioning, it would look bad to do it, huh? He turns to her, a serious expression on his face, asking, will you do it? Since you're also a man, you might be able to aim at a precise loca-dash. The blonde woman, however, seems more focused on their immediate problem, exclaiming, then what do we do? He has a mental magic spell. She wonders aloud, do you think such a simple mental magic shop will work might out? Baphomet, undeterred, reminds her of a past success. You did the same in the narrow road. Now, you broke the stones. He then asks, we can break this? Then it will be over. With a determined flash of energy around his hand, he declares, looking down at her, if you can't do it, I'll just do it. His words cut off, a soft thud accompanying his resolve. As Baphomet's expression turns thoughtful, the reality of their situation settles in. It is truly difficult to undo mental magic cast by a sorcerer without the help of another sorcerer with the same attribute. For now, all they can do is hope for him to wake up on his own. Still contemplating their next move, Baphomet poses a critical question, wondering which map they should be attacking. Meanwhile, a woman with striking purple hair laments, her voice filled with regret, acknowledging that her own greed led to this predicament. Suddenly, the Giga user's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense blue light as he awakens, his expression one of profound confusion. Beside him, Secretary Kong Pai also stirs, his own eyes wide with shock and disorientation. A soft, questioning sound escapes him as he tries to process his surroundings. The Giga user stands tall in his white armor, a lone figure against an endless, dark expanse. Secretary Kong Pai looks around frantically, his voice laced with panic as he questions their location. Both men stand bewildered, lost in the vast, empty darkness that surrounds them. As the group gathers, Baphomet poses a direct question, asking which map they should be attacking next. Suddenly, the scene shifts, a memory or vision surfacing as a voice remarks, so it's that kid. The unseen conversation continues, questioning the circumstances of his birth. She died while giving birth to that child, didn't she? But another voice interjects, asking for clarification. What is it? Should I say he seems a bit substandard? The assessment concludes with a dismissive tone. He isn't an outstanding talent. The young boy, the subject of their harsh judgment, is seen curled up on the floor, his small frame racked with sobs. A memory of a voice echoes in his mind. You were very loyal, master. A younger Secretary Kong Pai kneels beside him, his voice gentle as he informs the boy. The chairman is looking for you. Let's go. The boy, still distraught, can only manage a choked, Secretary Kong, His small hands clench, the weight of his perceived failure pressing down as he wonders, am I a failure, just like this test? He questions his own worth, wondering why he isn't good at anything like his sisters. Feeling like he's always causing trouble, even as a gentle voice tells him not to say that. Tears well in his eyes, the young boy's face contorted in anguish, as the voice assures him he'll certainly find something he's better at than his sisters. Then, a different memory surfaces, a figure with flowing white hair, back turned, enveloped in a vibrant, swirling blue aura. His hand reaches forward, crackling with raw, untamed energy. The blue energy erupts into a massive, destructive blast. A disembodied voice proclaims this feat, amazing, identifying the performer as Hunter Raven, who is only 10 years old. The voice continues, celebrating the young hunter for killing the boss Astard and clearing the Tower of Fate, hailing it as the birth of a hero. Back in the present, Giga user sits slumped, the words echoing in his mind. Hey, around my age. A voice cuts through the silence, posing a direct question. Which map are they attacking? Meanwhile, Giga user, a faint smile playing on his lips despite the bandages on his cheek, recalls a past thought, wondering if he could recruit this particular hunter. The memory continues, his own blue energy flaring around him, as someone else's voice echoes, addressing him as young master. Then, a sudden shift, as he finds himself recoiling, a single word escaping his lips. Amazing. He collapses near a massive, symbolic chess piece, the weight of the moment crushing him. Distress contorts his features, a fragmented cry escaping him, as the name Secretary Kong rips through his mind. His distress morphs into raw fury, his voice rising in a desperate accusation. You asshole. Finally, he collapses to his knees, utterly defeated, the full weight of his guilt and sorrow pouring out. It's all because of you. All because of you. Secretary Kong died because of your greed. A sharp impact sends Giga user reeling, a pain gasp escaping him. His mind flashes back to a haunting memory, a voice accusing, "If it wasn't for you, Mom," as the name Secretary Kong echoes in his thoughts. He recalls the tragic fate of two hunters who found themselves opposing his people. A wave of self-loathing washes over him, a silent whisper condemning his very existence. His armored hand reaches out, a desperate plea in the empty space. When a towering, cloaked figure, emanating a soft blue aura, suddenly appears, casting a long shadow over his cowering form. With eyes glowing with an intense blue light, the entity speaks, "You are just like me." The cloaked figure continues, revealing a shared burden, how their own existence led to the merciless deaths of their subjects and citizens. Then, a promise, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. "I'll help you. If it's me, I can help you reverse this mistake of yours." Following the cloaked entity's offer, a pale, glowing hand reaches out, initiating a profound and unsettling change. As Giga User's eyes ignite with an electric blue glow, a voice echoes, again. The words hang in the air, a promise or a threat, as the voice declares, "You'll be born again." White particles erupt around him, engulfing the space in a blinding light. A raw cry of anguish escapes Giga User's lips, his face contorted in distress as the power surges through him. He plunges into a swirling, dark abyss, the world around him dissolving into chaos. Enveloped by dark energy, he falls deeper into the unknown, a silent scream tearing through him. Meanwhile, Baphomet and Raven react with alarm, sensing a massive explosion and questioning its origin. Unaware of the external chaos, Giga User's descent continues, his face a mask of silent terror. The cloaked entity's glowing blue eye fixes on its target. As an immense, unseen force erupts from its presence. And Giga User is violently pulled downward, engulfed by a swirling vortex of dark energy. His face contorted in a silent scream of shock and terror. The abyss itself begins to writhe, forming a monstrous maw with glowing eyes and jagged teeth, consuming him whole. What unholy transformation is this? A blinding flash of blue energy erupts from the darkness, coalescing into a formidable figure cloaked in a dark, crackling aura. He moves with devastating speed, unleashing a powerful, unseen attack that ripples through the air, causing a distant thud as a woman gasps, recognizing the name. Hunter Pagan. Pagan, now fully visible, engages a shadowy monster, his movements a blur of blue light and swift strikes, the air rustling with the force of his continuous assault. He leaps through the cavernous space, blue energy trailing behind him, poised to deliver a decisive blow. His eyes glow with fierce determination, reflecting the intensity of the battle. He materializes into existence with a sudden burst of brilliant blue energy, his form rapidly descending, wreathed in glowing chains and an intense azure aura. As he nears the ground, his gaze sharpens, assessing the immediate surroundings. A single foot extends, making contact with the tiled surface with a soft, yet firm, thud. Without hesitation, he lunges, his glowing chains lashing out to ensnare a shadowy, amorphous monster. His eyes now burning a fierce crimson as he unleashes a devastating blow. The chains continue their assault, driving the creature upward with relentless force. Finally, he lands, the chains retracting as the battle's immediate fury subsides. His weapon, a chain-like whip, crackles with blue energy. As he moves with impossible speed, his form a blur of shadow and light. A low growl escapes him, his eyes burning with an intense, electric blue glow. The sheer force of his presence radiates outward, a blinding azure pulse that leaves onlookers stunned. Among them, the purple-haired woman watches, her expression a mix of awe and concern. Meanwhile, the Giga User, a smirk playing on his lips, remarks that the current him wouldn't be able to beat Baphomet, a statement that elicits a shocked "what?" from an unseen observer. Baphomet himself, however, remains unfazed, confident in his abilities, thinking that dodging is easy. Yet, an internal voice or perhaps a deeper understanding reveals a truth. While he may possess immense power, there's a cost, a loss in terms of raw strength, even as his body has been undeniably strengthened. His shadowy form, still crackling with blue energy, lingers in the aftermath of his display. Still contemplating the situation, he muses that it's only doable if they fight together. He continues, considering the implications of the system's rules. If killing the boss counts as reversing the spell, then he's all for it. A system message flashes, indicating the closing use of weapons. He reiterates the core problem, having already stated that they can only return to normal if another sorcerer reverses the spell, and that sorcerer just happens to be the tower's boss. Looking down, a blue aura flickering around him, he explains that it's only possible for someone who's either at or above the boss's level of sorcery. His hand glows with the same ethereal blue as he admits. He can't. He's not even close to that level. Looking up, a desperate question escapes him. Then, what will we do? Is there really no way other than to kill him? He then considers the challenge, a blue glow surrounding him. That's only if they can defeat the boss. But where's the boss? His gaze drifts upwards, the blue energy still vibrant, as he ponders other possibilities. There is just one option. As Baphomet plummets through a cascade of blue energy, he acknowledges that, like some unknown entity, he too possesses a spell capable of trapping the tower. His expression tightens with a mix of distress and resolve, as he admits there's one condition of this spell he hasn't been able to test yet. Now grounded, surrounded by shadowy forms, he begins to enumerate the requirements. The first condition dictates the skill's target must be at the very top floor of a tower. His gaze sharpens, reflecting the weight of his words, as he continues, stating the second condition requires having encountered a foe one cannot defeat. A shadow falls across his face, hinting at the final, most daunting requirement, before he utters the third and final condition. Standing beside the purple-haired woman, his arm clutched in thought, Baphomet remains silent, the implications of his revelation hanging heavy in the air. His eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, as the word conclusion appears, marking the end of his internal struggle. From his glowing eye, a single tear escapes, a silent testament to the profound cost of his decision. He questions the very notion of changing his name, a desperate measure if something were to happen to him, yet he firmly believes he will not die. Recalling his dream of becoming an archaeologist, he acknowledges that such aspirations are meaningless if they perish here. As he falls through the dark abyss, the purple-haired woman below looks up, a silent plea escaping her lips. A darker thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he could simply eliminate the bastard responsible for all this. Embracing the woman, he considers the extreme measure, weighing the overkill against the possibility of someone dying after all their efforts. Her eyes widen, reflecting the intense emotion of the moment, her heart pounding with a heavy beat. A menacing smile spreads across his face, his crimson eyes glowing with a dangerous resolve as his own heart beats fiercely. Turning his back to the glowing energy once more, he utters a single, frustrated word, asshole. The purple-haired woman's eyes glow with a fierce blue light, her expression hardening with unwavering determination. Giga User is suddenly overwhelmed, struck by unseen assailants as blood erupts from the impact. A pained cry escapes him, his blue-tinged aura flaring as the assault continues. The force of the blows sends him staggering, collapsing to the ground. Lying injured, he looks up as more blood splatters around him. Then, a system message flashes, chrono break, and his eyes close, his consciousness fading amidst the lingering blue energy. Suddenly, a violent surge of red energy erupts, tearing through the space with a deafening roar. Consumed by the crimson abyss, Giga User plunges into the unknown. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of destructive red energy, he feels the first condition for skill use fulfilled, the tower's highest floor. As his form glows with an ethereal red light, the second condition is met, an encounter with a strong foe. His body begins to dissipate into glowing particles, as the third condition is fulfilled, fatal damage from a hunter, initiating a new structure due to the loss of his physical data. A voice cuts through the chaos, Baphomet calling out in alarm, wondering if the other is truly all right amidst the destructive power. The red energy intensifies, counting down, as he desperately shouts, trying to break through the overwhelming force. Then, Baphomet himself is consumed, engulfed by the same destructive red energy that had claimed the other hunter. A disembodied voice advises that it would be best to remain oblivious. Suddenly, a new figure manifests, her crimson eyes glowing as a powerful red aura flares around her. And Baphomet recoils, struck by an unseen force. Meanwhile, Giga User's transformation completes, revealing a towering, demonic entity with glowing red eyes and formidable armor. The red-eyed woman's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring, "But, as for you." The transformed Giga User moves with incredible speed, leaving streaks of red energy in his wake. His purple-gloved hand extending as he states his purpose. "I have something I need to do." He continues his rapid, energetic movement, catching the red-eyed woman off guard, who gasps in surprise. The newly transformed Giga User, now a demonic entity, pulsed with an ominous blue energy. His glowing red eyes fixed on the red-eyed woman as he declared, "In return for saving you, I'll take." Before she could react, he moved with impossible speed, a heavy impact echoing through the space. His arm, now wreathed in a sinister red glow, reached out as he continued. "Your arm." His demonic features, complete with horns and glowing blue markings on his forehead, solidified into a look of fierce determination, his red eyes burning with power. With a surge of crimson energy, he executed his declared intent, the skill taking hold. A system notification flashed, confirming that the skill application was successful. Another message followed, revealing the full extent of his transformation. The power of the demon god Baphomet would last until the tower was cleared. A wave of disbelief washes over his opponent, who can only utter, "No way. How have you regained your powers?" But the answer is clear, as a menacing grin stretches across his face, revealing sharp, glowing fangs. The transformation is complete, and a chilling voice echoes the name, Baphomet. His demonic form now fully manifested, he stands tall, radiating an oppressive aura. A smirk plays on his lips, his crimson eyes glowing with renewed power, as he muses, "It's been too long since I felt my body overflowing with energy." Ho ho. Yet, even with such immense power, he acknowledges a crucial drawback. This skill can only be used inside a tower, and its cooldown is a whopping. He continues his internal assessment, realizing it's a staggering 31,536,000 seconds. And he can't even use skills he learned as a human. He's not just. As the red chains clank around him, Giga User dismisses the notion of pettiness, his power beginning to manifest. He reflects on his past ignorance, vowing that if he is to act, he will do so properly, for failure means death. The chains around him seem to offer a new perspective, allowing him to see things with newfound clarity. His eyes now glowing crimson, a shadowy demonic visage forming behind him. He asserts that the current situation demands his full intervention, declaring that he will handle it. His hand transforms, extending into a sharp, clawed digit, a physical manifestation of his deepening demonic power. Now fully embracing his monstrous form, he issues a chilling command for something to emerge. With each deliberate step, the glowing red chains follow, an extension of his will. He stands, fully transformed, an intricate web of crimson chains now surrounding him, a testament to his power. The chains expand further, filling the space with their menacing glow. His voice echoes through the void, a chilling command to an unseen entity. He demands for it to finally come out. But the entity, with glowing red eyes and sharp features, snarls back, refusing his words. A wave of red energy washes over her, forcing a scream of agony from her lips, as the power of the demon god begins to assert itself. She cries out in frustration and pain, her body buckling under the immense pressure. The red aura intensifies, and glowing red chains erupt from the darkness, binding her completely. She thought she was finally free, but it was Baphomet again, asserting his dominance. The demon god's voice returns, acknowledging her presence with a chilling calm. Bound and defeated, the former boss of the Abyssal Tower, Beelzebub, is revealed. Still struggling against the binding, she might have heard the distant confirmation that indeed, this was the truth. For it was widely known that the true boss of the Tower of Abyss was Baphomet. Within his dark domain, where ancient symbols adorned the walls and blades pierced the stone, his power reigned supreme. There, upon a formidable throne, sat the demon god Baphomet, his horned silhouette casting a long shadow, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A golden, arcane symbol pulsed with energy, a testament to his formidable power. He rose, his form radiating an overwhelming aura, the sheer force of his presence undeniable. Yet, the narration continued, explaining that though he was born with a curse, he had become the master of this very tower, a position he held until this moment, as Beelzebub struggled, bound by glowing red chains. As she strained against her bonds, Baphomet's voice echoed, a chilling declaration of his arrival and his disdain for her former status. "Why do you look so high and mighty?" he sneered. "The one who was once the master of this tower is now coming all the way here." Still, Beelzebub fought, her body contorting under the immense weight of a massive golden object, the glowing red chains biting deep as she refused to yield. A golden, clawed hand extends, its owner demanding to know if the entity before them is truly Baphomet. Then questioning the audacity of this bastard and reminding him, "Aren't you the first-ranked boss monster, Baphomet Hyungnim?" From the shadows, a towering demonic figure with glowing red eyes and massive antlers emerges, its voice laced with disdain as it asks how a mere Sarankar could have possibly made it this far, dismissing the challenger as a low-rank monster, Baphomet, who was born with a dirt spoon in his mouth. Before the challenger can finish his retort about beating up all the others, Baphomet strikes with blinding speed, his golden claw slamming into the challenger's own, eliciting a pained gasp as he barely manages to catch the blow. The demonic grip tightens, radiating immense power. As Baphomet effortlessly lifts the struggling challenger by the head, his golden claw now a mere toy in the demon's grasp. The challenger's body glows with a desperate red aura as he thrashes, utterly helpless against the overwhelming force. Baphomet looks down at his defeated opponent, a scoff escaping him as he dismisses the struggling figure as nothing more than an idiot, ordering him to stop wasting time and simply disappear. His crimson eye glowing with cold amusement, he offers a chilling choice. Standing over a scattered array of weapons, Baphomet commands his victim to pick the instrument of his own demise. The fight had already concluded in Baphomet's decisive victory, yet Giga User, desperate, cries out, begging for a moment, insisting that he cannot be killed. Baphomet pauses, his back to the viewer, questioning the reason behind such a bold claim. Giga User reveals that his death would cause the entire tower to collapse, taking Baphomet with it, for no matter his strength, the tower perceives Giga User as its true master. This revelation appeases the entity known as Beelzebub. Considering this new information, Baphomet proposes an unexpected solution, declaring that Giga User will become the new boss of the tower in his stead. Giga User, still on the ground, quickly agrees to the terms, adding that he'll quietly live there until then, and perhaps he doesn't want to learn about management or expertise after all. Even after Baphomet's supposed demise at Raven's hands, the powerful spell cast upon Giga User remained unbroken, a persistent burden that clung to him. Now, standing over the defeated Giga User, Baphomet's crimson eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. As he questioned the spell's resilience, "Why should I bother with a mere human?" he mused, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Are you defying me?" Giga User's silence was his only answer. The spell, however, was not easily broken, its hold as tenacious as a fly's grip. A crimson magic circle pulsed around Giga User, confirming the spell's continued power, prompting Baphomet to acknowledge its formidable nature. You can't break it, he muttered, then scoffed. What do you expect? For a spell that the great archdemon Beelzebub herself cannot break. Despite the spell's power, Baphomet remained resolute, vowing that it would soon be over as he broke it with his own magic. His hand, glowing with a fierce red energy, reached out, poised to unleash his will upon the ancient enchantment. Meanwhile, far from the ethereal battleground, the modern world continued its indifferent hum, its towering structures reaching towards a clear sky. Within a grand, silent hall, bathed in ethereal light, an ancient statue stands sentinel. Then, a masked figure, cloaked in shadow, approaches a brilliant, glowing portal, their forms silhouetted against the intense radiance. A piercing electric blue eye glows from behind the angular mask, revealing a glimpse of the power held within. With an unwavering resolve, the Giga User declares, no one can touch this place. As a hand reaches out, shimmering with vibrant energy, he vows to rebuild his domain. I will make it once again. My kingdom. The masked figure stands tall, a powerful aura radiating from him, asserting that his kingdom will flourish. The kingdom will gain its prosperity. His electric blue eye flares with renewed intensity as he invokes a name of power, Bellatrix's glory. But as the energy swirls around his outstretched hand, a flicker of doubt or surprise crosses his mind. A visible crack spreads across his glowing hand, prompting a concerned realization. There's a crack. He can hardly believe it. This place, forged by his own spell, should be impenetrable. There's no way a mere crack could appear. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could someone truly have broken his spell? He struggles to comprehend how anyone within this tower could possess such skill, as the crack visibly spreads with a sharp, splintering sound. The fissure intensifies, glowing with raw energy, a loud, resonant crash accompanying its rapid expansion. Staring down at the glowing chasm, he can only utter a single word, his voice laced with disbelief. His electric blue eyes, usually radiating confidence, now betray a profound sense of shock, the unexpected turn of events clearly unsettling him. From an unseen vantage point, a voice echoes through the void, commending Beelzebub for her successful intervention. With a faint blue glow, his gloved hand reaches out, perhaps to touch the fractured reality or to reassert his power. His gaze lifts, the electric blue glow in his eyes burning with renewed intensity, a silent promise of retaliation forming behind his mask. From above, a figure descends, enveloped in dark, crackling energy, her voice echoing with a chilling query. Then, with a violent surge, a massive explosion of blue and white energy erupts, tearing apart the very ground and sending debris flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos and shattered remnants of his domain, he stands, a determined blue aura flaring around him as he declares his turn to fight. With a smirk, the demoness meets his gaze, her glowing red eyes challenging him directly, calling him by a name he might have thought long forgotten. She stands ready, glowing particles swirling around her leg, anticipating the coming clash. A crimson-eyed figure stares, a single word escaping her lips. As her gaze intensifies, demanding to know what exactly has transpired. Her eyes glowing with an ominous light, Beelzebub questions the source of such immense power, wondering where this newfound strength originated. Meanwhile, Baphomet, lounging casually, responds with a dismissive tone, suggesting that such intimate details are beyond their current relationship. Back in the grand hall, an unseen voice demands to know what is happening. Beelzebub, now in a battle-ready stance, issues a stark command to prepare for the impending fight. As the tension mounts, Giga User's hands begin to glow with a vibrant blue energy. The power surging through him, enveloping his form in a brilliant aura of light. As his powers surged, Giga User descended rapidly, enveloped in swirling blue magical energy and intricate glowing circles. He continued his swift descent, leaving brilliant trails of blue energy in his wake. Upon impact with the ground, a massive pillar of light erupted, accompanied by a complex, glowing magic circle. Without hesitation, he launched a swift, powerful attack, causing his armored opponent to recoil with a surprised gasp. Before the armored figure could recover, Giga User vanished and reappeared instantly behind them, declaring, I'm already here. The hooded opponents stood no chance, their back exposed to the relentless assault. A powerful strike of glowing blue energy connected with the opponent's chest, sending shockwaves through their armor. He continued to assault the figure, pushing them back with a barrage of blue energy blasts. The final, powerful energy strike caused intricate patterns on the opponent's chest to glow brightly, signaling the overwhelming force of the attack. Stop, a voice commands from within the imposing armor. But Giga User, already enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, has no intention of halting. His opponent's eyes glowing with alarm as the sheer power washes over them. The blue energy swirls violently around him, coalescing into a devastating force, spreading across the ground in intricate, glowing patterns. With a thunderous impact, the concentrated power erupts, engulfing the armored figure in a blinding explosion of blue light. But as the dust begins to settle, a crimson magical circle flares to life. revealing the armored opponent now wreathed in a menacing red aura, twin energy blades crackling with dark power. He unleashes a torrent of glowing blue chains, aiming to bind his transformed opponent. As the assault begins, she observes, a challenge echoing in her mind. Show me some more. Before the blue chains can fully close in, a crimson aura erupts around her, manifesting into powerful red chains that intercept the attack. The ground beneath her shattering as the crimson energy expands, coiling and spreading with menacing intent. A smirk plays on her lips, her red eyes gleaming as she prepares to unleash her full power, a silent taunt hanging in the air. The armored leg of her opponent is caught in the rapidly forming crimson prison. As the chains erupt from below, ensnaring him completely, her voice ringing out, "You to entertain me." He struggles against the binding, but the crimson chains pull him down relentlessly, slamming him into the ground with brutal force. Even after her decisive strike, a flicker of surprise crosses the red-eyed woman's face, a silent question hanging in the air. But her assault doesn't waver, as dark, claw-like energy lashes out, slamming into her opponent with explosive force. Her gaze remains sharp, unwavering, as she presses her advantage. Another swift, powerful strike connects, sending him reeling backward with a pained grunt. Yet, there was more to come. Despite the relentless onslaught, Giga User begins to gather his strength, his armor glowing with intense blue energy, preparing a desperate counter. The red-eyed woman lands lightly, ready for whatever comes next. With his electric blue eyes blazing, Giga User unleashes the full force of his charged attack. But the red-eyed woman, her crimson gaze burning with anticipation, meets it with a chilling smirk, ready for the impact. A blinding blue explosion erupts as his power connects, a resounding quang, echoing through the space. The force of the impact momentarily engulfs everything in a flash of light, then plunges the area into an oppressive darkness, only for a faint, ominous glow to emerge from the depths. Before Giga User can even register his success, a gloved fist lashes out with impossible speed. The blow connects with a sickening bake, sending him reeling back, his face contorted in a pained "Aya" as the red-eyed woman's counterattack lands. Still reeling from the devastating counterattack, Giga User's blue energy shatters around him, as the force of the blow sends him violently recoiling, leaving a trail of settling debris in his wake. He plummets through the air, his body a helpless projectile. Watching the scene unfold, Baphomet's crimson eyes glow with an unsettling intensity, a single thought echoing in his mind. More. Cloaked in shadow, he stares down at the falling figure, his expression unreadable. A low growl escapes him. Toying with me right now? The air around him crackles with raw power, a silent testament to his escalating fury. As Giga User continues his uncontrolled descent, Baphomet's form is engulfed in a brilliant, menacing aura, ready to unleash his own might. As a voice from the shadows asks which map they should attack next, Baphomet, still seething, dismisses the question with a scoff, demanding to know if they are finally going to start doing things properly. His fury boiling over at the thought of Beelzebub, he screams for a weapon, vowing to tear his enemy to shreds from the inside. As a faint red aura begins to emanate from his hand, he suddenly falters, the realization dawning on him that he has nothing. His eyes widen in shock, the full weight of his predicament settling upon him. A single, disbelieving "what" escapes his lips as the stark truth hits him. All his weapons, everything, vanished along with the tower, leaving him utterly defenseless. A wave of disbelief washes over Baphomet as he stares at the empty space before him, the realization dawning that everything he possessed has vanished. The culprit's power manifests as a colossal, glowing blue claw, its single eye gleaming with cold indifference, leaving Baphomet to roar in utter frustration, unable to comprehend the extent of his loss. As glowing magical script swirls around him, a testament to his inner turmoil, a fleeting image of the Giga User crosses his mind, his expression distant and thoughtful. The memory only fuels his indignation as he rails against the injustice, lamenting the immense effort he poured into his preparations, now all for naught. His voice dripping with sarcasm, he challenges the unseen force, demanding to know what he is supposed to do now, and dismisses any notion of concern for his plight. Leaning forward, his eyes burning with defiance, he demands an answer from the void. The glowing script around him intensifies as he laments the permanent consequences of this theft, realizing he won't be able to recover his lost resources once the tower is cleared. Still reeling from his losses, Baphomet's thoughts race, a bitter realization dawning on him. The skill Beelzebub stole only functions within a tower. A vivid mental image of the skill's core flashes, its blue energy pulsing. And he remembers the critical drawback: it also possesses an extremely long cooldown. His frustration manifests as a furious mental image of Giga User, surrounded by the oppressive red chains of his own rage, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. The thought of Beelzebub ignites a fresh wave of anger. This arrogant fly will pay. The stolen skill, now a glowing red orb, remains tethered by the chains of his fury, the oppressive red energy continuing to swirl around him. As the mental image of Giga User clenches his fists, a silent exclamation of resolve. Finally, a grim acceptance settles over him. Fine, it doesn't matter. As for a weapon, he could only rely on the one he had borrowed. But his raw power proved too much, the borrowed item disintegrating under the sheer force of his will. A system notification confirmed the inevitable. The equipment was destroyed by the user's overwhelming strength. He knew it was useless, that normal weapons couldn't handle his power. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerged from the desolate landscape, their voice echoing with a dismissive tone, claiming they were just trying to have a little fun. A blue aura enveloped him as he retorted, his eyes glowing crimson. Is strength meant for you to use to have fun? The cloaked figure's hand, glowing with the same ethereal blue, reached out, asserting control over the very space around them, as if to emphasize that strength was no childish game. He recalls a time when his actions felt anything but selfish, a vision of himself in regal white and blue armor, a powerful dragon at his side. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, his crimson eyes glowing with a sudden, intense realization. In that memory, his past self declares, I have things I need to protect. My subjects. The dragon roars in agreement as the vision continues. My citizens. His past self stands tall, radiating power, proclaiming, my country. A complex, glowing magical array manifests around him, a symbol of his dominion. Yet, the voice of his past self echoes with a bitter truth. Compared to this, the strength granted to you is one that has no value. Suddenly, a colossal, glowing blue hand descends from above, its immense power overwhelming the vision. The past self, once mighty, is now dwarfed by the sheer scale of this new, alien force, a stark reminder of his current predicament. Even as the overwhelming force descends, the past self of Baphomet, a powerful figure with flowing white hair and dark wings, stands firm, declaring his unwavering loyalty. For the glory of Bellatrix, he roars, his face contorted in a mask of pure defiance. His challenge echoes through the void. What do you even know? But his words are met with brutal force, a devastating blow tearing through his chest, sending blood spraying into the dark expanse. Still, he refuses to yield, his electric blue eyes glowing with fierce resolve as he braces for the next assault. Another impact sends crimson droplets flying, followed by a third, each strike tearing at his form. Finally, a torrent of swirling red energy engulfs him, shredding his body and wings into fragments. The destructive force continues its relentless assault, leaving nothing but fading echoes of his once mighty presence. His past self, the demon god Baphomet, stood firm, his gaze unwavering, even as the overwhelming power of his foe descended. He had declared his loyalty, his defiance. But the unseen force struck, a torrent of blue energy tearing into him, followed by a violent, crimson burst. The sheer power distorted his form, pulling him apart, and Baphomet's voice echoed in the present, denying the notion that this was his original strength. No, it's a power I gained after dying tens of thousands of times. As his past self disintegrated into shimmering particles, the current Baphomet felt his entire being scream in protest, his whole body screaming with the agony of that memory. He refused to die, even after countless deaths. He kept coming back to life, as dark, sharp tendrils pierced through the cosmic void, their menacing forms multiplying. Then, crimson chains erupted from the darkness, binding his dragon-like form, impaling him and holding him fast as he was stabbed to death, his body sliced to pieces, the chains tightening their grip, and finally, crushed into swirling motes of blue energy and red particles. He recalls the relentless grip of the chains, the crushing force that sought to bind him. A shadowy, red-maned entity, its clawed hand emerging from the darkness. Its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey, would crush them without mercy, leaving no trace, in the exact same way, every single time. The chains would tighten, then snap, exploding outwards as he endured. Then, he stood at the very top of the tower. It was the strength he earned through his own effort, forged in countless deaths. He questions the audacity of anyone who would dare judge the immense strength he had earned, challenging them to reveal their true identity. A flash of fiery red energy, like a mane of destruction, tears through the darkness. As his past self, Giga User, is brutally annihilated, consumed by the crimson force. Yet, from the shattered remnants of that torment, Baphomet rises, crowned and glowing with a potent blue light, the chains of his past broken. The red-maned force, its eyes burning with a fierce, almost sorrowful intensity, watches on. He remembers a time when he was the one in charge, a boss. A new voice breaks the silence, posing a direct question. I have a question. Which map are we attacking? A voice cuts through the silence, posing a question about the tower's summit, only to be met with a dismissive retort from the almighty boss, who reminds number 18 that this query had already been answered. Undeterred, number 18 presses on, asking if they too could reach the tower's peak. The almighty boss replies with a challenge, stating that to succeed, a significant hurdle must first be overcome. With a pointed gesture, the boss reveals the obstacle, the great gatekeeper, the unnumbered Baphomet, whose defeat is required to advance. The formidable Baphomet stands ready, a towering, horned figure wielding a spear. Beside the imposing gatekeeper, the almighty boss, with glowing crimson eyes, observes the scene. The boss then turns back to number 18, noting a change in their demeanor, before number 18 declares that they will indeed kill the Great Gatekeeper. The Great Gatekeeper, a formidable wolf-like entity with glowing crimson eyes, reacts with a guttural growl, unable to comprehend the protagonist's renewed resolve. Meanwhile, the almighty boss's voice echoes, reminding him, "You are fighting me, the boss of this tower. You'll be the one who ends up dying, no matter how many monsters you've killed before." The boss continues, her words a stark contrast to his own experience. "I only have one life. However, as long as I'm still alive, you'll keep resurrecting." She presses on, her voice unwavering. "Still, you'll just continuously die until you defeat the Great Gatekeeper." The boss's words trail off, implying the impossibility of his task, but he counters internally. "Moreover, this feels different from other monsters, like I'm a special case." He considers the unique nature of his struggle. "I feel like I'm growing stronger even though I die and resurrect. Wouldn't I eventually win if I keep fighting until I'm stronger than that Great Gatekeeper?" His hand clenches, a new resolve hardening his gaze as he thinks, and then, the Great Gatekeeper's name, Baphomet. He doesn't even have a number. Staring down the beast, he declares with fierce conviction, "I can take it for myself." A system message flashes, confirming his new identity and achievement. "Congratulations, Hunter Baphomet." Having just defeated Rizal and cleared the Tower of Labyrinths, the protagonist pauses in the dark void, a question forming in his mind. His crimson eyes glow with an intense light as he recalls the victory, yet a deeper question lingers. He reflects on his unique power, acknowledging that no matter how much he considers it, few could truly rival his strength. A close-up reveals the intricate, dark markings on his arm, a silent testament to his continuous growth. Yet, a shadow falls over his thoughts, a fleeting memory of past defeats at the hands of others. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, the memory still raw. A dark resolve settles over his features, his glowing eyes burning with determination as he declares that it seems it will be fun. He shakes his head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, dismissing any lingering doubt. He remembers the defeated Rizal, impaled and bleeding, still clinging to a desperate hope, muttering about her country and her impending demise. His own hand, dripping with blood, had just torn out her magic core, yet she persisted, a stubborn defiance that he had found almost amusing. A crackle of dark energy pulsed from his palm, sealing her fate. He had taunted her then, mocking her foolish belief in a fabricated story, a kingdom that never truly existed. It was all a lie, a setup, a cruel illusion designed to manipulate her. She was nothing more than a tool, a monster created solely to fuel the growth of hunters. But then, the memory shifts, and a different voice, his own, echoes in his mind, denying the truth, questioning his very nature. His eyes glow with a terrifying crimson as the words boss, monster, setup, system, crash through his consciousness, a horrifying realization dawning. An error in the system, a glitch in Rizal's authority, seems to be unraveling his own existence, revealing a deeper, unsettling truth. He reels, a searing pain of fatal error, delete, echoing through his mind, leaving him to question. What was that, as a blinding flash erupts around him? He struggles to comprehend the sudden, violent disruption, feeling a strange clanking sensation as his winged form solidifies. His attention is then drawn to a cloaked figure kneeling before him. And a realization dawns on him. He had sensed another presence alongside the boss and himself, a presence he had dismissed as harmless. Now, looking at the kneeling figure, he asks, "Aren't you the hunter who was with me in Party C?" A sharp intake of breath escapes him, as the red-maned entity stares down, recognizing the figure before him. A moment of stunned silence hangs heavy in the air, before the scene shifts to a towering structure, nestled deep within a dense, dark forest. Suddenly, a shimmering portal begins to tear open, its ethereal light spilling into the darkness. A gateway to another place manifesting with raw power. From within its depths, three figures step out, their forms silhouetted against the brilliant energy. One of them immediately questioning the unexpected circumstances. What happened? How is the exit gate open? And what was with the broadcast stating the area was cleared? A blonde woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Before her, a shimmering blue portal pulses with energy, as a voice exclaims, "Another exit gate." She stands with a dark-haired man, both gazing at the glowing anomaly, the unexpected sight leaving them stunned. Blue energy washes over their boots, illuminating the ground beneath them. The blonde woman tries to articulate her shock, a single syllable escaping her lips. Meanwhile, in a different location, a figure on horseback glances back, his identity revealed as the hunter, Baphomet. Back at the gate, the two new arrivals remain rooted to the spot, their forms bathed in the portal's ethereal glow. A hushed voice asks, "Where is Senghoon right now?" The answer comes quickly. He's in the VIP patient room. As a blonde woman and her dark-suited companion approach, they inquire about the patient's condition. The news is grim. There's nothing life-threatening, but he has lost an arm. Her companion interjects, asking if he's ready for surgery, only to be told he's refusing to get the surgery. The blonde woman's frustration boils over, exclaiming, "That's ridiculous." Her expression hardens, a mix of concern and determination etched onto her face. Meanwhile, Sang-hoon lies in his hospital bed, his head and arm heavily bandaged, a somber figure. As the blonde woman enters the room, a younger girl on the bed exclaims, Uni, Uni, Sang-hoon appa. Sang-hoon, however, dismisses their concern, telling them, don't make a fuss. Why did you come as well? It's not a big deal. She recalls a past moment where her father had wanted her to stop someone, but she had to be the one to do it herself. A deep sigh escapes her, a quiet acknowledgement of the weight of her decisions. Her voice sharpens, demanding to know why he refuses the surgery. The injury was severe, leaving him with only one arm. He remains silent, his expression unreadable. She continues, explaining that Secretary Kong had warned her the tower was too dangerous, but she had insisted on going anyway. He thinks to himself that he should have died, yet he survived, recalling Secretary Kang's dismissive words about losing an arm. Lying in the hospital bed, his bandaged face and arm are stark reminders of his ordeal. The blonde woman and a younger companion stand by his bedside, while another man observes from a distance, the hospital room quiet around them. He stares ahead, his face bandaged, resolving that he can restore his arm later. But before that, he needs to find the hunter who saved him, the one who died because of him. He wonders, no, where's the hunter who saved me? Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man in a sharp suit and glasses stands with a thoughtful expression. A soft chup sound escapes from a mouth. The team manager, his eyes narrowed, asks what he's doing. He then questions, are you really able to scare away food like that in such a lavish VIP room? Secretary Kong replies, explaining that the hunter, Sang-hoon, was completely fine, but they made him give up his arm against his own volition, and he asks the team manager to speak after him. He continues, recalling how they admitted Sang-hoon to the hospital, and then asks, what? Royal gold. The team manager, however, dismisses his words, stating they asked him if he was hungry. He muses aloud about the blonde man, acknowledging that despite a poor first impression, he seems to be a genuinely good person, and from his experience, those who are overly nice for free are rarely bad. Then, turning his attention to the woman across from him, he asks how she knew his location, as the government database automatically logs tower clearances, and someone with his position can easily check it. He continues, explaining that he checked the records shortly after the tower was cleared and saw that she was the one who accomplished it. And then he rushed out after hearing she had been moved to the hospital. Leaning in, he presses the question, wondering if she truly was the one who cleared it. His expression is one of deep skepticism, his eyes narrowed in intense scrutiny. The secretary, clearly annoyed by his persistent doubt, asks him what the look is for, feeling as though he's accusing her of being a scammer once again. He quickly clarifies that he isn't doubting her because he thinks she's a scammer. But rather, while he acknowledges her power and strength, her skills simply aren't at a level where she could clear a tower of that difficulty yet. He continues to press Secretary Kong, asking if she wants him to show off his magic, or if she's simply trying to prove her strength by defeating the boss. His voice carries a hint of disbelief, as he insists there must be more solid proof than her mere claim. He holds up a small, glowing token, a symbol of a cleared tower, as if to emphasize the weight of his words. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, and he exclaims that they are late. He muses aloud, wondering if a government official arrived before him. His eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he questions, Manager? A grimace twists his features, as he curses the bastard who cleared the Tower of Abyss. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across his face, as he reveals his own identity. I'm the team manager of the Hunter Support Alliance. His foot slams down with a decisive thud, a single word escaping him in disbelief. What? He wonders if it was all a failure. His frustration mounts, realizing all their efforts might have been in vain. A furious thought echoes in his mind, labeling someone a swindling bastard. As he looks down, a familiar face comes into view. Standing over the figure on the ground, he greets the dark-haired man with a cutting remark. It's been a while, Mr. Swindler. The dark-haired man on the ground reacts with a startled, what? A smirk plays on Baphomet's lips as he remarks on the cold reception, despite his haste to arrive. He continues, explaining that he investigated reports of an F rank clearing the tower, only to discover it was the dark-haired man, demanding to know his next scheme. The dark-haired man, still reeling, hears the additional accusation that he is now associated with a specific team. He considers the situation, a slight smirk playing on his lips, before offering a rough estimate. He then muses, wondering if the cleaning department is truly operating in secret, and if this is the kind of dirty work swindlers must undertake just to make a living. The dark-haired man listens, his expression unreadable, as Baphomet continues to speak, his words hanging heavy in the air. Baphomet's gaze sharpens, his voice laced with a mocking tone, insisting that swindlers must perform such unsavory tasks to survive. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, he poses a direct question, asking the dark-haired man if he can truly handle team manager Ma. The dark-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing slightly, as Baphomet's words imply a deeper, more sinister truth about his own boss. A flicker of surprise crosses the dark-haired man's face, his composure momentarily broken, as the weight of the accusation settles upon him. Before he can react, Baphomet's fist connects with his face in a brutal, sudden strike. the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The dark-haired man reels from the blow, his body twisting from the force, as a nearby man in a suit cries out in alarm, recognizing the target of the assault. Baphomet, his gaze sharp, addresses the newly arrived Ha-jae, warning him that the hospital fellows would beat him up if they fought here. He then cautions Ha-jae not to cross the line, though Ha-jae internally questions what line he means, asserting that he simply told the truth. Baphomet, growing impatient, demands he stop blabbering and get to the point, reminding him that he came here to confirm whether Hunter Baphomet truly cleared the Tower of Labyrinths. Ha-jae, looking up from below, a smirk playing on his lips, simply acknowledges Baphomet's statement. He then extends his hand, a glowing red token materializing above his palm, declaring he will show Baphomet what he wants. The token pulses with a soft light, a clear symbol of his achievement. It is the token of proof that he cleared the tower. He stands before the other man, the glowing token still held firmly in his grasp. The item, he explains, is the Tower of Labyrinth's token of proof, received directly from Boss Rizel. He hadn't known its true purpose until now, realizing it was meant for moments just like this. With a challenging gaze, he asks if he still appears to be a mere swindler. The two men lock eyes, a silent battle of wills playing out between them. A flicker of something unreadable crosses Baphomet's gaze, his crimson eye narrowing slightly. He scoffs, finding it unbelievable that a meager, failed hunter would dare to challenge his judgment. But Ha-jae quickly counters, asking if Baphomet isn't the one who truly failed. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the two continue their standoff, observed by others. A small group gathers, including Sang-hoon in his wheelchair, attended by Secretary Kong, a blonde woman, and another woman with dark hair and glasses. Suddenly, Baphomet approaches, expressing surprise at Secretary Kang's early arrival, who then inquires about the identity of the woman with glasses, addressing her as Director Lee Sang-ah. The blonde woman, facing Director Lee Sang-ah, acknowledges their reunion with a cool, knowing tone. Baphomet, seemingly unfazed by the underlying tension, explains he had intended to contact them regarding a business plan, feigning surprise at their coincidental meeting. Meanwhile, Sang-hoon, looking up at the blonde woman, asks if she is from the government. Baphomet, overhearing, identifies her as the youngest child of the Royal Gold Group, then warns her, despite being a hunter, that she might get hurt. As Ha-jae kneels beside Sang-hoon, taking his hand, he reveals his recent presence in the Tower of Labyrinths, prompting a surprised reaction from Sang-hoon. With a firm grip on Sang-hoon's hand, Ha-jae simply states that he saved him. Sang-hoon, still bearing the marks of his recent ordeal, poses a direct question to the group. He then asks for clarification, wondering what business proposal the official was trying to make to Nuna, a proposal related to supporting hunters and developing a program for awakeners who haven't yet manifested their powers. He then offers some advice, suggesting that the official lacks insight, failing to recognize a tower-clearing hunter and instead trying to brand him a swindler, questioning if such an approach would truly succeed. A confident smile spreads across Sang-hoon's face, as if pleased with his own assessment. Meanwhile, Director Lee Sang-ah watches the unfolding conversation, her expression thoughtful and observant. From behind, Baphomet turns slightly, reacting to the mention of an official before a collective demand is made to speak with that hunter. He had demanded to speak with the hunter, but elsewhere, a young woman with a polite smile, Secretary Kim, stood poised, her expression hinting at a deeper understanding. She offered a sympathetic, almost playful, apology, explaining that their family's motto dictated that the enemies of those they were indebted to were also their own. This ancient creed, a heavy burden or a powerful shield, defined their loyalties, a silent promise echoing through generations. Meanwhile, Director Park, a stern-faced man in a dark suit, walked away from a tense situation, his subordinates following closely behind him. He turned, his gaze sharp, and curtly dismissed someone with a simple, "So, please leave." The dismissal clearly rankled him, as his face contorted in a furious scowl, cursing the individual under his breath. Meanwhile, Baphomet, the focus of the previous discussion, appeared with a confident smirk, his crimson eyes gleaming with an unspoken challenge. As the situation unfolds, with them seemingly taking his side, a question hangs in the air. Is this a good development? Baphomet offers a knowing, almost mocking smile, aware that the team manager's face is about to crinkle in frustration. His crimson eye glows with a subtle, predatory intensity, a silent acknowledgement of the chaos he's orchestrated. Meanwhile, in the confines of a luxury car, Director Park slams his hand down on a tablet, his face contorted in fury as he curses the fucking bastard responsible. An assistant attempts to interject, urging the team manager to calm down, but Park's rage only intensifies, declaring he cannot calm down when this is all such disgrace because of that half-baked product. His anger subsiding into troubled contemplation, he wonders what truly happened, how a little unimportant guy with no money could have possibly gotten involved. With a hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, he questions if there's something crucial they've missed, demanding clarification. As he sits with Sang-hoon and Secretary Kong, a question hangs in the air, breaking the silence. Meanwhile, a voice instructs Ji-hyun to spy on a particular individual. He believes there must be something more to uncover. Lost in thought, Director Park closes his eyes, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, Sang-hoon, still recovering, bears the marks of his recent ordeal. Later, standing before Director Park, Sang-hoon begins to speak. He admits they could have left him after he lost consciousness, and that he was quite a nuisance. With genuine gratitude, he thanks them for saving him and not leaving him behind. Director Park listens intently to Sang-hoon's words. As he continues his discussion, Director Park emphasizes the importance of awareness, mentioning that the other man was about to drop a reference club. Meanwhile, the blonde woman turns to Secretary Kong, suggesting they step out so the two men can speak privately, a notion Secretary Kong readily agrees with. As they prepare to leave, the blonde woman addresses Secretary Kong directly, inquiring if she is a government official, as she has a business matter to discuss. Back with the men, Director Park confirms his interest in the same sector, finding the development even better than anticipated. A soft, rhythmic tapping echoes. Shifting the scene to Sang-hoon, who sits in a wheelchair, his gaze cast downward in contemplation. He then looks up, admitting with complete honesty that he wasn't the intended target of the rescue, and that his survival was entirely thanks to a female hunter known as Crusher. His profile remains somber, reflecting on the gravity of his situation. From another location, Ji-hyun clarifies the situation, explaining that Sang-hoon was saved because he got involved due to her, and she made a deal with Crusher for his sake. On top of that, I tried to get rid of you after deeming you incapable of going further, the dark-haired man states, but Sang-hoon interjects. I have a question. Ignoring the interruption, he continues. Then, I'll also be honest. I didn't care if I died. A moment passes before he admits, looking at Sang-hoon. Rather, I'm glad you two are alive. Thanks for surviving. His tone shifts, a hint of frustration entering his voice as he continues. Seriously, what's he doing? He's not even looking in the tower. Do you really have the time to worry about someone who isn't even looking in the tower when you don't even know what's going on with your own people who are always looking in the tower? His expression darkens, a deep weariness settling over him. Humans, I really don't get them. He then challenges, his gaze sharp. Do you have anything else to say? I don't think you're here just to apologize. Sang-hoon, still recovering, expresses his profound gratitude, acknowledging that the dark-haired man saved him and offers to do anything within his power to repay the debt. Yet, a dismissive thought echoes through the opulent room, that Sang-hoon had already expressed enough gratitude some time ago. Turning his back to the window, the dark-haired man states he has no intention of making Sang-hoon do anything, leaving him free to act as he wishes. A moment later, Sang-hoon, eyeing a lavish spread of food, tentatively asks if he can eat it all before departing. The dark-haired man responds with indifference, stating that since he provided the food, Sang-hoon is free to eat it all or leave it untouched. He reiterates that he has no intention of seeking compensation, as such gestures are often considered insincere according to the hunter creed. Then, turning to face Sang-hoon with a pointed gaze, he asks if that's truly all, reminding him of his earlier promise to do anything. Still recovering, Sang-hoon looks up, a direct question on his lips. Do you have a lot of money? Meanwhile, in a desperate struggle against an overwhelming foe, Baphomet finds himself pushed to his limits, a single word escaping his lips. I can't. The monstrous red demon before him roars, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey, lamenting, I can't defeat Baphomet with my strength alone. Its form blurs with savage intent, as it lunges forward, claws extended, wreathed in crimson energy. The pressure mounts, and Baphomet clenches his teeth, cursing his situation. Damn, if only I had a companion. If only I had a companion, a monster like this would be nothing. As Baphomet grapples with his struggles, a voice echoes, questioning his solitude. Do you need a companion? Worry not. The system promises a solution, revealing a party-matching service specifically designed for hunters. Beyond companionship, it offers comprehensive support for every aspect of a hunter's life. Imagine a rental system, allowing you to borrow all the necessary equipment, whether it's a silver axe or a golden one. And for financial needs, hunter-exclusive loans are available with interest rates even lower than traditional banks. The sheer scope of the offerings is dazzling, leaving one to wonder, what is this? I can only see light. Beyond material aid, a 24/7 mentoring system is tailored to meet every hunter's unique requirements, alongside various welfare benefits based on their contributions. The ultimate goal is clear. Hunters can finally focus entirely on dungeon hunting, free from other concerns. All this comprehensive assistance, from party matching to financial aid, is provided by this central hunter management system. A dark, almost abstract visual opens the scene, before shifting to a smiling man in glasses who declares. Meanwhile, a different young man, with dark hair and a serious expression, remains silent. He stands before a large screen, reflecting on a past interaction, lamenting. Turning to an unseen individual, he challenges. This handsome young man, currently working as an actor, had cunningly intended to film alone at first. But he was terrible at acting. He then accuses. Suddenly, he cries out in surprise. A colleague reacts with a startled exclamation, questioning the presence of Assistant Manager Han. Standing poised and professional, Assistant Manager Han greets Baphomet, noting it's been a while. She clarifies her identity, introducing herself as Han Yu-young and inquiring about his well-being. Baphomet informs his colleague that Assistant Manager Han will be in charge today, then casually asks if he's checked the news. When asked what news he means, Baphomet advises him to take more interest in society, urging him to look at something specific. He reveals that articles about Baphomet are currently surfacing, spreading rapidly. On a smartphone screen, a headline reads, "The truth behind Mr. A who was deemed as a swindler," hinting at a major revelation. The article continues, detailing how Mr. A was portrayed as a con artist by the media, but now his truth is finally being revealed. The phone screen remains visible, displaying the unfolding news. Someone questions the blonde man, asking if he requested articles from Hunter Eugen of Valkyrie, then follows up by asking if he wants them to publish articles. The blonde man, now in a wheelchair with a bandage wrapped around his head, listens intently, his gaze cast downward. He acknowledges that money can influence the media, but his true desire is to correct the false rumors labeling him a swindler. The other person responds with a slight chuckle, stating that if it's just about exposing the truth, money isn't necessary, as many reporters are eager to cover the story. The blonde man then questions why no articles would be published about him, the one who cleared the Tower of Labyrinth, suggesting it would make the articles about him seem more believable and offer a great opportunity for a hunter to gain fame. The dark-haired man, his expression serious, reveals that there are individuals actively seeking to hunt him. He cannot afford to stand out until he can hunt them instead. Observing the blonde man calmly looking at his phone, the dark-haired man remarks on his relaxed demeanor, warning that hurting his workers will lead to backlash. The blonde man dismisses the concern, stating that the situation will receive backlash regardless, and it doesn't affect his department. Meanwhile, in a different office, Director Park addresses Assistant Manager Han, entrusting her with the care of the dark-haired man. With his instructions given, he announces his departure, citing other important matters. Assistant Manager Han observes his retreating figure, noting that despite his stern demeanor, the director clearly holds a deep concern for the dark-haired man, a rare trait for him. Director Park continues to walk away, leaving the two behind. Turning to the dark-haired man, Assistant Manager Han maintains a thoughtful expression. He questions her observation, prompting her to confirm that someone indeed cares for him, which surprises him. With the conversation concluded, Assistant Manager Han suggests they proceed with their new task. As they walk away, the dark-haired man expresses surprise that the management department handles such duties, believing it was solely the hunter training department's responsibility. Assistant Manager Han reassures him, explaining that the hunter training department is already overwhelmed and their assistance simply maintains efficiency. Following an unseen guide, the dark-haired man moves forward, a voice directing him onward. He reaches out, his hand making contact with a solid surface. As a low hum fills the air, he glances back, a faint glow surrounding him. A woman with long brown hair steps into view, holding a tablet, informing him that she will introduce the professor conducting the test. But the dark-haired man's eyes widen in shock and recognition, a single word escaping his lips as he points at her. His composure shatters instantly, and he lunges, grabbing her with a furious roar. The woman's face contorts in terror, his grip unyielding. Still consumed by rage, he reaches out further, his expression menacing. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes as a door slams shut, sealing them inside. A low chuckle escapes him, dismissing the recent violent outburst as nothing more than a triviality. He muses internally that he might have shown something a little embarrassing. He justifies his actions, claiming he was merely trying to catch a fly, and it would have been disastrous if it had entered the machine and caused a fatal error. Yet, a hint of irritation creeps into his thoughts, wondering why she hadn't caught it herself when he told her to. He glances downward, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes through the room, and he reacts with a startled, "What's this?" Before he can fully comprehend, an unseen force slams into him, sending him violently flying backward. He quickly regains his footing, looking back over his shoulder, a new thought forming in his mind. Just how much more do I have to hide behind my back? He stands in a brightly lit room, a faint glow emanating from his form as he prepares for whatever comes next. A new voice cuts through the silence, introducing himself as Kim Woo-suk, the one in charge of the rank test. The man stands tall and composed, his presence commanding attention. He explains that while ranks are usually determined by numbers, special cases, like a low-rank hunter clearing a tower, require a different approach. Kim Woo-suk gestures, emphasizing the unique circumstances. The dark-haired man listens intently, his expression unreadable as the explanation continues, detailing that the true rank is decided through actual battles. The test itself will be carried out in 3 distinct stages, with the option to give up at any point. Kim Woo-suk then poses the crucial question, asking if he wishes to begin the assessment test. Without hesitation, the dark-haired man's eyes gleam with determination as he gives his answer, a simple, resolute start. He stands ready as the first stage of his assessment begins, a single glowing blue orb before him. The instructions are clear, he simply needs to touch the blue orbs. However, a point will be deducted each time he touches an orb of another color, a voice playfully questioning if he'd dare to cheat. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the challenge, finding the rules perfectly acceptable without needing any modifications. The first stage, designed to measure his agility, begins with a burst of speed. He moves with relentless focus, demonstrating his endurance. His movements are precise, a testament to his sharp reflexes. and the unwavering acuity of his senses. The assessment continues, now focusing on his overall physical capability. He moves with explosive force, a surge of blue energy erupting from his form. This is the third stage, ominously titled the 100 Demons Night Parade. The assessor proudly declares he named it himself, explaining that they've crafted an artificial environment, perfectly suited for monsters, using data from the tower itself. The objective is clear: hunt as many monsters as possible within a strict 300-second time limit. The grotesque creatures surge forward, their roars echoing through the artificial space. A guttural cry rips through the air, a challenge met with unwavering resolve. He plunges into the fray, a whirlwind of motion, striking down his foes with brutal efficiency. The monsters fall, one after another, unable to withstand his relentless assault. He moves with blinding speed, a blue aura trailing behind him as he strikes the first grotesque creature. The monster reels back, its massive form shuddering from the impact. A pained roar escapes its maw as the dark-haired man's attack pierces its head, splattering blood. He shifts instantly, a blur of motion, his hand now glowing with a fierce red energy as he lands another devastating blow, blood erupting from his unseen target. His eyes burn with the same crimson light, a cold determination etched onto his face. Meanwhile, the assessor watches, a slight smirk playing on his lips, musing, "There should be a member of a higher class in the third stage, right? I'll bring out the boss." As the trial escalates, a colossal, shadowy entity emerges from the darkness, its monstrous form filling the cavernous space. Observing the scene, Baphomet's voice echoes, declaring that the dark-haired man's destructive ability will be judged by his performance against this new boss. He continues, adding that if he senses any real danger to the challenger, he will forcibly cut the test short. The dark-haired man stands his ground, a lone figure against the towering monstrosity. Suddenly, the monster's glowing red eyes fixate on him, a guttural voice rumbling, recognizing him from a past encounter. Without hesitation, the dark-haired man draws his sword, its blade glinting in the dim light. His own eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light, reflecting the monster's challenge. A confident smirk spreads across his face, ready to face whatever comes next. The colossal boss monster's voice echoes, recalling a past encounter, acknowledging its previous defeat by the dark-haired man, but now, it declares, things are different. As if in response, the dark-haired man's blade, already stained with blood, gleams ominously, poised for the coming fight. The monster's glowing red eyes fix on him, its voice a guttural challenge, as the dark-haired man stands engulfed in a fierce, red-orange aura. With his sword gripped tight, glowing particles swirling around him, he faces the monster, ready to meet its deadly challenge. Secretary Kim watches, her eyes wide with disbelief. As the scene unfolds before her, a soft, disbelieving, "No," escaping her lips, her shock deepening as she whispers, "No way." Meanwhile, the dark-haired man unleashes a fierce blue energy attack against a monstrous, multi-headed dragon-like creature, his form wreathed in a vibrant aura. The beast, with its dark scales and glowing yellow eyes, looms menacingly, emitting strange circular energy patterns. He moves with incredible speed, closing the distance, and delivers a powerful strike that erupts in a blinding flash, the impact echoing. Without pause, he follows up with a rapid flurry of blows, each impact resonating through the space. His eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, he lands a final, devastating strike. The multi-headed creature snarls, a low, guttural sound escaping its maw, its massive, clawed hand extending. A single, malevolent red eye glowing intensely, fixing its gaze. But the dark-haired man's voice cuts through the tension, challenging, "Are you trying to knock me down again?" A torrent of fiery, crimson energy erupts from him, tearing through the creature's form as it recoils, its head thrashing wildly. The overwhelming force continues its relentless assault, as the man, his eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, declares, "Won't work now." The beast is utterly consumed, its body violently ripped apart by the devastating impact. The raw, untamed power of the dark-haired man continues to surge, as a woman observes the spectacle with a look of deep concern. "This is truly bad," she mutters, her voice laced with worry. "It will take a considerable amount of time to recover the boss's data if he continues to exert himself in this manner." From her vantage point on the balcony, she watches the dark-haired man below, a thought forming in her mind. But isn't this quite a familiar scene? The dark-haired man remains enveloped in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, as a fleeting image of a white-haired man, Raven, flashes through his mind, accompanied by another dark-haired figure. The woman's voice cuts through the air. "You said he survived the Tower of Abyss, right?" She continues, a somber note in her tone, "And Raven died inside that tower." The dark-haired man's eyes glow with an ominous red light as he processes the information, a smirk playing on his lips. "Who exactly is that hunter? I'm getting curious." He stands in a crisp suit, a picture of professional composure. The world outside, however, is a complex labyrinth, full of hidden paths and dangers. Reflecting on a past conversation, he recalls the suspicious glances from his colleagues, wondering if he had pushed his abilities too far. The memory lingers, a silent question in his mind. Did I go a little too hard? He understands he cannot act with the same freedom outside of a tower, knowing he must be cautious until he finds those responsible for his past demise. A voice then offers him a mysterious token. Later, on a call, he checks in on someone, mentioning that the rank assessment results will take some time. He then inquires about the Tower of Labyrinth's token, a detail he heard from assistant manager Han. As he looks up at the sky, he realizes the person on the other end has forgotten everything they were taught during their operation, urging them to use the token, addressing them by name. You'll like it, Cha Minwoo. As he holds the phone to his ear, a voice on the other end asks what it is. A sudden surge of energy erupts around him, making him recoil in shock. The system confirms the Tower of Labyrinth's token has been used. His skills are temporarily increased, and a reward awaits for clearing the tower's boss monster, a revelation that causes a powerful red aura to flare around him. Barely able to process the information, he mutters in disbelief, realizing this reward is solely for the one who clears it. On the other end, Raven exclaims about the significant skill level increase, understanding now why the Ark Guild was so eager to handle the boss themselves. Minwoo explains that this is precisely why high-rank hunters, who have already cleared multiple towers, continue to do so. Raven processes this. He laments not knowing this valuable information sooner, believing he could have become much more, before quickly asking about the skill itself. As a new system message flashes into view, detailing a skill called Chrono Break, with a massive cooldown of over 27 million seconds, it warns that something special might happen once the timer reaches 0. Cha Minwoo stares at the notification, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he wonders, a special thing? What the heck is that? Still, he notes that the cooldown has definitely decreased. A low groan escapes him, as a sudden, sharp pain lances through his head. Shaking off the discomfort, he turns to Raven and Kim Woo-suk, a sly smile playing on his lips as he remarks, "It's tempting, right? I'll try to assign you to missions related to towers whenever I can." He begins to walk away, confident in his understanding of the system, explaining that there aren't many people who think so much about these smaller matters like I. His phone buzzes, displaying a message from someone named Yomi, asking, "Why, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly Yomi?" But before he can finish his thought or respond, the pain intensifies, forcing him to his knees, clutching his head as if trying to contain the agony. His vision distorts, the world swirling into a chaotic mess as he gasps, "I feel sick. It feels like my head's going to split open." The sudden, overwhelming pain makes him cry out, "Why is this happening all of a sudden?" As a pale hand, holding a glowing purple flower, appears in his mind's eye, followed by the ethereal image of a woman, bathed in golden light. His vision blurs, and he can only manage a confused whisper, "Who?" The world spins, and he collapses to his knees. The agony intensifying, forcing ragged gasps and coughs from his throat as he feels like he's dying, unable to comprehend what's happening. He continues to cough violently, his body racked with pain, the torment becoming unbearable, making him scream that he can't take it anymore. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pain subsides, leaving him disoriented and looking around a strange, enclosed space, a single question echoing in his mind. Cha Minwoo's mind races, a single question echoing through his thoughts. He finds himself seated on the ground before a traditional building, while Raven kneels calmly before him. As the realization dawns on him, he can see his own face with startling clarity. His crimson eyes widen slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he grapples with this strange sensation, this unfamiliar feeling. A chilling thought begins to form in his mind, a question he barely dares to voice, a terrifying possibility. Could he be Beelzebub? The very idea sends a wave of agony through him, a primal scream tearing from his throat, a desperate denial. Above, the tiled roof of the traditional building stands silent witness to his internal torment, a stark contrast to the chaos within him. His mind rebels against the horrifying possibility, refusing to accept such a fate, to become one of those pathetic humans. Clutching his head in anguish, he screams into the void, the sheer disbelief and terror of his situation overwhelming him. This simply cannot be. Still reeling from his profound identity crisis, Cha Minwoo finds himself in a modern setting, clutching a shopping bag and muttering about the impossibility of his situation, as if trying to rationalize a recent purchase. His mind flashes to a monstrous, multi-eyed entity, a distorted form of pure energy, as a voice laments the complete erasure of those who absorbed its power, leaving only a 100% body behind. The realization of this transformation weighs heavily on him, his expression a mask of profound distress. He confronts a younger version of himself, or perhaps a haunting reflection, accusing him, "Baphomet, this is all your fault." The other figure, startled, questions the accusation, only to be told that this happened because he absorbed the energy of another being. Cha Minwoo, recalling the source of his predicament, asks if they are referring to the boss's energy, the very token he acquired from the Tower of Labyrinths. He confirms it with a frustrated sigh, lamenting that he was tossed into this body precisely because of that token. The other figure acknowledges the reason for his displacement, but presses further, questioning why he ended up in a human form. Cha Minwoo throws his hands up in exasperation, admitting he has no idea, but surmising that this appearance is likely suitable for the human world. Collapsing to the ground in despair, he cries out, questioning why he had to become such a pathetic, inexperienced human. The human form of Cha Min-woo, still reeling from the revelation of his weakened state, laments that he has become even feebler since his other self was weakened. His other self, the manifestation of Baphomet, responds with a chilling question, asking if this means the human form is still under his control. The human form recoils in disbelief, uttering a shocked query about emerging from his body. A sinister smile spreads across Cha Min-woo's face as he continues to taunt, suggesting he should be able to use the human form however he desires. The human form's anger boils over, accusing his other self of having used him as he pleased all this time. Cha Min-woo, however, simply recalls his own words from their past conflict, mockingly quoting his advice to eat properly and live well after the tower was cleared, implying their separation was meant to be permanent. With a sudden, sharp motion, a crimson aura flares around his hand as Cha Min-woo strikes the human form across the face, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch. Before the human form can even recover, Cha Min-woo lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar with a swift, whooshing motion, pulling him close and declaring his intent to show him the hell he's living. The human form struggles in his grip, protesting loudly that he was only wishing him the best by telling him to eat and live well. He sprints through the urban landscape, a frantic escape from an unseen pursuer. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, a memory resurfacing, and he mutters, "That idiot somehow remembered the..." A disembodied voice echoes with fury, "You fucking fly." The command rings out, sharp and demanding, "Stop right there." He continues to run, his face a mask of frustration and desperation, ignoring the insistent calls. His escape is cut short as he finds himself confronted by a familiar, imposing figure and two others, who calmly remarks, "So you were to come today." Confused, he asks, "What was my name again?" A memory flashes, the real estate lady's words echoing, "It's Cha Min-woo." The three figures watch him, their expressions unreadable, as he grapples with his identity. The confrontation unfolds amidst the quiet backdrop of a residential neighborhood, its ordinary facade belying the extraordinary events within. Cornered by Baphomet and two of his associates, Cha Min-woo is met with a challenging question. As they begin to walk away, Cha Min-woo can't help but wonder why he's suddenly being asked to follow them. Baphomet, with a smirk, declares his intention to use him first, leaving Cha Min-woo stunned. The words hang heavy in the air, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He looks down, a thought forming in his mind. It's barely usable, but it's broken. Baphomet simply turns and walks away, issuing a curt command to go and fix it. A forced, almost sinister smile spreads across Cha Min-woo's face, a silent acknowledgement of the absurdity. Internally, he rails against the command, questioning why he should comply and who this figure even is. His gaze falls upon a sign, listing names like Kim Yunja, Mr. and Mrs. Park, and Mrs. Song from the floor below, but he's not asking about them. He listens as a hunched figure laments their weakened state, pleading for the young Mr. Cha's assistance to fix things. As he begins to walk away, the figure calls out, urging him to wait. Internally, he questions why anyone would assume he's a pushover, even as a thought crosses his mind that perhaps helping them would be beneficial. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm, a stark realization dawning upon him. A system message flashes before him, declaring a new quest. He must fulfill the requests of the nearest residents, with death as the penalty for rejection. He shouts in disbelief, demanding to know if someone is playing a cruel trick on him, questioning the absurdity of such a quest and its dire consequences. His hand clenches into a fist, a resolute thought forming. He is indeed as petty as he was called. A smirk plays on his lips, a hint of mischievous determination in his expression. He muses aloud, acknowledging his pettiness within the Tower of Labyrinths. The white-haired woman's voice echoes, suggesting that perhaps his actions stem from a hidden affection, but Baphomet vehemently rejects the notion, demanding to know how she could even suggest such a thing in light of his past. He had considered it, pondering the various ways one might feel affection towards humans. The woman's voice returns, questioning his very thought of affection, her serene expression belying the weight of her words. She dismisses the idea with a scoff, reminding him of the countless lives he had taken. A hand reaches out, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. She insists it's a separate matter, challenging his inability to distinguish between friend and foe. His internal declaration rings with cold finality. Everyone is merely an enemy, a toy. A chilling smirk spreads across his face, confirming his unwavering resolve. The white-haired woman from Baphomet's internal world gazes with an unreadable expression. Before her voice echoes with a finality, declaring there is only one more thing she needs to tell him. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out in a different location, making a soft tapping sound against a dark surface. An older woman, hearing the faint noise, turns her head slightly in question. Back in his dark chamber, Baphomet reacts with a jolt, a surprised exclamation escaping him as he wonders if the other party hadn't returned. His crimson eyes narrow, a deeper, more pressing question forming in his mind about what exactly needs to be fixed. Meanwhile, the sprawling city below sleeps under a blanket of twinkling lights. On a quiet rooftop ledge, a small cat sits alert, its ears perked as another soft tap echoes from a nearby window. The feline's green eyes widen, sensing something unusual with a soft calm. A voice questions whether a particular slum neighborhood is truly the last undeveloped area in Seoul, wondering if they can proceed given the number of people living there. A soft tap echoes, as if a foot has just landed. Another voice dismisses the concern, stating that the area is mostly inhabited by powerless old people anyway. Looking out over the city, Baphomet considers this, asking if that is truly the case, while Kim Woo-suk stands beside him. His expression darkens slightly, a calculating glint in his eyes. A smirk plays on his lips as he ponders aloud how long it would take to chase away the old folks and clear everything up. His smirk widens, a silent confirmation of his intent. He concludes with a confident assurance that it will take as long as everything goes according to plan. In this slum neighborhood resides a former tower boss, now reduced to a top-grade errand boy. A sudden, agonizing scream tears from his throat. As an older man with a scar above his eye asks if he hurt himself with the hammer. This is the man who answers to the beck and call of the neighborhood grandmas, the one they address as Mr. Cha. His next task involves a stray cat that Mr. Song feeds, now crying because it stuck up a tree. The older man suggests that since he's tall, he could use a ladder to reach it. He crouches low, his gaze fixed on the task ahead, a subtle energy beginning to emanate from his form. His hand glows with a soft, golden light, a familiar power stirring within him. Meanwhile, the target of his mission, a small cat, complains from its perch on the rooftop, having already suffered a minor injury. He offers a reassuring word, his voice calm and steady. Carefully, he extends a hand, urging the frightened creature to approach slowly. Time flowed onward, seasons changing as 10, then 20 years passed by, until the formidable Baphomet of old became nothing more than a distant memory, a wrinkly grandpa in the annals of history, while he continued his life as a top-ranked errand boy in the slum neighborhood. Still living his quiet life, he meticulously paints a wall, before suddenly taking off at a sprint, leaving his companion behind. A stark reminder of his past echoes. I used to be a boss. Later, the exterior of a modest home stands under the afternoon light. Inside, he looks up with a hint of annoyance, carrying a heavy box. His companion, Kim Woo-suk, sits casually on another box, engrossed in a human novel, finding it quite interesting, and muses aloud. Baphomet, I think I can sort of understand why you wanted to become a human. Annoyed, he snaps back, telling him to shut up and help with the work. He complains about carrying heavy things, insisting he's still too young for such tasks, only for Kim Woo-suk to retort that he'll be reprimanded if he doesn't comply. Dismissing the notion as nonsense, he later announces that he's finished reading his current book, eagerly asking if there are any more he can devour. A thought crosses Kim Woo-suk's mind, observing the protagonist's rapid learning, wondering if Beelzebub is truly quick to adapt. He then recalls the protagonist's earlier complaints about hating being a kid, and can't help but acknowledge his surprisingly amazing social skills. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man ponders why Beelzebub would even want to become human, admitting he merely hacked Eastern magic, and wonders why his companion seems so angry about it. Kim Woo-suk dismisses his questions, stating that only the creator of Earth would know such things, and declares the conversation finished. Annoyed, the dark-haired man demands that his companion stop with the nonsense, still carrying a box. Kim Woo-suk, equally exasperated, wonders aloud how long the protagonist intends to bother him with such trivial quests. He considers the new quest, finding its terms vague, and dismisses the entire situation as utterly worthless. It feels like a cruel joke, giving him both the poison and the antidote at the same time. A memory surfaces of a time when he was helping an old woman, who praised him, saying, I fixed it just like you asked. She then urged him to take the repaired item for himself, before suddenly realizing the hot water was running out in her house, pleading, wait a bit, I'll go and try to fix it for you. He simply responded, what's the use, you're going to do it anyway. This was a few years ago, when he was a young man begging for his life in this very place. A stark contrast to his current self. Everyone wondered what brought a young man like him to such a shabby slum neighborhood. And though they had seen all kinds of people stacked outside his house, this was the first time they had passed by and seen him stay inside, unless he was forced out. He had to go out for more alcohol, because Mrs. Kim kept asking him to do errands as an excuse to get him out of the house. She thought he might end up dying like that, but later, he silently helped out with errands. He began smiling and also started conversations first, and he also started drinking less. Then one day, he left the slum neighborhood, saying he found something to do. That day, he made a request. Looking at the older man, he asks, if someone moves into my place later on, could you treat him well for my sake? It will surely help that person as well. With a final, respectful bow, he prepares to leave. He stands over the table, a dark thought consuming him, wondering about the hardships he endured because of Baphomet. Meanwhile, the elderly woman asks Baphomet about the food, which he confirms is delicious. She remarks on his good appetite, noting that young people often dislike simple village fare. A sudden realization strikes the dark-haired man. Just as a young woman enters, prompting Baphomet to greet her. She quickly states she's eaten with friends and will be studying in her room, requesting not to be disturbed. A soft knock echoes, and the elderly woman proudly introduces her granddaughter, boasting of her academic achievements and top ranking at school. Kim Woo-suk considers the situation, a thoughtful hum escaping him. Then, turning to his colleagues, he asks, "What are your thoughts?" A hand reaches for a phone, the voice on the other end stating, "There's nothing we can do. We have to make a ruckus. Call the guys." The dark-haired man nods in agreement, confident that, right. I think we can deal with one house easily. The woman beside him offers a quiet, "Yes?" The reason for their actions is clear. That house borrowed money from us. Soon, the focus shifts to a quiet residential street, where a specific house stands, its door rattling with repeated, heavy knocks. A hammer then strikes a wooden post near the entrance, a sharp, resonant sound echoing through the air. Observing the scene from a nearby alley, the dark-haired man smiles, satisfied, declaring, "Great, it's perfect." He tends to a small garden, noting that he has plucked out the weeds and the hot water is now flowing nicely. Considering the necessary things for his new home, he wonders if he should get a dog to look after the house. From a high vantage point, he gazes up at the sky. Later, finding a moment of peace, he lies back on a wooden floor, arms behind his head. Reaching out towards the bright, cloudy expanse, he observes the sky. A laugh escapes him, finding contentment in his new neighborhood. Suddenly, he remembers something, wondering aloud where Beelzebub has gone. The small, shadowy companion grumbles that he doesn't even help out. He stares intently at a glowing red message icon, a soft chime echoing in the quiet. The message expands, posing a direct question. Will you open the message sent by the government? Another chime sounds, and a new line of text appears, inquiring if the rank assessment is complete. The screen then flashes with a triumphant declaration. "Hello, Hunter Baphomet. Your rank assessment is complete." The words reflect in his electric blue eye, a silent acknowledgement of his new status. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he considers the outcome, finding it unsurprising and exactly as he expected. Later, amidst the skeletal framework of a building under construction, he muses that he hasn't finished his current task yet. With paint splattered on his face and clothes, he diligently applies a fresh coat to a wall. Nearby, a young woman named Soo-yeon sits casually, a freshly painted wall behind her bearing a clear warning. "Don't touch the paint, Mr. Cha." A young woman, Soo-yeon, is caught smoking, prompting an exasperated sigh from the older man confronting her. He reminds her of his previous warnings, but she dismisses his concern, claiming it was just the last one, before he presses on, worried about her getting caught. The older man's voice rises, questioning what her school teachers would think, and insisting she needs to go to university. Soo-yeon, however, remains defiant, asking where the money for such an education would even come from, and reiterating her refusal. The older man, with a pained expression, promises to find the money for her education, but Soo-yeon cuts him off, tired of the endless cycle of debt. She laments that even thinking about their financial situation leaves her feeling burdened, questioning how he expects to pay for it all alone and how she could possibly help. The older man then offers to get her a job, a suggestion that makes Soo-yeon flinch, clearly hesitant. Later, the older man stands with Soo-yeon, their conversation seemingly concluded, as she looks away, still lost in thought. The scene shifts dramatically to a city skyline at night, where the older man now stands beside the dark-haired hunter, Baphomet, both looking out with an air of quiet confidence. Soo-yeon confronts him, surprised by his sudden appearance and immediately questioning if he's there for the debt payment. She presses him, demanding to know how he expects them to pay early when they're already struggling. He dismisses her concerns, suggesting she sell the house to cover the debt, even offering to handle the sale himself. Soo-yeon, distraught, asks where they would live if they sold their home. He coldly retorts that such concerns are hers alone to bear. A smirk plays on his lips as he reminds her of her desire to work, adding a disturbing comment about her appearance. Soo-yeon recoils, horrified, as he continues to outline her bleak future. He finishes his cruel suggestion, then turns to address someone unseen, asking for their agreement. In a different setting, Baphomet grins, declaring their identity as bad guys with a hint of scorn, as the dark-haired man stands beside him, now in a formal suit. Lying on the ground, Soo-yeon defiantly demands a job from him. But he responds by roughly grabbing her hair, pulling her head back with a sharp cry of pain. He shouts at her to go, his grip unyielding as he continues to berate her. Finally, he throws her back to the ground, cursing her as she lies there, defeated. Later, under the quiet eaves of a traditional home, the dark-haired man lies casually on a mat, engrossed in a book, while an older woman observes him, asking if he finds it interesting, to which he softly affirms. Still focused on his reading, he wonders aloud, who could possibly be at the door? Suddenly, a creak and a thud break the silence, causing him to sit bolt upright, his eyes wide with surprise. His gaze sharpens, his eyes flaring with a vibrant yellow glow, as he stares intently at something unseen. He stares ahead, his glowing eyes fixed on something unseen, a question escaping his lips. Still, he stands his ground, observing the unfolding situation with intense focus. As a figure begins to retreat, he demands to know their identity. Nearby, a small dog snarls and barks, its aggression echoing through the space. Turning his attention to the commotion, he tries to calm the dog, Bok-sun, while questioning the cause of the disturbance. The unseen figure continues its hurried departure, leaving behind a faint, glowing trail as it moves towards the outside. With a surge of determination, he grips a heavy metal pipe, preparing for whatever comes next. His eyes blaze with a powerful yellow light as he shouts, demanding an explanation for the chaos. But his anger turns to shock as he discovers Soo-yun and Bok-sun lying injured on the ground, a single word of disbelief escaping his lips. He stood amidst the dilapidated buildings of the slum, a paint roller in hand, ready to begin his project. Suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet, questioning the presence of a gang hideout in this tiny neighborhood, a fact he found entirely new. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, as he was almost finished with his preparations. Turning to the man in the suit, he warned him to stay out of it, regardless of his intentions. His resolve hardened, determined to capture his first paint project on camera. But before he could act, a sudden, powerful blow sent him reeling, his body violently thrown backward. He recoiled from the impact, his hand instinctively rising to his face. It was then that the attacker revealed his true power, manifesting as a glowing, ethereal figure. The force of the blow was so immense that the rookie, despite his considerable weight, was sent flying like a mere feather. Still reeling from the unexpected blow, he tumbles through the air. While below, the man in the suit watches him fall, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. But as he looks closer, a deeper realization dawns. The impact sends him skidding, but he quickly regains his footing, eyes sharp and ready. The man in the suit, Baphomet, mutters to himself, "I've never." His thoughts drift to a past memory, a question echoing in his mind. That guy's a hunter, right? Back in the present, Baphomet sits in an office, phone in hand, acknowledging, "Well, that's true, although I quit already." He recalls the reason for his departure from the hunter life. "Why did you quit?" "There were a lot of skilled guys." His thoughts reveal the true catalyst. "Behind, of the last mission, I went on as a hunter. The hunter named Cha Min-woo on that mission was quite strong. I felt a wall between us. So I quit after that." Having just reflected on Cha Min-woo's overwhelming power, Baphomet finds himself discussing the matter aloud, concluding that the man truly is a hunter. One of his subordinates, confused, questions the identity of this hunter and what their next move should be. Baphomet's gaze remains sharp. As he issues a direct command, they will conduct a thorough background check on the individual. Meanwhile, the subject of their intense scrutiny, Cha Min-woo, stands alone, seemingly oblivious to the attention he has garnered. Elsewhere, a distraught civilian laments how a group of men had stormed their house, leaving it completely wrecked. A small crowd gathers, surveying the damage, confirming that their entire property has been ruined. The man continues his frustrated outburst, adding that even his newly repaired deck was destroyed. His distress palpable, he finishes by exclaiming that his garden, too, was ruined. He walks through the desolate streets, a question lingering in his mind. Isn't it because of that the old ones are where they are? His footsteps echo softly, until a sudden voice calls out, "Hey!" A young woman approaches him amidst the rubble of a damaged home, asking if it's true he's a hunter, and if they really take a huge percentage of commission. She offers him what little she has, promising more, if only he would do something for her. Her voice trembles as she explains that she and her grandmother have nowhere to go if they're kicked out, begging him to ensure those responsible can't come near their home. Cha Min-woo simply replies, "No need," leaving her to question, "What?" He was already planning on taking care of it, even if she hadn't asked. He resolves to make them pay the price for making a mess out of his area. His eyes burning with an intense blue light, Cha Min-woo's expression hardens, his resolve set as he prepares to face those who caused the damage. His dark hoodie pulled tight around him. Baphomet, his face shadowed by a baseball cap, reflects on a past encounter. He recalls the moment, a slight tension in his posture, as if reliving the events. He had anticipated the situation, preparing for it well in advance. While those men attacked Grandma Kim's house, he had already attached a familiar spirit to them. This subtle act of preparation, a hidden advantage, was now coming to fruition. A small, glowing insect, the familiar spirit, rests on his finger, its crimson light pulsing faintly. Elsewhere, a figure plummets through an open window, the sound of impact echoing through the building. As Baphomet prepares to depart, the dark-haired man questions him, asking where he intends to go next. As he stands before a figure on the ground, he poses a question, asking which map they are attacking. He continues, expressing his concern that they cannot kill anyone given a mission, even if they are criminals, especially if they are civilians, then asks about merely beating them half to death. His superior, however, dismisses the ethical dilemma, stating that such an action should be perfectly fine. As he descends the stairs, he issues an order to the man on the ground. His hand reaches for his pocket, retrieving his phone. He glances at the screen, a message displayed. Meanwhile, the man who received the order, Cha Min-woo, acknowledges his role as team manager and sprints away. The city stretches out below, its buildings reaching towards the sky. A hand extends, offering a crisp envelope containing the day's wages. As the transaction concludes, Baphomet addresses the man before him, assuring him that the next task will also be left in his capable hands. The man, Cha Min-woo, pauses to inquire, curious about the injury Baphomet sustained to his face. As he walks away, Cha Min-woo confirms his readiness, promising to prepare his team for whatever lies ahead. He bids farewell, expecting to meet again soon, when suddenly, an unseen force strikes with a sharp impact. Cha Minwoo reels from the unexpected blow, uttering a confused cry as he tries to identify his assailant. Before he can fully react, Baphomet's hand connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave of energy through him. The impact echoes with a deafening crash, propelling him through the air. Cha Minwoo crumples to the ground, defeated by the sudden, overwhelming assault. A sudden, forceful grip seized Cha Minwoo's arm, pulling him off balance. He struggled against the unseen assailant, his body twisting in a desperate attempt to break free. Then, a flurry of blows rained down as multiple figures emerged from the shadows, one delivering a harsh kick while he cried out in pain, "My arm! My arm!" Reeling from the assault, he stumbled, his head bowed under the relentless attack. The group of assailants closed in, looming over his defeated form. His face, bruised and battered, reflected the pain and humiliation of the ambush. Nearby, two onlookers watched the brutal scene unfold, their expressions wide with shock and disbelief. But then, a sharp gasp escaped one of the attackers, who now clutched a knife, blood streaming from his injured hand. He stared at his wound in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "What's with that bastard?" As the thugs remain momentarily stunned, one of them barks an order, demanding to know why they've stopped, and urging them to resume the beating. Without hesitation, a fist, clad in a dark glove, swings forward with brutal intent. Immediately followed by another powerful strike from a different assailant. Amidst the scattered debris of the ongoing struggle, Cha Minwoo stands, his expression grim, bracing himself for the onslaught. Then, with a sickening KWAK and PAK, multiple impacts land, shaking his very core. He is overwhelmed, taking a flurry of blows from the relentless attackers. But in a flash, a swift, arcing motion cuts through the air, a blur of retaliatory speed, building momentum for a decisive strike. With brutal precision, he delivers a devastating counterblow, sending one of his assailants reeling backward as blood erupts from the impact. Cha Minwoo finds himself overwhelmed as multiple attackers close in, their blows landing with brutal force. Despite the onslaught, he moves with a blur of motion, evading and countering. One attacker is sent flying, incapacitated by a swift, precise strike. Another follows, his body arcing through the air. And a third, collapsing under the force of his blows. One by one, the attackers fall, defeated. Finally, Cha Minwoo stands alone, victorious amidst the fallen. A man with long dark hair cries out, reeling from an unseen blow, bewildered by the sudden assault. Another attacker, falling forward, curses the unseen assailant, realizing they're caught in a whirlwind. A third man recoils, identifying the blur as the hunter who sent their rookie flying. The first man, now on the ground, stares in disbelief as the relentless assault continues. He takes a brutal hit directly to the face, blood erupting from his mouth as his vision blurs. Meanwhile, the second attacker is sent flying through the air, screaming in agony as he crashes against an unseen barrier. Cha Minwoo stands over the defeated first man, who lies motionless in a growing pool of blood, the fight decisively over for him. Turning his attention to the last standing opponent, a man in a cap, he asks if they've met before, catching the man completely off guard. Before the man can fully process the question, Cha Minwoo strikes again, sending him reeling from another swift, powerful blow. Cha Minwoo moves with brutal efficiency, striking down the last struggling opponent from behind, silencing their pained cries. As the body collapses, he turns to his associate, demanding to know what else could be scattered around. The two stand over the fallen foe, the associate looking down at the bloodied ground. A severed hand lies amidst the gore, a grim testament to the brutal encounter. Cha Minwoo surveys the scene, his gaze sharp and calculating. He then asks his associate for confirmation, who confidently affirms that all targets have been dealt with. However, a sudden realization dawns on the associate, as he notices one is still missing. His expression shifts to one of surprise and concern, a small bandage visible on his nose. Under the vast, open sky of the city, the rooftops stretch out, silent witnesses to the night. Inside, a stark fluorescent light hums, illuminating a sterile environment, where the air hangs heavy with anticipation. Cha Minwoo stands, his posture rigid, a silent question forming in his mind. He finally voices his thought, a direct inquiry hanging in the air. His foot taps the floor with a soft, deliberate sound, emphasizing his impatience. His gaze sharpens as he repeats his query, seeking clarity on their next objective. Suddenly, the insistent vibration of a phone breaks the silence, an incoming call demanding his attention. He answers, his voice calm and collected, ready to receive the information. Listening intently, his expression remains unreadable as the details of the call unfold. Still on the call, he listens intently. Then abruptly, a silhouette plunges from above. He glances up, a hint of surprise in his expression as he notes the unusual lightness of the fall. The falling figure then impacts the floor with a resounding thud. Rising smoothly from the impact, the newcomer stands tall. He casts a brief glance down at the spot where he landed. Then, with an air of casualness, he settles onto the floor. Baphomet observes him, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He then offers a cryptic comment, suggesting the pieces can be matched like a puzzle. He warns, his voice carrying a subtle edge, to be careful not to attach the incorrect pieces. A slight smirk plays on his lips, as if finding the situation mildly amusing. His eyes narrow slightly, the amusement deepening. The protagonist's voice cuts through the air, observing that he has rather nasty eyes, a warning that this was quite unlike him. He then asks about the area, finding it amusing to hear such a word come from a hunter's mouth, while Baphomet sits calmly at a desk, looking out a window. The protagonist continues, questioning if he'll be okay leaving Min to watch his house, because he knows a bit more about him than Baphomet might expect. He then asks pointedly if there wasn't a kid in that house. Based on Baphomet's appearance, the protagonist deduces that the child is probably not his son, so he must be his brother. He concludes his taunt, stating that his underling should have entered Baphomet's house by now. A mocking laugh escapes him, a clear challenge in his glowing eyes. Baphomet, however, remains defiant, questioning his opponent's priorities. The scene shifts to an unassuming building, its quiet exterior belying the tension within. He simply shakes his head, a condescending remark about human foolishness on his lips. Some, he muses, foolishly believe they can conceal their vulnerabilities, whether within the confines of the tower or out in the world. Pointing to a massive, glowing structure he dismisses as nothing more than a colossal fake. He then produces a glowing red book, explaining that his methods are akin to what humans would call magic. A chilling warning follows, as he points to a figure writhing in pain on the ground, their leg clearly injured, a stark example of the consequences of defiance. He concludes, with a hint of annoyance, that such a direct application of power is ultimately inefficient. He knew the bastard Baphomet would go absolutely mad if his plans were disrupted, leaving him no choice but to proceed with his current course of action. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light. He offered a chilling smile. Holding aloft a glowing red book, he commanded, "You have to stay put until I finish reading this book, okay?" Red energy lines pulsed around Baphomet, trapping him as he struggled against the unseen force. Even his hand remained ensnared, unable to break free. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man listened to an automated voice message, informing him that the person he was calling was currently unavailable and prompting him to leave a voicemail, his expression growing increasingly frustrated. He held the phone away from his ear, a clear sign of his irritation. The blonde-haired man lets out a sharp gasp. Suddenly, he lunges forward, a knife glinting in his hand, but his swift strike is met with a sharp, metallic clang. The dark-haired man, however, barely flinches, his mind drifting back to a time when he was younger. He had intended to resume his work after gathering intelligence on the man from the slum neighborhood, but this unexpected clash of blades, this mere exchange of blows, sends the blonde-haired man flying backward with a powerful Kong, leaving him to wonder whose rank he was truly up against. The dark-haired man, now wearing a baseball cap, observes the situation, just as he expected. The blonde-haired man, still holding his knife, realizes that fighting without any prior information is a dangerous gamble. A message flashes across a phone screen, asking, "You wanted to know my rank, right?" The dark-haired man's gaze hardens, his expression resolute, as the message concludes, "Now that you know my rank, it's game over." With hands raised high, the blonde man cries out in desperation, admitting his defeat. His plea hangs in the air as the dark-haired man stands over him, an unspoken pressure forcing the blonde to recoil. Desperate to escape, he offers a concession, promising to leave the slum neighborhood untouched. He even attempts to broker peace, suggesting they overlook his severed arm and part on good terms. But the dark-haired man simply turns his back, his steps echoing as he walks away from the defeated figure. A chilling smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an intense, almost predatory, yellow-orange light. He raises his phone, the screen displaying information that seals the blonde man's fate. As he continues to walk away, the blonde man's shocked reflection is visible, reeling from the revelation. A final, blood-splattered smirk crosses his face, his glowing eyes confirming the blonde man's formidable A-rank status, now utterly irrelevant. Still reeling from his recent defeat, the blonde man, now in a hospital gown, desperately declares he can no longer continue his job, attempting to negotiate for more pay. On the other end of the line, the dark-haired man calmly reminds him, "Aren't you the one who said you're an A-rank?" He then reveals a chilling truth. A-rank and above are no longer considered human, but rather monsters in disguise. This monstrous nature extends even further, affecting 3 generations of their bloodline. Panicked by the revelation, the blonde man tries to abruptly end the call, citing his severe physical condition and attempting to address President Jiang. Unfazed, the dark-haired man coolly asks, "Is it okay to cut off the deal like that?" He then adds that the situation is already over, and survival is the only priority. The blonde man, now utterly bewildered, questions who could have sent him a particular message, realizing it seems to be from the same person who just called him. A close-up on his ear emphasizes his dawning realization, as the voice on the other end sounds disturbingly familiar. Indeed, the dark-haired man holds up his phone, displaying a message, confirming the voice was, in fact, somewhat familiar. The message, from President Jiang, reads, "One thing's for sure. It must be someone stronger than that hunter well." A gray-haired man, seated comfortably, contemplates his situation, wondering aloud what he should do, then offers an apology to the person on the other end of his call, explaining he would have prepared a meal had he known they were coming. Continuing his explanation, he reiterates his intention to cook, adding that he isn't particularly good at social gatherings. The other party reassures him, telling him not to worry, as they had already eaten well before arriving and simply stopped by to say hello. Changing the subject slightly, the gray-haired man then asks if his caller has been drinking less lately. A soft chuckle escapes him as he receives confirmation. Still on the call, he muses that he himself avoids drinking or attending gatherings. Then his attention shifts to something on his phone, prompting him to wonder about another individual, remarking on how outrageously diligent that person is for their age, even if they are a bit peculiar about it. His expression turns to one of surprise as he continues to observe, repeating the word diligent with a hint of disbelief. A hearty laugh then escapes him, acknowledging the surprising diligence once more. Cha Minwoo stares at a newly presented system message, a surprised escaping him as he processes the details of a new main quest. The quest, titled Help the Residents and Learn About Feelings of Affection, initially seems straightforward, but his expression quickly sours upon reading the final line. What? There's no reward, he mutters, his frustration boiling over as he exclaims. Even the hags in this neighborhood give me something in return. What the hell's up with this god? I can't help but call you petty now, can I? His face contorts with pure annoyance, the sheer audacity of a rewardless quest clearly pushing him to his limit. Leaving the fate of Cha Minwoo in your hands. Baphomet struggles to comprehend the situation, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions the sudden turn of events. Already wounded and bleeding, he finds himself trapped in a dark pit. He looks up at his betrayer, demanding to know why their agreement to share the tower's rewards has been broken, accusing them of treachery. The betrayer simply stares down, confirming their deceit with a chillingly casual remark, their words devoid of remorse. They declare the betrayal an accident and vow to claim Baphomet's share, leaving him to rot, which ignites a furious, desperate curse from the trapped man, his voice raw with hatred. As a crimson aura flares around him, Baphomet's rage begins to manifest physically. Above, the betrayer points a finger down, activating an ability called K9, sealing Baphomet's fate. In response, the trapped man's form distorts, his eyes glowing a malevolent red as he transforms into a monstrous, shadowy silhouette, a terrifying new power unleashed. The monstrous, shadowy form of Baphomet, now fully unleashed, issues a chilling, guttural command. From the depths of the abyss, a monstrous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, lunges forward with terrifying speed. A terrified scream echoes through the darkness as the brutal attack connects, sending red streaks across the void. A sickening crunch reverberates as the unseen victim is violently slammed against a brick wall, blood splattering across the rough surface. The scene abruptly shifts, revealing a different version of Baphomet, still with glowing red eyes, but now in human form, chained and holding a skull, a menacing aura surrounding him. A title card appears, announcing Boss Mob, Chapter 27, Black Box, marking a new segment of the narrative. The narrative jumps again, referencing K9, as a voice questions, what? A younger Baphomet, now in a bright, modern setting, looks genuinely surprised, asking if he's truly expected to manage the department he once rejected. The hands of an unseen individual hold a phone, suggesting the conversation is still underway. Baphomet, standing before a glowing desk, poses a question to the seated office worker, asking which map they would be attacking. The worker, looking slightly exasperated, assures him it was merely a joke and that he wouldn't be charged, as it was his first time. Baphomet, a hint of sheepishness in his expression, questions the appropriateness of such jokes with hunters, admitting he only said it hoping to break some of their personal equipment. The office worker sternly warns him that next time, he'll be responsible for both the rental fee and the full cost of any destroyed equipment, to which Baphomet simply replies he'll think about it. Changing the subject, Baphomet reveals a glowing mana stone in his hand, explaining his desire to organize his inventory and sell the item. The office worker gasps in surprise, recognizing it immediately as Boss Krizzle's mana stone. A narration box explains that mana stones from tower bosses are typically sold to other hunters through an auction, though they can also be bought at an appraised price if a hunter needs quick cash. The office worker suggests an auction would be more profitable, and Baphomet agrees, noting there's no time limit. With a determined expression, Baphomet decides to proceed with the auction, and the worker confirms he'll send the mana stone to the auction department and notify him of the results via a system message. He pauses, a thought bubbling to the surface, as he admits there's something he's curious about. The office worker, however, cuts to the chase, asking how much the mana stone from the boss Baphomet actually sold for, assuming it must have been quite expensive. He confirms her suspicion, acknowledging that it definitely would have been expensive, given it came from the boss of a myth-grade tower. But then, a flicker of doubt crosses his face as he wonders aloud if it wouldn't have sold for less than Krizzle's will, demanding to know why. As they walk away, the office worker explains the discrepancy is due to the difference in mana quantity. The narrative then shifts to an illustration of a monstrous entity, clarifying that while some monsters possess a physical attribute, Baphomet himself is a physical attribute monster, although some physical attribute monsters possess high mana. A recent inspection of the Tower of Abyss revealed that Baphomet possessed very low amounts of mana. He was, in essence, entirely a physical attribute monster. He reflects on a past encounter, a shadowy monster telling him he had no talent for magic, urging him to forget it, and leaving him with only chained magic. Now, in the present, a subordinate explains that nothing can be done, as high-grade equipment made using mana stones is heavily influenced by mana. A fact the man seems to accept with a slight smile. Baphomet, however, remains troubled, admitting there's no way of knowing how much his own mana stone actually sold for, having heard rumors that it couldn't even be found. The subordinate reacts with a surprised, "What?" before speculating that Raven must have been involved. Baphomet's eyes narrow, a memory surfacing as he begins. From what I remember, he recalls Raven, a figure with white hair, who, despite the mana stone being the lifeline of monsters and a permanent item that remains even if the monster disappears or the tower collapses, did not take his mana stone, acting instead like someone with no tomorrow. But where did it go? He wonders, still grappling with the mystery of the vanished mana stone, knowing he couldn't offer any more information, but hoping it was enough. Acknowledging the situation, he expresses relief, then offers to assist with the requested inventory organization. A system prompt appears, announcing a request to connect his personal system to the government network, asking for his acceptance. He then focuses on a glowing, reddish item in his hand, prompted by the system to select an item for organization. His finger hovers over a red button, poised to interact with the interface. The inventory screen reveals a shocking discovery: multiple instances of an item labeled the sword Raven used to stab. Still holding the mysterious, glowing object, he learns it's a locked, personal weapon, prompting him to question its origin, while a large dog watches patiently at his feet. Suddenly, he collapses, lying unconscious on the ground, the dog remaining faithfully by his side. The dog gazes intently at his master's hand, perhaps sensing the strange energy emanating from the item he still holds. As Baphomet slowly regains his senses, his loyal companion, a large, fluffy dog, barks excitedly, a system notification flashing canine across his vision. A moment later, he lets out a small groan, his mouth slightly agape in discomfort. Soon, Baphomet is on his feet, walking away from a door alongside a woman who seems to be accompanying him. He turns to her, a hint of exasperation in his voice, reminding her, "I told you to watch carefully while I was gone, didn't I?" The woman, however, simply replies, I know. His dog then bounds up to him, eager for attention, and he kneels to affectionately scratch its head. Outside, he suggests to the woman and his dog, "Let's go inside. We'll play ball outside." The woman then looks at the dog with a puzzled expression, muttering, "What could that dog be?" Baphomet, however, cuts her off, saying, "Oh my, do you not?" A woman with a serious expression poses a question, asking which map they are planning to attack. This strategic query comes amidst a global phenomenon known as gate shocks, which have caused an unprecedented awakening process among various animals, transforming ordinary pets into something more. From dogs to cats, and even rabbits, many household companions have undergone this mysterious evolution. The first documented case involved a famous Hollywood actor's pet, Casey, though the exact cause of this widespread transformation remains unknown. Baphomet listens intently to this information, his expression thoughtful as he processes the implications of such a phenomenon. Later, standing beside a colleague at a computer, he offers a concise, almost dismissive, response, simply stating, "Probably?" As if confirming a decision or activating an ability, his hand glows with a subtle, internal light. Meanwhile, a different voice declares a firm departure, refusing to remain in a guild with such a reputation. A bead of sweat trickles down Baphomet's temple as he stares, lost in thought. His attention is drawn to a message on his phone, a conversation about whether a sweet pink angel suits a cool or warm tone. Then, his gaze falls upon a white envelope, held out by an unseen hand. He explains that it's the money he earned mining stones in the quarry, money he had been saving. Behind him, a woman with glasses gently touches his shoulder, a small heart bubble indicating her affection. Trying to sound reasonable, he suggests she stay in the guild, assuring her he has a conscience. But the woman, with a determined expression, mentions her intent to enter towers. He insists the money should be returned to him anyway, then dismisses her guild concerns, boasting that she won't find another guild master as perfect as him. Clearly exasperated, the woman's hand hovers over a keyboard, typing a furious message on a computer screen. "Get lost. What sort of bullshit?" As the man in the white shirt declares his intention to leave the guild, adding that Baphomet can keep whatever he thinks is his. Baphomet, recognizing him, responds with a casual, almost teasing tone, "Oh my, it's been a while, Taeyong. Were you stalking me again?" Taeyong, standing alongside an unnamed woman, quickly retorts, "There's another word for it, you know? Monitoring." Baphomet's eyes glow with a sudden, intense yellow light as he shifts the conversation, announcing that there's a mission. The target, he explains, is a 3-member hunter party that lures in innocent hunters by promising rewards, only to betray them after clearing a dungeon. These grave-robbing hunters operate within the towers, killing their unsuspecting partners and looting all their hard-earned items. A hand reaches into a glowing, ornate treasure chest, illustrating the illicit gains. He continues, detailing the threat. 2 of the 3 hunters are B rank, and the third is estimated to be A rank. The unnamed woman questions the estimation, to which Baphomet confirms they haven't registered their rank for a while, but based on their past records, it's highly likely they're in A rank. Tae-young cuts through the tension, his voice direct as he asks about the target location. He then expresses concern over the mission's difficulty, noting the unregistered ranks of their quarry and a unique, unsettling aspect about them. Baphomet, holding up a series of photographs, reveals the identities of the rogue hunters, recognizing them from a past encounter. The images show a monstrous, wolf-like figure alongside two human faces, a stern-looking young man and a composed young woman. Far from the briefing, the towering structure of the heavens gleams under the city lights. Inside, a pristine, brightly lit hallway stretches onward. A woman in a sleek black dress walks purposefully through the corridor. Her composure shatters, a look of utter disbelief and horror twisting her features as she mutters, "You crazy." Elsewhere, a man seated on a plush couch slams his fist down, his face contorted in a furious shout, "Bastard! What is this?" Tae-young stands over two figures, their forms sprawled on the floor, clearly subdued. A smirk plays on his lips as he greets a new arrival. "You're here, Nuna? You want to try it, T?" Before he can finish, a swift, powerful kick connects with a sharp impact. His expression shifts to annoyance as he questions, "You're doing drugs again? You didn't use up all the money, did you?" Later, sitting on a couch, he looks up at Nuna, feigning ignorance. "What? Money?" She stares down at him, her concern evident as she reminds him, "We said money would be here by next week. And can we even trust you with this job to begin with? What's wrong with you these days?" His eyes widen in surprise as he reveals, "There's a rumor floating around. They say there's a vigilante group that's been capturing criminal hunters like us." "What? Are they insane? They're killing fellow hunters." Nuna's expression shifts from thoughtful to worried as she responds, "Ah, that's right. So you're not going to tell me you're scared of them?" She wonders about the whereabouts of K9, as sunlight streams through tall windows into a quiet room. Her expression thoughtful. Below her, a large, fluffy dog sits patiently. And Nuna kneels to pet him, promising that they will live together again, asking if he can go along with her plan. The dog responds with a soft bark. Her face grows serious as she considers the implications, realizing that their path might once again require them to take a life. K9 looks up, panting softly, offering another quiet woof. As she gently strokes his head, Nuna reassures her good boy to hold on just a little longer. For soon, their family of 5 can return to the life they once knew. As the world shifts, a familiar K9's eye glows with an intense blue light, sensing the unseen currents of fate. A new objective emerges from the shadows, the formidable Tower of Moonlight. Its Gothic spires pierce the starry night, a beacon of both peril and promise. Within a dimly lit chamber, Baphomet presses Raven, asking if he had thoroughly investigated the new hunter, to which Raven confidently replies that he had. Raven explains that he selected an unknown hunter, one with a clean past. Baphomet, his expression unyielding, then inquires about the hunter's skills. K9's glowing eye widens, as if echoing Baphomet's surprise, questioning what kind of rank this hunter holds, only for Raven to reveal that he actually failed the C-rank ascension test. Baphomet then asks where this hunter is now, and Raven explains that he said he would go in first and start clearing the first floor of the tower. Both Baphomet and Raven react with concern to this news, wondering what the hunter will do if he gets caught in a trap, before Baphomet muses aloud about the nature of soul, just like humans. Despite the hunter's questionable performance, he still ventured alone to clear the first floor of the tower. A scoff escapes Baphomet, who muses, "Yes, we might have a pushover on our hands. We could get rid of him after using him as bait. Wouldn't that be easier?" The dark-haired woman retorts, "You talk as if you're the one who's going to get rid of him." Raven, holding K9, interjects, "I'm just saying, right, K9?" Baphomet turns, his voice firm, "I'll decide what to do, not to get rid of him based on where the spoils are." Raven continues to press, "You're going to split the spoils with him? But we won't get anything doing it like that." A shimmering, glowing crack begins to form in the air. As Baphomet stares at it, a dark smile spreading across his face, "Won't get any tea." The dark-haired woman also watches the anomaly, her back to the viewer as the crack pulses with energy. As the red energy pulses ominously, a question hangs in the air. Which map are they attacking? A sharp, crackling sound cuts through the silence. And Baphomet's crimson eyes narrow, realizing this isn't good. He mutters, wondering if they've already encountered the unknown hunter. Back in the meeting room, his expression remains grim, as he considers the sensitivity of the situation if the hunter has been recognized by the guild. He voices his concern that the mission might be impossible, prompting Tae-young to question why. Nuna explains that the guild is meticulous, running background checks just to select a hunter, and adds that the presence of a dog means their scent could definitely be remembered. Considering the risk of recognition, especially if he's appeared on TV before, Baphomet concludes it's best to leave this mission to another hunter, asking if it isn't that simple. Tae-young, however, offers a solution, suggesting the hunter can simply disguise himself. Nuna quickly follows up on the idea, proposing they just make up a fake person. A woman with dark hair addresses a small group of hunters, questioning if they are the ones who will be raiding the tower with her today. As the question hangs in the air, a gauntlet hand, streaked with fresh blood, comes into focus. Then, a voice from within the imposing armor declares, "I'm Bill, and I'll be clearing the tower with you today." Bill stands tall, his heavy plate armor still bearing the crimson evidence of recent battles, a formidable presence among the group. A close-up on his helmet reveals glowing red-eye slits, emphasizing his unwavering resolve.